Oh, the fuck has happened here? Oh, what's going on, guys? How we doing?
We're good. Evening, gentlemen. Evening.
It's good.
I just will get straight to it. I'll say my piece and then I'll let Chad and C4 talk. For anyone that doesn't know what's going on, obviously there's been like a rift, I guess. My involvement here is purely to facilitate the conversation because it happened publicly. So I guess it was to end publicly. I got nothing but love for both of these men. They're both my boys. It's unfortunate that this is happening, but I'll just let you guys go from there. If you want me to put anything on screen, or if you want to like ask me a question or for me to say something, then you can let me know. But otherwise, I will just be here to mediate and potentially read any questions anyone has.
Cool. I don't know if you want to get the cringe out of the way, then.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So C4 sent me over a video that he's prepared. Let me find it. Is it the unlisted one? Yeah.
Yeah, the unlisted one.
Okay, so I guess this is for the attention of Chad. So I'll play it, and then I guess Chad, if you want me to pause at any point, or if C4 wants me to pause at any point, say something, just let me know.
Will do.
Okay.
So it looks like we're playing a numbers game, apparently. So Chad had a cute thumbnail with my hours in Revo, and these are his hours. Put Tekken in there as well. But to start this off, I want it to be known that I've had conversations with Chad about my intentions and the reasons I come to these conversations. But it seems like I have to pull up my credentials. I don't have a Tekken rank, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to show people that I'm actually, out here. I'm not someone who just, sits behind the keyboard and does nothing. So yeah, all the offlines I've been to, don't know if Chad's gone to one. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. Yeah, normally it wouldn't, but for this exercise, I think it does. A lot of hours I don't have on Steam or PlayStation because I'm playing offline. But don't worry, we'll get those numbers as well. But yeah, the reason I come into, first of all, I came into Mike's kind of sphere was to have these conversations. I remember going to the arcades for Cross Tekken at Heart of Gaming, and the most interesting part to me was waiting for my games, waiting for my set, waiting for my tournament match, and being able to look at other games and talk to other people. A lot of my friends that I have now were KOF players or Alpha 2 players, where I would just jump on, play it, talk to them, understand their game. And I thought that was super fun. That kind of died off, as I was saying, that's kind of the arcade era, quote unquote. And what happened is people kind of go to their own group, their Discord, and they talk about their game. I always find that kind of boring. As you can probably tell by my username in Mike's thing, Yapinea, I found out probably 3 or 4 years into playing fighting games that I actually like talking about fighting games, maybe even more than playing them. It depends. And that's kind of what I aim to do. Now, I know that, especially when it comes to 3D games, people think I'm the devil's advocate and contrarian. I'm not sure if anyone knows what those mean, but I would like to say, and I think I could pull up evidence if I dug deep enough to show that a lot of my opinions I do hold. If I'm saying I'm arguing for another side that I don't believe in, I'll say it. The example that comes to mind is when we was having a conversation about Saudi's influence, and I was talking on behalf of transgender people and their fears that they would have. And I was in the stream kind of on my own saying, well, it doesn't affect me, but I can imagine how it would feel like for them. And then the next stream, Mike, he got someone I know, her name is Cert, who recently changed their pronouns, and they got to speak their piece. I didn't do a very good job. I think at least I brought up the awareness that there is another side to it, not just the side that was in the chat and Mike's perspective. If you want to say that's me being a contrarian, because I'm going against the grain or against the masses in that stream chat, because I have the ability to perceive other people's faults on a situation, then you can go for it. I think coming out with a video and saying I'm controlling off rip is trying to poison the well. That's fine. Like I said, right now I'm going through my games, showing the hours. Probably, I think I missed it, but there was, I think it was Street Fighter 5 on PlayStation. I have more hours in that game than Chad has in Revo, which I thought was funny because no one would attach my name to Street Fighter 5. Granted, you know, there's probably some idle time in these hours. Altogether, I had 8,299, which makes me sound like a no-lifer, but I'm proud of it. I can still say, you know, I've got a wife, kids, mortgage. I have a life. I have a life, but I really like fighting games. I like playing all types of fighting games, figuring out what the fun in it for me is and where I can perceive skill. It really helps me playing other games to be like, oh, I acknowledge what my weaknesses are. And if the main purpose of this game or the main skill in this game doesn't suit me or something I can't do, I can be like, you know what? I can admire, I can praise people that are good at it, but that's not for me. Damn. Yagataratsu is hard to get the hours on Steam. It doesn't work on Steam. But one thing I am proud of is a database that I made for Dragon Ball. Something I've actually, you know, done to help the scene. I love archives. Again, I love numbers. Lots of numbers here. If you are into Dragon Ball, shout out to Fighting Dreamers. I made this with him a couple of months ago. I'm not really, you know, big on the social media stuff, as people know. I'm terrible at editing. All my videos are just like match footages. But I wanted this to be an archive of all the good, fun memories I had of Dragon Ball. You can use this to find out what region got the most money, what player placed first place more with a specific character, all that jazz. I find it very, very fun to just go through the numbers. And it helps with like conversations when we're talking about tier lists and stuff. Not been able to do that much on Mike's podcast just because of the game, but yeah, this is my passion. My passion is conversation. Now, someone like Chad that will cosplay as someone who wants that conversation, but when it comes up, cower behind, oh, they're a rage baiter. When we've spoken before, is kind of spineless, but it's cool. He can do what he wants. That's fine. I would say it's pretty icky to say you don't want to talk to someone, but then talk behind their back in real time. Me personally, I would like to think my online mates would have a bit of a vertebrae and not, you know, stoop down to those levels. But hey ho, shout out to Finn, someone who came at me, big pulls, real hard, massive pulls, the first time I jumped in, and now I consider him and Mike, and obviously some of the people in chat, this was super fruitful. Talking to Finn about games and seeing his perspective and shooting the shit, even though we come from completely different backgrounds in terms of what games we, you know, admire and what games we play, has been a massive eye-opener. I can't thank him enough. Finn is that guy. And like I said, he came in hot when I was chatting shit, but he understood that regardless of where my credentials lied, the things I spoke about are what matters. And I thought Chad was the same. But you know what? This is another time I admit I'm wrong. I don't know if he would ever do that, but I do come out, putting my hands up saying, you know what? Bit of egg on my face. I was incorrect. And my idea of Chad did change that. And here I was just showing that I've been doing podcasts. I think the first one, it was 2013. That was with Juicebox, and that wasn't with Ringe. This is just going over all the tournaments I commentated. I think it just shows that, you know, again, I've watched games, I see games, and most of the games I see clearly have a combo counter. But, you know, who cares? Who cares about a combo counter? Doesn't matter. The 1% doesn't matter. Yeah, this is just my Liquipedia for, you know, references if you want to go check the VODs. Probably don't want to do it. But I've got an archive of my history. Loads of different games, loads of different events. Very blessed to be able to travel the world. These are my tournament results. Not big. I mean, I found out pretty early that I was more interested in talking. I got some first place results. Most of them in MVCI, as you can see there. Got bodied in Injustice. Got first place in Guilty Gear. Got a bunch of seconds, thirds. You know, top 8 top 8 all the time, which is good. But let's see what Chad's done. Oh gosh, yikes. It's all right though. He's got 5 hours in Revo. He's the moral arbiter of being nice to people. Gave more grace to people like, what was that, Coach Kazama than me. But that's all good. It's all good. I am still down to finish the D&D sessions. That will be fun. But if Chad wants to talk to me about fighting games, let's look at numbers first. Let's pull rank, shall we? Granted, a lot of the Tekken stuff and 3D games, not very versed in, but fighting games, I would like to say after this, show that I kind of know what I'm talking about to a degree. Don't get it wrong, I could be incorrect with my takes, but you know how you correct me? By talking to me. And that's how we should do these kind of situations with everyone. Talk to them, prove them wrong. Instead of going behind their back, chatting shit, misinterpreting and talking to your hug box of fans, supporters, misconstruing what the person says. You could just ask me, if you think I'm a contrarian, why would I lie? I've got no reason to lie. But it would be nice to find out what he thought was undue hate when I was giving my opinion about combo counter and the list of things like load times or whatnot. But he won't. I think his belly's colored yellow, and this will probably be the end of it. But I probably in the future will be way more selective in the conversations I have after this. Left a sour taste in my mouth, not because it was people chatting shit about me. I can deal with that. I think I've got pretty thick skin. But it was someone that I've spoken to multiple times about my position. And like I said, to poison the well saying I'm a contrarian makes me feel that it isn't worth my time. I can happily jump in a Discord call with Finn and get all the fruits from that instead of having to jump on a stream. I can obviously still talk to Mike. And anyone who's in the stream chat that wants to DM me, I've talked to people in the DMs. Bro, I've talking to JJB when I've seen him at Combo Breaker. I think I saw him at Evo as well. And we just talk for a minute. Like, I'm the yapping nator, bro. I want to talk. If you don't want to talk to me, fine. Talk by my back. Then you're going to have to get drawn out. So enjoy your Revo. I hope, when you do content with the video you did like a year ago talking about, I went to the Reddit and they started questioning my credentials to make a video guide. When you was new and you had opinions about the game and you got shat on, it is very nice that you're passing that forward to the next generation in preparation for Virtua Fighter 6. Good job, dude. But yeah, that is, I think that's pretty much it. That's the ramble. Don't know if I'll talk about it unless I get asked to, but yeah, good stuff. In a bit, guys. Push.
Thoughts or what you guys want to, I don't know, Chad, thoughts?
Can I add something before Chad goes? This was before I found out that Chad lied about me, by the way. It wouldn't have been as jovial. I didn't add lying, but he did lie. So it's the tone's a bit different now. So
Chad, thoughts?
It's well edited, put together well. What do you want from me, C4? What's the best way this ends?
I don't need nothing from you. I just wanted to basically draw you out for lying. Now, Before I made that video thinking, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care. But I watched the video where Yaya and Finn jumped on your stream and you just told a lie about me. So I think well poisoning, it was annoying, but I would have just let it go and just not talked to you about fighting games. But now I want to pull you out for lying.
Okay.
Do you guys want to go over the specifics of it?
Yeah, what's the lie? There's a lie coming. I'm waiting for the next.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so I sent Mike the link on WhatsApp though.
I've got it on my computer.
Okay, we might not need to put it up. Who knows? But in the talk about the hit counter, I was Mike brought up Smash, and I said I don't need it because I can tell when a combo's not happening by the white spark that happens to the character when they flip out.
Mhm.
And then I said, but it would help if the game did have a hit counter.
Sure.
I said it would help. I said, yeah, it would help. It wouldn't be a harm. I think I said, no, it wouldn't be a harm. Yes, it would help spectators.
Yeah.
When you was talking to Finn, you said, I said, no, I don't want it in Smash, which is a lie. I never said that. And I know you watched that.
Whoa. I said that you don't want it in Smash?
Yep.
Okay, then yeah, that was wrong. I was thinking like, what would I have lied about? I don't even think that you said that. No, that was, if I misspoke, I genuinely misspoke. You can choose to believe whether you believe it or not. But yeah, no, I don't even think you think that. No, I remember you saying like, no, it wouldn't hurt, right? It wouldn't hurt to have it in. But I also remember you being like, I can watch Tekken 8 now. It's so much more readable because of the combo counter. But the fact that you can watch Smash makes it clear that you can watch a fighting game and not have a combo counter, and it doesn't hurt. I wanted it. It'd be nice. That was the point I was trying to make. I misspoke. I actually believe you because again, it was 6 o'clock in the morning last night. I was speaking. I believe you. I've not rewatched it, but like, yeah, that's me poorly speaking. My apologies. I was rambling, I suppose. But yeah, if anyone came away from that conversation thinking that C4 said that he didn't want a combo counter in Smash Brothers, I humbly apologize. That was a misrepresentation. Genuine. From the bottom of my heart. That was wrong.
Okay, cool. What do you think the argument for having a combo counter is from me?
As I understand it, it is that you watch VF Revo, or you attempted to watch VF, and it was visually unappealing to you. And the fact that it doesn't have one in it is just like wrong. And the quality of the game would be like meaningfully better, more readable to more people if there was a combo counter on screen. That's my understanding of your take. Like, because there's some percentage of people, you acknowledge it as being small, but there's some percentage of people that are like, oh, I just can't get into this because I don't know if that hit, I don't know if those 2 hits were a natural combo. Like, if only I knew it was a natural combo, then I'd be into it. But I don't know whether those 2 hits are a natural combo, ergo I can't enjoy the piece. And I question the number of people who feel that way. And I also feel like I feel like the kind of people who feel that way would have a certain level of knowledge they can kind of figure out, like through other means. And I think that's I think it's a trivial issue. It seemed like a weird thing to feel confident enough to describe the game as slop about. And it just seemed really arbitrary. And even to say that the game should have that, which again, you're entitled to feel that way, it seemed weirdly arbitrary to be like, no, this is really important, and anyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. Because it seems clear to me that all video games have to make choices as to what aspects of the gameplay or the mathematics they put on screen. Like, for example, you wouldn't and you haven't argued that they should put frame data on screen. But there are plenty of times when someone is minus on block and it might be pertinent to know that information, right? But game designers kind of know, okay, we're not going to surface everything. We don't have to surface that. We'll just keep that hidden. And if you need to know, you need to know. Like, you put on screen what is needed to follow what's happening. And the VF designers seem to have decided that we don't really need a combo counter. And if you really, really need it, there's a health bar can kind of indicate it for you when it matters. And for many VF people, like, yeah, that's enough. And you seem to argue that not only is it not enough, it's objectively not enough. And anyone who disagreed with you was, quote, an idiot.
That was close enough, I guess. The point that I alliterated over and over again is the spectator being able to follow.
Yep.
I'm not talking about someone to learn or someone to stick around.
Mm-hmm.
I have got examples. I mean, I could say them and then you can just agree or disagree.
Sure.
You know, Rev. But there's examples where you can combo into throws depending on the hit stun.
Right? Sure.
And the health bar won't stop when you combo into the throw, correct?
Yes, off the ground, it won't work. Yeah.
But they can tech, so it wouldn't be a true combo, right? But the health bar would be telling me it's a true combo.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
There's also situations where it takes time for you to align to block. So there is strings that you can do that turn you sideways, and then when you do an attack, the health bar will show that's a true combo, but it's not a true combo because you can crouch. You just can't block.
Right. I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. So something like a combo counter doesn't solve all the woes, but it does help.
Right.
That was my point, that it helped. I never said it was mandatory. I didn't say it was necessary, I didn't say that was the only reason it was slop. There was plenty of other examples of why I think the game, not the mechanics, the game as the product is slop.
And you stand by that. The game is VF5 Revolt is slop. You stand by that.
Not the mechanics. Not the mechanics.
No. The game as an overall package is slop. You stand by that.
For a game that came out in 2025, well, not the base game, but I think that is part of the mechanics. The game, when I say in terms of it came out in 2025,
let's not equivocate C4 with grown man. Is it slop?
So you don't want me to clarify? You don't want clarification?
So
you just want punchlines?
Clarify.
Okay, you want punchlines. The product is slop, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you think not being able to record dummies when you're queuing in ranked is acceptable in 2025?
I think that sucks. Yeah, I think I would prefer it if they could do that. Yeah.
Do you think it's bad that you can't change your stage when you queue for ranked? You have to go into free training. You can't pick or change. You have to go to free training to do that. You can't do it when you queue ranked.
Yeah, that's an annoyance. Yeah, it would be good if they could do that. Yeah.
Would be good, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things.
In 2025, it would probably be standard. Would you not say no?
Well, 2025, we're stretching. We're remaking an old game, but sure.
Well, if you're remaking an old game, why would you not give it the new sparkly stuff, right? You'd make it decent, I would say.
Yeah, you make it decent.
Imagine if I'm grinding ranked. If I was grinding ranked and I got hit by something, I would want to go to the stage that I lost on, because obviously stages make a massive difference to a match in Virtual Fire, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So it'd be kind of cool to go, oh, I want to pick that stage. Oh shit, I can't, because I can't queue ranked and train at the same time.
Sure.
Sounds like a little bit more of quality of life, right?
Yeah, quality of life. So I just want to reiterate. More because it lacks that. Sure. We can. For me, it would be quality of life. Like there are things that I could choose. I would want it to be that. That'd be quality of life. There's little small things like that. But yeah, sure. I'm not going to argue with you that you feel it's a far bigger deal. But my question to you is that the lack of these things make the game slop. It's not like it's a good game, but it's lacking some features that I would like. No, the game is slop. People shouldn't invest in this. They shouldn't buy it. Like it's just slop.
Oh well, you're doing that weird thing that you do. I never said something is not worth. I don't think people should not buy it, because I think these core factors in a product for a fighting game aren't in it.
Okay.
I think it's slop, and when I mean slop, it's like, why would you ask for less?
Okay.
Why are we praising poor functionality in a game?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a different definition of slop?
Yeah, I think for me, slop would be a game that is lazy. I think there's a price to value ratio issue too. Like if you charge me $70 and like you don't have like a training mode or whatever, I'd be like, yeah, this is what the fuck is this? You're fucking me up. Yeah, I think my expectations depend a lot on what is being presented to me a lot of the time. Like for example, I wouldn't necessarily call let's say a Pizza Hut pizza slop. It's not gourmet, but it is priced appropriately and is serving a set function. So I wouldn't call it slop. But perhaps more importantly than the actual piece of software, I wouldn't have the audacity to call a game slop that I actually haven't played for that long. And I wouldn't engage with the community in such a disrespectful way, especially if I'm then going to demand a certain amount of respect from the way I am treated. But that's a separate issue that we'll get to when I stop saying my part.
So how many hours do I have to put into a game to say I should be able to train in training mode when I rank you? How many hours do I need to put into the game?
You 2 minutes. 2 minutes to be like, I wish this game had this. I wish this game had this. I wish this game had this. I think, for example, if I were to boot up, say, them fighting herds and like discover that there's no replay training mode, I think it's perfectly reasonable to be like, oh, takeover mode, and be like, I wish it had that. That's valid to be like, hey, there's other fighting games I have that features I like. I think it's very different energy to be like, it lacks these, ergo it is slop. I think those are two very different statements.
What take that I said revolves around how much time I put into the game?
I think it is the level of condemnation you have for the overall product and the I suppose the attitude of you have for people who disagree with individual takes, like disregarding someone who disagrees that there's a need for a combo counter as being an idiot.
Did you hear an answer there, Mike? I didn't really hear an answer. It might be me. I might be slow. Maybe I'm asking genuinely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was an answer.
I thought it was an answer too, but you might.
Okay.
As you said,
so what I meant was like, unless at the end was the take that I need to put in X amount of hours to say this would help spectators follow the game if they had a combo counter.
No. I think you're misunderstanding me, and this happens a lot between us. I am not saying that you cannot criticize the game. I am not saying that you cannot say that the game ought to have this. I would like it to have this. I wish it had this. It'd be better if it had this. I don't think anyone is really faulting you for that. I think it is and you might not understand this, but it's a very different statement to say, I wish this game had this. It'd be better if it had this. I don't think anyone has an issue with that. I think it's a very different, and if you don't understand this, I can't help you. But it's a very meaningful difference to say that this game is slop because it lacks this. These are use of an old favorite of ours. There's a meaningful difference in these two statements that will elicit two different responses.
So, how many functional flaws would I have to bring up to be allowed to say the game is slop?
Less about functional flaws and less about concrete hours. That I would need to see a earnest attempt. It's a bit of like how many things can you put on a I forgot the analogy, but like how long is a piece of string? It's not. I can't give you a concrete number. I would have to see a certain amount of effort, probably a certain number of games. I'd need to see you demonstrate a certain amount of understanding when you're talking about the game. Like, okay, look, I've engaged with it here. Here's what the game's trying to do. I have an understanding of this. I've been labbing Brad. I understand what Brad is trying to do. Here are what the game's positively trying to do. Right? Let me be fair to it. I'm doing this. Okay, cool. Here's why I think this is insufficient. That's the example of a good faith take on it. I'll give you an example. So I played DOA 6 when it came out, when they announced a new version, and I played that game. And I suppose I probably have a similar attitude to you. I played it and I'm like, there's some really good mechanics here, but it's also really behind in many ways, despite being developed in like 2017, 18. I'm like, mechanics here are great, but you have a replay feature where you can't rewind. What the fuck is that? How can you have a replay feature where you can't rewind? That seems so weird. You have a lot of, similar to VF actually, you have a different command training and free training are very different things. This is weird. I don't like this at all. Like it's really bad. Like again, you can have plenty of criticisms for the product. And I'm like, you know what? I think they cheaped out. I think they charged you $60 full price when the game came out for a game that did not have AAA like development. Like this is like a great system hidden behind like a poorly constructed product. I feel that way. And it took me about a month of playing the game. There's streams of me labbing it, trying to understand it. You can find footage of me sitting down with not just my laptop on the side and the computer screen, but like a notebook, trying to learn stuff, trying to be like, okay, what would it take to actually get decent at this game? I put in an earnest effort. I then started speaking to content creators in the game, joined their streams, spoke to them, trying to understand what's happening. Is there something, making sure that is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm perhaps understand? Like I don't get. I was up watching the big TNS tournament. I put $5 into the match arena, not much, but just to contribute. My point is, I gave that game a real honest shot, and then after about a month of playing it earnestly, I was like, you know what? Great systems hidden behind a slapdash product, and it's worth the money now because I picked it up for about $6. But them charging $60 for this is ridiculous. And if the new version comes out and they're charging full price and it's this again, it's a poor product.
Would you say it's a slop?
I think if the new game comes out and it's this again and they're charging full price, or even I'd say $50, I would say that's slop. That's slop.
Okay. DOA 6 is the re-release. What they're doing right now with 6, that's
there's not even crossplay, or there's not even crossplay or rollback. They have not, like, there aren't no new characters on launch. There are no new graphical engine. You have to rebuy the DLC characters for what we know. You get a discount, I think, but you have to, I'm like, yeah, that's poor. That's poor treatment. That's poor treatment. So I think even then, I think coming to a slop diagnosis is potentially valid if you give it an honest shot. And I think playing a game for a weekend and then coming to a slop diagnosis is disingenuous. Yeah, I think so.
So earlier you said about, well, we only had one example of one of the takes where I said, okay, how many hours do I need to get to before I make a critique about a training room function, and you said
No, you
a
don't.
minute.
None. No, like a minute. Yeah,
Right.
You can make critiques instantly. Like I think this looks ugly on first sight. I think this is weird. It's confusing. Yeah, you can a minute.
Well, I mean, were any of my I'm trying to think if any of my things were like confusing, or I was just saying, no, this is kind of not good for the time period. If this was like 20 years, when it first dropped, if this was the game, I'd probably have a different perspective, because the things I expected then, I don't expect now. Whether it be like something like rollback. Rollback's way more, accessible than now than it was back then. So I think, if I'm being gracious, my determination of slop, as in the product, probably has way more weight behind it than you are giving credit for, because you're saying, I didn't talk to this person, I didn't play for 100 hours. But I guess, as the previous video did show, I played a lot of games. So
Yeah.
I see a lot of, when I say this is the standard, I do know the standard.
I challenge you.
So
I challenge you on that.
Okay, so when you're saying talk to other content creators, you're saying that, well, they would know better than me?
Potentially, yes. Again, that video, riveting as it was, kind of highlights one of your many central conceits, right? So one of the issues we have is, imagine someone who can speak Italian fluently, okay? And French and Spanish. This person has learned multiple languages. They're really good at multiple languages, okay? No one can deny that they speak multiple languages, but they perhaps even have a meta understanding of language construction. You can understand how this person, despite being on their way to being a polyglot, might, when trying to learn Japanese or Arabic, make real big issues. Not because they're ignorant, not because they're stupid, not because they're low IQ, but because they have a bunch of assumptions about the way languages should work that are based on their mastery of languages that kind of all follow the same route. They're all Romance languages, they're Latin languages. And then when someone who perhaps only speaks one language, right, speaks Chinese and goes, you're making a lot of faulty assumptions about the way Chinese is supposed to work. That person looks at you and says, how dare you question my, look at all the languages, look at my Rosetta Stone, look at my Duolingo. Like, how dare you question my ability to comment on the structure of language? I'm like, how many languages do you speak? I'm like, well, only one, but it's the one we're talking about. Well, then silence, peasant. Like I play, look at my shelf of like spelling bees in all these different languages. Like, I clearly understand language better than you. It's like, I could potentially grant that you know more about more languages, and I would not step to you about Italian or Spanish or French. I would not have the audacity to. I certainly wouldn't have the audacity to like play something that you were, to break the analogy, to learn for a little bit and then lecture you on how the language ought to work. I would probably defer to you for a bit, or perhaps spend a little bit longer trying to understand how this works. In fact, I would probably work to reach a level of proficiency before passing a judgment on the whole thing. I'd be like, there's probably aspects of this that I think suck, and I will always think suck. But there are also probably aspects of this that I think suck, but with a few more hours and a bit more work, I would realize it doesn't suck. And I would expect you to have the humility to be like, there probably is a benchmark. Again, I can't give you a concrete set of hours, but there probably is a benchmark of time where I have to spend time being like, okay, now I can be like, yeah, this language is good, right? You can all, and perhaps more importantly, you can understand how people who are fluent in that language, watching you make mistakes in that language, and sensing that there is not even really an attempt to learn this language at all. But you're sitting here telling me that our poetry is dumb, like that this is like, there's an inelegance here, that the languages that you speak are just way better, that we're missing all kinds of stuff. You can understand how, again, there's one thing being like, your language is confusing to me. I don't get it. I think you could do a better job of explaining it to people. That makes sense.
Sorry.
I think there's another thing to say, that this language is dumb. Like, and anyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. Those are two very different responses that will elicit two very different responses.
Yeah, I think the analogy would be apt if I was talking about the game mechanics. I'm not talking about the game mechanics. Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about, so your language analogy, I think, like I said, would work if I was talking about the game. I had an analogy about being an engineer. So I'm a car mechanic. I'm a car mechanic. I know how engines work, but I couldn't fix an airplane. But I do know how engines work.
Okay.
So if any vehicle has an engine, I can go, oh, I know what engines do, but it doesn't mean I can necessarily fix every. I can't fix a motorbike because I'm a car mechanic.
It's an interesting analogy. Don't you think it's possible that you, as a car mechanic, might make wrong assumptions about plane engines? Do you not think it's possible that you'd be like, oh, this looks like a blank, and therefore it should do this, right. And then go, oh, actually, now that I've been here a little bit longer, and I'm speaking to people who actually work on planes, that's a big mistake. Oof, it's a good thing I didn't claim to know everything.
Sure, but I would go to the actual plane mechanic and go, oh, I know how engines work, pistons, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll say, okay, if I said, I'm going to have to break the analogy. But if my critique was, the command list would be useful if it gave me a description of what this move does.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, does anyone think that's not a good thing?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone goes, no. Well, in this circumstance, it'll be like, yeah, that does. And I go, oh, okay, cool. So, or I say, in principle, about the hit counter, it's helpful to spectators.
Mike, shut the fuck up in the chat.
Oh no, don't mind me. I'm just talking.
I was sorry. So anyone see you spiders? I like don't encourage it. No, I'm sorry. I'm continuing. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, that's very clear. I think when I say in principle, it will help spectators understand what's happening when there's outliers in your game, which we've already gone over. Actually, one other thing. When I mentioned about the combo counter in Mike's chat, and then I went to your chat and asked, nobody told me about the health bar, by the way. Nobody. Because if someone did, I wouldn't have sex.
I told them not to.
Oh.
You mean when you came into my stream after you did the test with Mike Ola? Do you mean that, or a different time?
No.
Earlier. Oh no, that didn't tell them that. That's different.
Yeah. So before that.
Yeah.
When Mike was playing, I think he was streaming. I don't know if it was the same time or you was streaming a bit afterwards. And you did the whole video saying, "Oh, this is what you need to learn, the basics."
I am a little bit confused, but I'm following you for the most part. Yeah, I believe you. There's a video that I
just to add in because I left a comment on Chad's video. I thought you did know about the health bars, but
he didn't.
I think I made an incorrect assumption.
Of course he didn't. Because why would he cover the bottom thing and then not cover the health bars?
Yeah, because I assumed he did because I knew about it, but I was choosing to. I was like, let me focus on the animation so I can prove the point. Otherwise, you would just get all the things right because the health bar gives it away.
Right. Sure.
I don't know if I need to show the video. I've got one, but it is the example I talked about Jean, where he puts you side and he throws you, and the health bar wouldn't show you that it's not a true combo.
No, I believe that's true. There's great examples. There's examples like if you throw someone against the wall, they're on the floor, you can pick them up. The health bar will stay red, which might make you think, oh, that was an actual combo, and you'd need like a commentator to explain. No, he could have acked that. Right.
So even
same attack him, yeah.
Cool. So even though there's a rule that no one told me, this is before you said don't tell me. This was I think Tricky was in the stream, sure. And I mentioned it, and then you did the video. I think you uploaded that section saying really easy fundamental part of how to get into Virtual Fire. I don't know if you said it for me, but or someone who's new to the game.
No, you asked about the question and I made it, yeah.
And no one gave me that. What they did is they defended why there isn't one instead of saying, oh, don't worry about a hit counter. You don't need it. Just look at the health bar. No one in Mike's chat told me. No one in your term told me. It's all well and good laughing at me for not knowing. But if I ask and no one tells me, how am I meant to
know? Sure. So then would you go so far as to say that for an outside observer, every piece of information must be instantly legible to a viewer? Or do you concede that it's possible for there to be useful information that is concealed from a viewer in the name of keeping the game visually uncluttered and legible? Because you're right, this is a nice to have. But then I could simply just be like, someone might want the word counter to be on the screen. I'll give you another one. I'm actually a big fan of. I don't really care about combo counters in Tekken, but I like that they've added punish, right? So that you can see a punishment happening. So Tekken has made the choice to put that there, right? Like. A mad lad game might be like, fuck it, frame data. If a person is minus on block, some sort of indicator can come up on screen. My point is like games make choices as to what they show and what they don't show. And I don't think, and I would fault anyone who gave you a hard time for saying that I think they should add a combo counter. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to want.
So with the counter thing, I was in your chat and said, oh, I noticed the different sparks.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the purpley blue one when it hit the side.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that.
But the thing is, you say you noticed that, but to a casual observer, they might not know what the red flashes mean. So perhaps we should just write
True.
counter on the side, and then perhaps every time we hit someone on the side, we should have something come up, be like, this was a side hit.
Mhm.
Or perhaps every time there's a normal hit, we should actually say, instead of having the yellow flash, we should have normal hit, so that every single hit has something that is marked so that you can see normal hit, counter hit, side normal hit, side counter hit.
So
This is
Calibur
plus
does
3
that.
on block, plus 5 on block. We could go down the list of things that would be nice to know, right? Like, my point is, your ability to point to a hypothetical viewer who would like to know this information.
It's not a
is proof
hypothetical
that it needs
viewer.
to be there.
I am the viewer. There's no need to do a
Sure,
hypothetical.
you're right. Doesn't need to be, you're correct. Doesn't need to be hypothetical. Your ability to point to viewers that exist in the real world who would like to see X information put on screen does not mean that they must put the information on screen. And if they don't, they're stupid. Or anyone who disagrees that this is a pertinent piece of information is an idiot.
I think that. I'm trying to think if I said that, but obviously I said a lot of stuff, so I can't remember verbatim.
I did.
What
You can
my-
trust me on that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, my argument is that you're stupid if you don't think this is helpful for spectators. That was my stance.
Okay.
Not
okay,
stupid that it's not in the game.
Yeah,
I'm pretty.
So if I can find a clip of you saying that you're stupid if you disagree that it should be in the game,
For spectators.
then no, just for spectators that it should be in the game, you'll concede that that was unreasonable, right? Because if the words that came out your mouth were like, anyone who disagrees that it would be useful for spectators, right? If anyone who disagrees that it would be useful for spectators, that person's being disingenuous. Because of course it'd be useful for spectators. There's lots of things.
Right.
But if the words that came out your mouth were instead, anyone who disagrees that it should be in the game is an idiot, you'd concede that that's an unreasonable thing to say.
Yeah, if I said it not being in the game makes the game bad.
Sure.
So the thing is, I might have said that in response to saying, no. The context would have been, oh, we don't care. Well, I'm trying to think of what people said to me in chat.
Yes. And this is actually an interesting pivot to bring up, because I think a lot of your misgivings, and it's a valid misgiving, and I actually talked to my chat about this. I sense that a lot of your misgivings is that you asked a valid question in a random Twitch streamer's chat, i.e. mine, and some people who were not me gave you a hard time. And because of that, you just went off on one.
Not a hard time. It's defending. Oh, so this is the bit where I'll say you are stupid. If I say having a hit counter makes it easier for newcomers and spectators to follow the match, I think you're stupid if you disagree with that.
Not having a hit counter makes it harder to follow the match.
For spectators and newcomers.
Right.
Most spectators. And when I mean spectators, I mean someone who's watching a game. The example I gave was when Evo's on, sometimes you watch a game that you don't play, so you can't just go into T mode and figure it out. You'll watch it while you wait for your match, your game to come on.
Sure.
And you might have a passing interest and something like, oh, is that real? I don't know. Not talking about juggles, I'm talking about like on standing. So that's what I mean about spectator. Someone who doesn't own the game to go lab and figure out.
Okay. I'm trying to be generous in what I say here. Like, you want a thing. You believe, perhaps strongly, a thing should be in the game. I'll assume that you said that it should be in the game respectfully. I'll assume that you were polite, as you often are. And someone gave you like a hard time not hard time is the word you like, but like they were belligerent. They didn't like acknowledge that you were just making a valid point. And you're shaking your head. Is that not it? Sorry,
that's not it. No, it wasn't the mean bullying stuff. I think I've already had that goes over my head. It's
sure.
That would actually be better. What happened was people were defending it not having one for spectators.
Sure, right. And you can't appreciate how an intelligent person could make a reasonable response for why you decide not to surface that information.
I can't think of a reasonable reason why some would say no, that wouldn't help spectators.
Right. Okay. So yeah, this is like where we're getting into the weeds of the language, but it's really important. So again, let's be very specific here. If a person said that it wouldn't be helpful to surface this information, they're being stupid, right? Because clearly it works.
For
For spectators, sure.
spectators, yeah,
For
okay.
spectators. But if a person said no, that actually the spectating experience would be better for not surfacing this, is that a reasonable position or unreasonable? Because I can make an argument for why it would be better for spectators to not surface this, and it would be the same as my reasoning for not surfacing frame data.
For spectators that play the game, I can 100% understand that.
Sure.
But every time I prefaced it or had to re-say it, I said spectators / newcomers, either together or individually.
Sure,
If a
I believe you.
mid-level veteran, what you have on the screen, you would want as Klar. I understand that. It was the same argument we had in Tekken.
I think even as a casual observer, like I guess let me ask a question to really test this to its logical conclusion. Would you then say that it would be better for the spectator, beginner, viewer, like the whole shebang, if every time it's a counter hit, instead of the red spark, we have the word counter show up on screen?
No, because the red spark has a color indicator.
Right, but what does that color mean? I'm a noob. I'm not.
It doesn't. So the color indicator.
Sure.
I'm trying to think if this was said to me and I'm just repeating it because I remember coming to Tekken and people saying about, oh, you can tell if it's a counter hit by the spark, right?
I don't know if that's always true, but sometimes, sure, it's not consistent. Tekken, there's nothing's consistent. Go on.
If someone said, oh, the color sparks isn't a big enough tell, and we need a combo counter. What would it be called? It would be called like an indicator, a hit indicator, whether it be like a punish. Counter, whatever, minor counter, I think is in Virtual Fire.
Sure.
If someone said that, I would be like, sure. I personally would never say to someone, oh, get good. But maybe I'm biased because I actually talk to people. I talk to people from different games as, my job is to be the middleman.
Yes.
To be the person who's like, oh, if you don't understand, let me explain it quickly on comms. I talk to people that have said specifically like, oh, I know people give Strive a hard time, but it's crystal clear what's going on. It might be over the top for us, fighting game players, but for some people, they've gotten into it because it's like, yeah, I can just look at this game and understand what's going on. I understand what a wall break does when you get negative or positive bonus. It says it on the screen, and I see the indicators.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to keep on the central point. So let's flip this, right? A observer of Virtua Fighter sees the game, sees these red flashes, doesn't know what these red flashes means. He tells you it'd be better for new players to follow along. It'd be a better viewing experience, ultimately, if the word counter came up to show me what all those colors meant. Right? You then say, I actually think it would be, because there are so many indicators that go off all the time, I actually think it would be better viewing experience for you not to show it, right? And that's the person makes that argument. Is that person an idiot?
Sorry to be pedantic. When you say
no, we have to. We're in the language.
Viewing, what do you mean by viewing? You mean like just watching it for entertainment?
I mean whatever you meant, because you're the one who started the 4 viewers. Whatever viewer you have in mind, hypothetical you, would they feel that? You know what I mean? Use your example of viewer.
I'm going to answer the question and give you why I think viewing and spectating is different. It might not matter, but for spectating, 100%. If they're a new player, they're telling me that, oh, it's saying counter would help me understand what's happening more. They're the new player. I'm not a new player. So if they told me that, I would agree. If you're talking about viewing, if you want the whole like Virtual Fire, it's the grounded martial arts, not saying that like as a troll. Way more than Tekken. If they said, oh, move the health bar because it's ruining the immersion, I'll be like, oh, for viewing, if you want to look at it as an actual fight, like Virtual Fighter 6, that looks fucking amazing. And if they said, oh, maybe I want to watch the match without the health bar to, get more immersed, I'll be like, oh yeah, for viewing, sure. But for understanding, you'd obviously want the health bar.
So were you talking about viewing or understanding? Viewing. Example.
Sorry, spectating. Spectating is like learning. Understanding.
Right. Okay. Spectating, right? Yeah. And if the person said to you that, no, we shouldn't add it because it would make... Is it not possible then you at this hypothetical person were at cross purposes where you were talking about spectating and viewing separately, interchangeably? For example, you were saying that it would be better for people learning, and he interpreted that, no, it would be better for like viewers. Is that not possible? Across purposes?
If I said learning, if I said learning and they didn't want to hear that bit, then I don't know what to do there. Like,
Mhm.
like I said, I've said the whole point so many times. I
Mhm.
might not have said the verbatim learning
Sure.
part every time, but
Sure.
I do feel I go back to it
Mhm.
when I talk
Okay.
about it. I always go like
That's
spectator, newbie, learning.
Sure. Okay. Again, similar to the original conversation between you and Mike, I'm surprised that we're taking so long on this. I'm 50% responsible because I'm trying to get into this. I'm not blaming you, but like, I guess a bigger question to get out of the weeds on the big topic. Do you think you've spoken respectfully to and about the VF community generally? Like, if we just like top line, I've been perfectly respectful and I've been treated unfairly.
Oh no.
Okay, so what we're discussing here is you acknowledge that you've been disrespectful, and I was disrespectful to you in response, and that's out of line. Right?
No. What you do? Well, first of all, it's an entity to an individual. I don't think I did any harm. So I think I thought about this in because Finn brought up a point about like what Mayman Sweet did to VF.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't have an audience. Everyone I talk to is already in the game. So me saying whatever my opinion is about Virtual
Wait,
Fire.
hold on. Not to cut you off there. What do you mean that everyone you talk to is already in the game?
Well, if I'm talking in Mike's chat and I'm talking in your chat, I would say predominantly most of them are at least 3D players.
I was about to say, what percentage of Mike's chat do you think play VF? We can do a poll. What percentage do you think play VF? Own VF?
When he's playing VF, what do you mean in general? When
what percentage of the people your words reached are VF players?
I would probably say 60, just over half.
So
I will just to jump in. When I did the VF stream, the chat was completely different. It was just full of VF players. There was some like Tekken players in here, but a lot of them were people that I've seen in chats, in Chad's chat, and just people I've noticed on Facebook. Sorry, not Facebook, Twitter. So if that's the chat that you were in, C4, it was a predominantly VF player base. I hadn't seen a lot of the people ever come to my stream before.
Yeah, I'm just going to challenge you on, again, I could be wrong. I don't have access to Mike's analytics, but I think the idea that I don't have an audience, therefore, like, come on, what damage am I doing? I'm like, no, there's a lot of people who respect your opinion on fighting games in general and in Mike's
No,
chat.
they don't. Wait, I'm going to push back on that. In these realms, no, there's not. Let's not pretend.
Oh, I don't know. I think
ain't no way.
No, I think you have a you're like Donald Trump. There are people who hate your guts, and there are people who love you.
Can I just?
I don't mean you're politically like Donald Trump.
I understand.
But, like,
I understand.
but he's the best example I can think of in modern discourse. You know what I mean? Where there are people who hate this motherfucker, and there's people who love this motherfucker. You're both, right? Divisive. Like, who is the more divisive person on planet Earth right now? Tell me. That is the example to pick. You know I'm right. Who is it?
I'm not against it.
I just chime in because I do have access to my analytics and I've seen a lot more comments. When C4's not here, people always ask where's C4.
Yes.
So I think
when I'm here, wait, no, I'm gonna push back on the moderation.
Let me just finish.
Okay, sorry. I'll mute.
I think when you are here, chat likes giving you a hard time because you throw it back at them and I think it's funny. Pause. I think they find it funny and that's why they do it. Because again, you have to remember there's 400 people watching right now, but there's only like maybe 50 people speaking. So you have to imagine not everybody is like pushing this narrative that like they don't want to hear what you have to say. Because at the end of the day, people watch things that they want to watch, right? You don't continuously keep clicking on streams for hours. Remember, the streams that we will do together, like Chad chimes out after like 4, he's like, this is too much. And he leaves. Most of the time, we're here for like 8 hours. And when I look at my analytics, people are watching from beginning to end. And you're here for a lot of them. So I don't think people come here with the genuine belief that they're like, get this guy out of here. An example of get this guy out of here was like Perfection.
Yes.
I had so many messages afterwards saying, never bring him back on. But that's one of my most viewed streams because it was like watching a car crash. But it's like you want to watch the car crash and blow up. But with you, it's like they push you. Like maybe they push you into the barricade or you fly off the chicane a little bit. But they definitely want you here.
and I will even say, even on my channel, smaller as it is, I think when you're having discussions that are pertaining to fighting games in general, especially if you're talking about games that I think you are infinitely more knowledgeable than me or Finn, I think people do respect your takes. And perhaps more interestingly, they enjoy it when you and I disagree or when you and Finn disagree. Because even if we disagree, we'll typically have interesting points, so long as we're discussing something in good faith. So even on my channel, I see there's a lot of people being like, man, that C4 guy gets on my nerves, but I kind of want to see him here. So it's like, no, you are. When I say you're respected, doesn't mean you're liked. Doesn't mean you're liked by everyone. You're respected. You don't have to like someone to respect them. Yeah.
I would say, obviously, confirmation bias, and I hate compliments. So I clearly don't see what you guys are seeing. I've said that outright, but I've seen people say like, "Don't bring him on. I'm not going to watch him."
Yes, I've seen that. Yes,
Yeah.
I've seen that
So,
for sure.
so,
Yeah.
and like I said, confirmation bias. Oh, gone.
You know, you sound like right now.
Who?
Take a guess.
I know what you're thinking of.
Who? I actually don't know.
MK Tom Brady. How many times has he come here and he said,
I got all these haters, man. People hate my guts. People can't stand.
People
man.
love Tom Brady, but he
I'm not-
focuses. It's
The great
it's
Tom
true,
ain't me.
No, but it's the same though. It is. the
Okay,
same.
wait. I'll give you an example. Forget Tom. I'll tell you who people don't want here. Sophie. I've had people reach out to me and say, if you bring her on here one more time,
Right,
I'm
okay.
done. But no one's ever said that to me. They say that C4 pissed me off today.
Yep.
What is he talking about? But they stay from beginning to end. When Sophie was here, there was a lot of people that left. They came back later to watch it.
I did.
Yeah, Chad, a lot of people left. There's been situations where I've had people on and like Chad's been like, I'm leaving if this person comes or whatever. No one's ever done that with you. So I think that you are good at riling up the chat, just as they're good at riling you up. But I think people do want you here. Otherwise, the numbers would show.
I understand what you're saying. Maybe, I don't know if this is meaningful or meaningless. So when I think of people that like, you know, fight back with the chat, I think of Finn. And I think me and Finn are very different. I think people watch Finn because he's cool, interesting, funny, whatever. People probably watch me more because they're hate watching. And I hate watch sometimes too. I think hate watching me. I think when, like you said, I can understand that people say, oh, I don't like what C4 said. But I think they watch me on the Tekken Talks because they want to hate. I'm a unifying body for people to hate.
I buy that. You're a heel. I see it. You're a
Right.
heel. That's
Not
so,
hate.
no, I can see
It's not
it.
hate.
Yeah, but that's not hate.
Okay,
You can
sorry,
love a
hate
heel.
They like giving you shit. They love giving you shit.
It's like, I wonder what this fucker's gonna say this time.
Okay, so on that point, and I said it in the video, and I think I've said it to both of you guys. If I'm coming into a space and people think I'm not being honest, there's no point in me being here. I think the conversation's dead for me, right? So if I'm coming here and people are only here to hate what I'm saying, not to listen to my points, to me, it is lowercase hate. I don't know what else to say. Like,
I have no interest in telling you how you should feel about the audience. I'm not here to butter you up or anything. I think you're wrong. I think it's one of those ones where you're too close to it to see it. I think Mike is calling it down the middle when he's like, no, make no mistake. There are people who fucking hate you guys. And there are people who literally see your face on the thumbnail like, I'm not being here. That's true. There are also people being like, I see his face on the thumbnail. I know I'm about to get some good shit. Whether that's good shit because he's going to say some dumb shit and the people are going to argue with him, or he actually one of the few people on the internet who's actually saying what I think, sure. But like, there are people for whom your face on the banner is like a sell and a turn off. And you are seeing selectively the people like, I hate this motherfucker. And there's a lot of them, depending on the topic, right? There are times where it's like 80% of the room's against you. There are times where like 40% of the room's against you, 60% of the room. Like, you know what I mean? And like when you're having a room with like, no, 80% of the room's against you. Like, for example, I've had times, usually I'm doing somewhat well with the audience, but I've had times where I'm like, I'm the one who's in the loss. I think when I was arguing about Coach Kazama, everyone's against me, right? And everyone's against me on that position. So it's like, yeah, the room hates me, right? And similarly, there were people who were being like, yeah, I think he's a bit contrarian. I don't think he thinks what he thinks he's think. I think he's saying this to have an argument. Yeah, there are plenty of people who question that, right? Similar thing with like the ranked integrity one. Those are the two times where I think I've had this discussion. I'm like, yeah, the room's against me, but I'm arguing my position. But it actually leads to, again, the more important issue. We're spending a lot of time talking about VF, but honestly, between us, man, the issue is not really VF. It's about communication. I know people don't like it when I go in this area, but this is why the feelings are where they are, if I'm being honest. It has nothing to do with this. And in fact, a lot of the animosity brewed before the VF situation. This is like the flower, this is like the straw comes back, right?
Sure.
Because like, for me, and again, we're going to move off VF, but we can have that discussion later.
Yeah.
when I first encountered you, I was like, this guy seems like a contrarian and a sophist. And I told you this. You got super angry with me in a way that you've never gotten angry before or since.
Oh, that wasn't straight away though, but yeah, it did happen. It
Sure.
was like after I come stop talking. Yeah.
Sure. And then I'm not being like it was unreasonable. You were like,
can I explain why I got so mad?
You can, but let me just say, I don't fault you for that. But go ahead. I think I understand, but let the audience understand. Yeah.
I got real mad that you did it specifically because I think I class you. This will sound really fucked up. I class you as like one of the higher ranked smart people.
Sure.
When chat does it, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
But that's because you call my chat green rank.
No, but I understand what he means. If you're talking to the public, you can't treat everyone in the public's opinion as equally valid. You have to be like, no, your opinions I care about, your opinions I don't. Like you have to have categories, right? Don't, Mike. You know what's up. Fuck you.
I'm not doing the Chris G, bro. You all matter. I promise you. You're all cool. But when it comes to arguing or like talking, if I've had like 3 or 4 conversations with Chad, and we've gotten back and forth, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Fruitful. That was sick. Really cool conversation. And then for you to say it hurt more than if random chat said it. So that's why it annoyed me.
I totally get that too. I've had that too. Where you've said stuff to me that gets under my skin in a way that it only does because it's you and not some random. I understand that. Same with Finn. Here's the thing though. Here's why I brought it back. At the time, you told me that I had misread you, and I was like, okay, that's possible. I'm not God. I don't know everything. Fine. I will take that back. In the months since then, you have frequently taken not only like positions that seem weirdly like contradictory to I struggle to believe that you believe this, right? A lot of the time, right? But even then, I don't know the souls of men. But there's also been times where you have perhaps taken a potentially reasonable position and have intentionally phrased it in the most infuriating way possible. In such that I'm like, oh, you're actually trying to get under my skin or people's skin. Like you're actually intentionally being disrespectful here. Because it's one thing. This is now I'm going to sound like I'm being disrespectful, but there's literally a switch in my head that goes, okay, this guy's an idiot or an asshole. Because either he doesn't know, or maybe a mix. Because either he generally doesn't know that what he's saying is super disrespectful, it's going to cause butthurt, it's going to make people legit pissed in a time that it doesn't have to. He doesn't know, he's accidentally stumbling on it. In which case, this person's kind of like, maybe don't have many discussions with him because he doesn't know how to conduct like a fruitful, healthy discussion. Like it's always going to turn toxic when he's involved, right? That's one possibility. Possibility 2, and it's the one that I suspect, and I've told you this. It's like, oh, actually, I think he absolutely has the intellectual sophistication to know how to phrase it. And like 5 options appear in his head, and he intentionally chooses the grenade every time, right? And so there have been numerous times where it's like it's hard for me to ignore it. Because the first time I'm like, you know what? Maybe C4's right. Maybe I've misjudged him. But then like literally when it comes to the Yaya situation I keep bringing up, like that was the first time I'm like, wow, you're gonna tell a content creator that he's shit at content creation, and then when he like gets in his feelings about it, like, whoa, what did I say? What did I sound like? That's super crazy. But that may be one instance, right? You know, high sugar levels. I remember what's funny when I go back to the King J situation, was really funny too. When Finn T and King J got into their fight, if you watch carefully, C4 throws the first grenade with the contract thing, and I'm like, huh. Did he genuinely not know that the implications of suggesting that what he's saying is going to imply that King J is a shill? Does he not know he's setting this up? Or like, but again, idiot or asshole. He knows it'll happen, or he just accidentally, it's my bad. And you go, okay, that's strike 2. Maybe it is just accidental, like he just didn't know, right? And then another one, and this is a more personal one. I had a conversation with, I've told you this again, so I'm not talking behind your back. I had a conversation with Finn, when we were talking about rank the first time before we came on your stream,
he
randomly called me a casual, and I was like, what the fuck are you calling me a casual? Because it seemed like he was trying to disparage me and act like my opinions are invalid, right? So I got super pissed and super heated. We squashed that beef, it's fine. What was interesting though is that the next time we had a conversation, C4 was in the chat because he was talking to me and we were having this. I actually thought we were on the same side. The next time we had a chat, C4 then called me a casual. What was interesting was I was like, huh. He saw what someone else calling me a casual did last time. And he's never called me a casual before. But in this context, he's doing it. It seems like he's trying to get under my skin. Again, idiot or asshole. He doesn't know, it's just an accidental slip of the tongue, okay? or he's intentionally trying to cause like bad feelings. What was interesting is that in that moment, my opinion of you changed quite dramatically, because at first I'd given you the benefit of the doubt numerous times, where I was like, actually, I kind of have to assume that he's doing it on purpose because it happened too often, right? Like too much of a pattern of behavior. So at that point, I made a conscious decision that from now on, I'm actually not going to give this person grace. I think anytime I perceive him as being disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful back. And ever since then, every time we have a disagreement about the definition of a word, I'm like, I'm going to argue to the ground. Because before this, I always assumed good faith. But since then, increasingly, I've been like, I assume bad faith. Fast forward to the conversation about Virtua Fighter. It's Saturday. I get a message from Mike saying, Chad, C4 has decided that Virtua Fighter is slop and it's a party game. Would you like to debate him? And I'm like, wait, what? How long has he played it? And I'm like, that's okay. It seems to me like he's already kind of come up with this conclusion. Like, no, that's not going to be a spirited debate where two intellectual people are trying to arrive at the truth. That sounds like complete rage bait. Like, you wouldn't come to this with that sort of pre-made conclusion. You could be like, if you're like, I think this game could be better. I think this game could be better, or like it has a lot of shortcomings. There's different ways. But when the opening salvo is this game is slop and a party game is an extra little elbow jab, which is nicely done. And I'm like, okay, this is rage bait behavior already. So I'm like, okay.
Can I just cut in quickly? So I have to take a little bit of responsibility here.
Sure.
So C4 did message me that, but normally, like, with obviously my personality is a bit different.
Sure.
When C4 says that to me, even though like I have a newfound love for Virtua Fighter, I kind of laugh and I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny.
That's fair.
And I conveyed that to you thinking,
sure,
we're gonna laugh at that and then we're gonna get into a discussion. But obviously it didn't land. And then C4 did say to me, you probably shouldn't have opened with that. And it's fine.
But here's the thing. That was just enough for me to be like, this seems like C4 bad faith, because in my mind there's like Jekyll and Hyde. There's good faith C4 and there's bad faith.
Real quick. I don't know. This might not be important. It might be important to me.
Sure.
To talk about what Mike said. I messaged Mike saying I think this game's a party game.
Sure.
This wasn't a go tell Chad his game's a party game. It was meant to be like,
go like tell your boy.
Yeah,
he's playing Mario Kart. Go tell your fucking boy.
That's not what it was.
It was an accident. I thought it was going to be funny. I didn't think it was going to.
I get it. Like I always say, I never say anything in DMs that I wouldn't say in public. So when he told you, I was like, bro, we're not gonna have a conversation now, because when he said you said I was rage baiting, I was like, yeah, of course he's gonna think that.
No, but you're right.
But on top of that, I also messaged him saying, I don't want to upset Chad. I promise you, I said that to him.
Okay, sure.
He did,
and he said that you said that. I didn't necessarily believe him, but I'm like, too late.
Cool.
But I was like, but again, at this point, I was like, I'm just going to miss the debate because it's not really going to be a debate. I checked how long you played. I was like, I'm like, this guy's already made up his mind. It's like, there's no sentence that's going to come out of my mouth that's going to make him go, you know what? I was wrong. It's not slow.
Not true. Absolutely not true, by the way.
Hear me out. You're right.
Okay.
I can't know that for a fact. But at a certain point, when you're invited to a debate, you have to make a calculation as to how likely you think it could be fruitful. And again, with all our past interactions, I'm like, you are stubborn. You know this. We're both stubborn in our own way, right? And I'm like, I have no faith. I have zero faith that this will be a fruitful conversation. It's going to be 4 hours. This guy's played it for 7. We're going to debate for 4. He's already made his mind up. And also, and this is advice for all men, don't get into debates with someone about something you care about when the other person doesn't care about it. It's just dangerous because that person could just say all kinds of reckless shit and just make fun of it and whatever. You're getting heated. They're just like, why are you getting mad, bro? And it's like, of course. Like I wouldn't have an argument with your mom about your mom to you. I'm like, you have way more to lose in that discussion. I can say the most reckless shit, right? So I'm like, okay, there's all these reasons to not get into debate. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave it. So my plan is to just play Virtua Fighter. You'll finish your stream. You'll raid my stream. It'll all be good. I'm setting up OBS and I'm listening to you talk. The opening bit. This is pre the video. And man is being like, well, it's your fault playing a dead game. You know what? I hope your game dies. Like, there's just these moments. There's these moments where I'm like, there's no respect here. And that is when I make the decision, you know what? If he's going to clown, I'm going to clown. That
you know why I did that
moment. Sure, go ahead.
I don't want to do a tit for tat. But before the stream even started, I don't know. I'm guessing you didn't know I was there. You was already in chat, Poison the World, saying, this is the guy who said about duck and throws.
Yes.
Which was a mischaracterization of my argument. So I saw it in chat and then, oh, okay. not like I said, if you don't want to engage me because you think I'm rage bait, that's fine. But to poison the well and not be part of the conversation, you're an arsehole.
Right. And though this is where we're at. This is why I was like, all this foreplay about VF is like, it's not about VF. This is ego. This is about respect and disrespect. VF is like the playground, right? And I'm like, there have been too many times where you have been, again, my view, maybe you might call it a mischaracterization, where you have been super disrespectful and you've intentionally taken the most antagonistic position. And I'm like, I'm fucking tired of it. So here's what we're going to do. I don't want to spend 4 hours debating this person who doesn't care about the game and who, again, like I said, I don't have faith is going to give this guy an honest shake. I don't have faith that there's a sentence I can produce that's going to make him go, you know what? Take it back. It's not slot. But I am going to spend the next 4 hours or 2 hours or however long it was watching this because it's going to be hilarious. And every time he says something's right, I'm going to be like, you know what? Fair. He's got to say. He's actually correct about this. Every time he says something wrong, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to make fucking fun of him. That was what I did. At least that's what I did.
So I think that's another lie. That was never your intention because even when I was right, you just brushed it off. So when when Finn was talking to Mike, someone in chat, don't want to grass him up. Someone in chat said, "Oh, Chad's watching." I was like, "Oh, weird. Okay, cool. Let me see what they're saying." And you was obviously some time behind. And we was talking about when you play online after a match, it goes back to the character portrait screens. Now, you had your streamer moment and was like, he doesn't know. Oh my God, he's so wrong. He doesn't fucking know. He hasn't played the game. Again, you'd only need to play for 2 minutes to realize that. But it happened. All the energy was boiling up about me being wrong. And
again,
I wasn't wrong.
You have to understand, you're wrong again in this one instance. I was thinking that you were wrong again. And it's like, oh, he's talking about the loading screen between games, not going back to the lobby.
Literally what I said verbatim. Right. So this is what I mean. You wasn't going in there to be like, oh, if he's wrong, I'll say he's wrong. And if he's right, I'll say he's right. You was never going to say it's right. Because verbatim.
Don't misunderstand. I wasn't going into that with good faith. Make no mistake. Yeah, I was absolutely there to clown. Like, I'm not going to be like, no, I was going to be even-handed. And when he was like, no, I was absolutely there to clown. And when he talked about the thing and we're missing the health bar, I was clowning. When you were making arguments that didn't make sense within its own logic, I was clowning. And then you said this thing about like, you have to go back to loading screen. Now, in my head, I genuinely not just
you're lying. Like I didn't say that.
It's what I thought you said. I believe you. It's what I thought you said. So I was like, oh, he's gonna go. He thinks he has to go back to lobby. And then it's like, and then you showed, oh no, it's not. He's talking about between game 1 and game 2. There's like a loading screen. I was like, oh, he's talking about that. All right, fine. I literally said that. I was like, okay, fine. I'll take it back. That's the one. And then he started talking about big-outs, and then it's like, okay, we're back on the dumb shit. Like that was literally the flow of things.
Then I said, what?
And you talk about the ring outs. Just being like, oh, this is dumb. This is
cool.
This is objectively dumb. I'm like, come on, objectively? Come on.
I never said that. This is why I don't want to talk to you anymore, because you keep saying things. I never said it was this. I said I find it funny that your game has ring outs and you laugh at the stuff that's in anime games. I never said it was bad. I never said it shouldn't have it. But because you was watching you said you're bad faith, and you did try to say if I had a good point, you would agree. That was never your intention. Your intention was to see anything, and if it made sense, you would construe it and narratize it to your audience to be, no, he's wrong. So, like you said, loading screen, never said loading screen. I said character portrait specifically. And then with the ring out, I specifically said, I don't want to argue with this to Mike multiple times. I said, this is just my opinion. I find it funny that you laugh at my games when you have something where you can win without hitting someone. I never said it was bad.
Okay.
I never said it was bad.
Okay. Here's the thing. It's really important that we don't play language games. I don't play language games. You're right. The words, it is objectively bad, never left your mouth. Please don't let me mischaracterize what you're saying. I don't want to defer to other authorities, but when I was watching this, it seemed clear that you were saying that people's ability to push someone off by wave dashing in front of them was dumb.
Nope. I said it was funny.
Okay.
I
don't remember every single word.
Okay.
I'm willing to acknowledge that. You know what?
I'll check the text. You guys continue.
Maybe I was negatively making sure. Okay, fine. I will concede that point just because I can't remember. I remember. Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I specifically, I don't know how many times I did it with that single game, but I was saying, yeah, it's funny because I play games like Marvel 2, Hunter x Hunter, where I've said the mechanic and people be like, that's silly. And I'm like, sure. I just think the concept, and I gave the example of Invincible Versus, I said, it's silly, to laugh at me when your game has a way of winning without fighting. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm going to believe you because I'm not going to go over the tape again. But I remember genuinely, and again, if it's my poor memory or bad faith biasing me, mea culpa. But I remember you and Mike spending ages being like, no, but this it adds to the game. It makes the game better. And you being like, I don't understand how this makes the game better. So you're saying like, look at in Soul Calibur, for example, you have a threshold that you don't just get pushed off. So for me, the implication was perhaps even the words didn't come into your mouth. Like, no, this is bad. Like, game would be better if you didn't have this. I didn't recall, again, it could be my misinterpretation. I didn't recall you being like, no, they're equally valid. I just think it's silly. No, to me, it seemed a case of like, no, it seems like wrong. Like, clearly,
sure.
it would be better if like there was a threshold like in Soul Calibur. That was my interpretation. But again, go on.
C4 said I find it hilarious that basically what he just said. He said I find it hilarious. He said I think it's funny, and then we were talking about X Factor, and he said, do you think that this is a better? Because we were talking about ring outs in the context of being like a combat mechanic. He didn't actually say it's bad.
Sure. I mean. What Chad was saying, I can understand him thinking that I was saying it's dumb. If you're primed to dislike what I'm saying,
sure.
I can understand.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, that's the whole problem. But if you're saying you was going into a bad faith, you didn't let me know, so I was obviously not aware of that.
Yeah.
Because I thought we quashed the casual thing because when Finn said it to you, it was a completely different context to when I said it to you. Why I said it to you.
Sure. But here's what I'm saying, right? Bad faith, almost by definition, is about faith, right? So it's not like a point of like, we're entering good faith mode and bad faith mode. I have found the way you have spoken, there's almost this sense of like, and again, you might say I'm misinterpreting it or projecting. I sense a lot of disrespect when you talk, not just to me or frankly, anything that I care about, or if anyone disagrees with you, you get very disrespectful. In a way that actually defies the spirit of a debate. I'll give you an example. Me and Finn debated the ranked thing, right? But we were actually on the same side because we're both trying to make ranked the best way possible. All we're disagreeing on is what is the best version of ranked, right? Even the Coach Kazama thing, we're actually technically on the same side. He and I are debating how we should treat each other as a community. That's what we're debating, right? So in a sense, we're on the same side. When I got the, hey, Virtua Fighter is slop, would you want to defend Virtua Fighter? I'm like, okay, what are we debating? The only thing of value here is my annoyance or the VF community's annoyance, which can be mine, or maybe even the audience, the audience's annoyance. Like what the whole framing of this doesn't seem in good faith, especially if you're gonna it's not a specific hour count thing. I'm like, to make such a condemning conclusion about a game after such a short period of time seems crazy. And there's an additional thing. Again, I don't want to project. I don't know what's in your mind. You're actually one of the most judgmentative people in terms of like, who has the right to make judgments about the game, and that's not a bad thing. You are often just like, who are you to say this? Have you gone to majors? Have you gone to locals? Have you done this? Like, who are you? Like,
when have I ever done that? I'm going to need a receipt on that. But today, when has that ever happened? When have I ever asked for credentials?
When people criticize there was a super chat that came in the last time. It was one of the funniest laugh moments where someone was like, I don't think you're really giving this game a decent shot. Like, oh, your argument is jumping all over the place. Like, what point are you trying to make? And your response was like, well, I've won X championships. What have you done? I was like, okay, it's kind of a dodge. Like you do this a lot, right? And again, make no mistake, I'm sure everyone here is really impressed, right? But okay. But what's the point though?
Because it's a chat. Like, it's a chat. You literally. Hold on. I need to chill. We literally just said about how we give people in chat versus people we talk to different levels of courtesy.
You do. I decide whether you're allowed in my head. That's a different thing. Like, for example, I don't care about a random chatter's opinion because I don't know them. But I'm not gonna. Anyone I would flame in chat, I would flame in person.
Okay, what's the different? Same here. What do you mean?
Right, but what I'm saying is that I speak. You are accusing me of like having two different standards of how I speak to people and who gets respect. I'm like, no, everyone gets the same respect. Chatter and you. And so if you
okay, so the
so
I guess,
yeah,
you're
you're
talking
right.
about the pulling ranked. If someone in chat says I don't know what I'm talking about, and I've literally been here for what, a couple of months, and everyone's like, "What's your Tekken rank? What's your Tekken rank? What's your Tekken rank?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't have a Tekken rank. I don't have a credential, so this is the only thing I can pull up because this is what all you guys talk about." But by this video, I've never seriously said I know more about X, Y, and Z. I've never, not even about 2D games. I think that's more put on me. But I mean, you can keep. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think this is correct.
You think it's an unfair attack? You think it's unfair?
To say I pull rank more than you guys is, I think, ridiculous. I think that's crazy. But okay.
Sorry, it's kind of the argument's got away with me. Like we've double clicked into too many folders.
Sorry.
No, it's not. I didn't do. Respect. That's what we're really doing. Respect. I think the actual thing.
I think the person that pulls rank is Finn.
Finn's
the one that pushes it the most. I don't pull rank because
I get on Finn for pulling rank a lot. Because I'm like, there are times where you should pull rank, and there are other times I'm like, it's not really pertinent to what's being discussed here. And I actually can't stand it when someone pulls rank on a topic that's not being discussed. Because it's one thing to be like, okay, you have this take about this game, but like, okay, but respectfully, what rank are you? Like, how long have you been playing? Like, because I can understand how someone who's got like 2 hours in the game thinks X, but like, if you have more time in the game, you think Y. Or if you're playing against higher caliber people, you think Y. So a lot of times, I will do the same thing too, just to find out, okay, where are you in the skill grade? Like, I need to understand what we're talking about. But he'll just be like, yeah, don't come here. Like, don't comment until you're at a certain rank. I don't do that. And you will, again, maybe it was a special thing because you were very annoyed and that super chat was particularly rude, but like you will pull rank when it's like, okay, but it's not pertinent to the point though. It almost seems like a deflection of the actual point, because there are times where it is relevant, but it's not. In fact, I would even argue that a lot of the video, again, well edited as it was, like being like, okay, but that gives me the right to like speak with like to condemn the game as slop because I played all these other games. I'm like, okay, but my contention is that like you're in a different area. And if you approach it with, again, I can't tell you how to live your life, but if you approach it with humility, good faith, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to understand it. And then you go, okay, you know what? Here is my like even keel take. Cool. When you come in with the energy that you did last time, and again, I understand you're upset because I poisoned the well with the first comment. So that put you in a different headspace. I grant that. I can see that. Right. But my point is, that is the chain of events that got us here. And which is why I'm like, let's pull back to the question of respect. And I think what this is really about, as it turns out, about contrarianism, right? Are you a contrarian? Take that shit back. You call me a contrarian on your chat. You didn't even have the cojones, the vertebrae to come and talk to me privately. And you're going to call me this? That's where we're at. Cool. Here's my take on you, and I'm not going to lie to you. I thought you were a sophist and a contrarian. You told me that I had a poor read on you. In the months since then, I have watched you engage in like really conduct yourself in what I would consider to be real bad faith habits in debate. So much so that I am like, I no longer just automatically assume, yeah, if we're going to have the discussion, it's in good faith. I just don't have that. I think there's a part of you, and again, I don't know your soul, but there's a part of you that seems to just get off on like triggering people, making fun of people, condescending people. And so because of that, I'm like, well, then I'm going to do it to you. Because it's like, at first I'm like, oh, it's an accident. But like, oh, you're just doing it? All right, cool. So I freely ignored, I'm not going to lie, I freely acknowledged that when I started recording you and was going through the video, I was in bad faith. I'm going to sit there, no, it was a perfect even kill. No. But the thing is, you're going to sit there and tell me that, no, when I declared that Virtua Fighter was slop, that was a good faith take. And I'm like, if you can't understand how that opener, that approach can reasonably, rationally be perceived as as bad faith, we're actually just going to have to disagree. Agree to disagree. Because I'm like, that, I promise you, I am not someone who thinks that VF is the most perfect game. I have many criticisms. There are people in my own Discord who I will discuss and being like, hey, I think the movement in VF is really sluggish. I'm like, you know what? If you come to this from most other fighting games, probably is sluggish. I can concede countless points. When you were saying that, like in your later point, when you're starting to be more good faith, like here are the things I think the game would be better. I'm listening to you going like, all right, fair enough. Yeah, you know what? If you can snap your fingers and get rid of the loading screens, you're right. That would be a better version of the game. What am I going to do? Say it wouldn't be a better version of the game? Sure, you'd have that.
Yeah, but
right?
you didn't say that on your stream.
I did say it, but I don't know if I said it on that stream. I've had multiple streams since then, but I have said it.
Okay, the one you were doing in real time.
I think he did say it.
I'm pretty sure I said it. Again, I don't know it. I
do remember him saying it. I remember him
stream.
saying it because I remember he got it wrong when he misrepresented your point about the loading screen and the character
The first
profile.
time, yeah.
And then there was a little bit of clowning that went on, and then he said, to be fair to C4 Chat, he's right. It would just be a better game. I do remember him saying that.
Oh, sorry. Did you watch? Are you talking about the edited VOD or the?
No, I'm talking about the live stream. I don't watch the edited one.
You're right. I was wrong there. It's because you did the Twitter voice thing. We were like, well, yeah, obviously, if we could get rid of it, you did that. So, yeah.
Okay,
right.
Fair enough. Even that is not graceful.
Yeah.
Fair. All right, fine.
Sure.
I'll give you that.
But yeah, you did say that. My bad.
I did message Chad though, and I did say to him, hey man, tone of voice was a bit.
No, 100%.
I mean, I laughed. I laughed as I cried, but I did laugh. It was funny. It was a good voice.
No, I understand that. But here's the thing, right? And this is why when I came to this chat, I was like, when I came into this chat today, I was like, all right, cool. I want to know what C4 wants. Because I'm like, okay, for me, it's over, personally. I'm like, I feel like you acted in bad faith. I acted in bad faith. For me, it was like a check, and I'm like, we're done. I'm done. We want to play D&D? We play D&D. We want to talk about fighting games. Of course, you've already ruled that out. You want to talk about fighting games? Talk about fighting games. You want to talk about politics? You want to talk about philosophy? Whatever. For me, it's a moment of a friend acting out, and a friend being like, I'm pissed off at this. I'm going to act out. And then you squash it. That's all it is to me. However, it could also end up being like, fucking, no, this is it. Squash that. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm as you have said, and I've heard you say, I'm literally going to match your energy. Because I'm like, look, I think you did me dirty. And I'm like, all right, cool. Here's why I did you dirty. Here's why I did it. And why I actually think the way I behaved was actually equivalent. Do you agree with me? No, I disagree with you. All right, cool. I'm sorry, genuinely sorry that you feel that I acted out of line. I felt that what I did was absolutely in line. I thought you were being in bad faith, acting in bad faith. You've been like, no, I, C4, acted in good faith. You acted in bad faith. I'm like, all right, cool. If you truly believe that, then I genuinely, not a sarcastic apology, a genuine apology. Because I felt like you were clowning, so I was clowning. I also remember when we were watching the bullying video, and you were like, he specifically had a section like, what would you do if someone who didn't really know your game came in and made a video clowning your game? How would you treat them? And I remember telling you at the time, being like, it depends on their energy. If they come in and they're reasonable, like, hey, I'm a noob, but like, here are my insights. I'm like, yo, embrace that person. Take it in. If the person comes in like, yo, I've been here for 5 minutes, your game's trash, fucking sort this out, you'd be like, clown that motherfucker. You agreed with me in that bullying video about that's the way you should treat someone who comes in with that. And in my mind, that's exactly how you behaved in the C4 situation. In the VF situation. So I treated you that way, which again, when Mike came to me, he was like, hey, we're boys. I think you've been a little bit out of line. I was like, okay, Your Honor, in my defense, this is how he has claimed he would behave in this situation. Your Honor, he said that this is the correct way. If someone who doesn't know about your scene comes in talking shit about your scene with authority, unearned authority, you absolutely got to check them. If they come in humble, you treat them humble. If they come in talking shit, you talk them shit. Your own words were lolcow out of them because it might disincentivize them to act that way. These were your words. I'm not
I'm thinking. I'm sure there was context, but yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No,
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. This is my thinking. So I was like, actually, in terms of most people I know, I almost feel like there's least apology because I'm like, we've agreed beforehand that this is how you treat people who come in to talk reckless about a scene with like this sort of unearned authority and like recklessness, right? This is how you treat them. This is the correct way to treat them, right? So it's like I felt confident in saying that if it was C4, you'd do the same thing. If I fucking came into like them fighting herds and I was just like, I spent 5 minutes. He knows that I have some experience with fighting games, but not with this genre of fighting game. And I'm just like, yeah, this game's slop, bro. This game's kind of slop. And I point to all these features that this game doesn't have that other games do have that I like. And
Never did that.
It'd be better if the game had this. It'd be better if the game had this. It'd be better if the game had this. Why are you accepting less? I'd be like, well, you're right. It would be better if the game has this. That doesn't mean the game's slop, though. Doesn't mean the game's slot. Doesn't mean there's no redeeming quality here that you shouldn't get it. I wouldn't talk down to this game. It would be better if it had this. Okay, let's get rid of loading screens if you can. Yeah, it'd be better. Let's add fucking replay takeover. Yeah, sure, it'd be better. What if this was more legible? Yeah, sure, okay, that'll be better. That's a very different thing. I've been saying, yo, this game is slop. This game is slop. It's a very different thing. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's not really about VF. It's about VF. It's not really about VF. It's a constructive. I'm pretending not to notice the slop jokes, but some of them are killing me. I ain't gonna lie. They've been on point. Some of them have been on fire. And I'm trying to stay on point.
I hate it because that's Mike's wording. I only said party game, to be honest. He made the thumbnail, which I didn't want, and he said slop. So technically, I never said that it was slop. But fuck it.
I freely
acknowledge my name to the word, so I'm just gonna own it.
I freely acknowledge that, like, miscommunication or whatever. But the point I'm trying to make to actual
party game's not any better, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. But
hold on a second, because I did say C4, because I messaged Chad and I said, no, C4's arguing in good faith. This is just
no. Listen.
You won't believe that.
Of course,
the title.
Look, he said your mom's a whore. Do you want to debate him? I'm like, no. It's like he promises me he's coming in good faith. I'm like, we're done. you lost me on line one, bro. Like,
you know what? My mistake here is that when C4 messaged me, I laughed and I was like, "Oh, really?" Because I was on a hike with my missus, and he was taking jabs at me about, "Oh, you better be ready when I come into that stream." And I was like, "You can't talk." I mean, I'm new to VF, and I was like, "You can't talk to me about VF, even on my minuscule knowledge." But I was laughing, so I thought when I told Chad, I thought Chad was gonna send me back laughing emojis. When he said respectfully, "Fuck off," basically, I was like, "Oh." Then I had to message him again, going, "Wait, no, C4 is like he didn't mean it like that. I was just having a good time, but obviously."
Okay. So,
but also, again, I want to stress this. Let's say the stream started and it was all respectful. I'd have been like, yeah, that's probably just Mike fucking catching me off strays. But one man's being like, whatever, man, if you disagree with me on this point, you're fucking stupid, whatever. You're the one with the dead game. Like, fucking, I swear to God, I hope the game dies. Like, there are these moments of just like sass, of just like bad faith sass. And I'm just sitting there like, tongue in cheek, just like, this motherfucker. So I'm like, it all builds a picture. I'm like, all right, this is reckless. I just wanted to put that out there, but I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure. So, like I said, I'm not gonna draw out Mike, but so for me,
apparently it's my fault, so might as well.
So for me, when I said I wish, well, no, I don't know. It would have been more funny. It would have been funnier if Mike sent you the VN I sent him, because then you would have seen the playful nature of me saying, "This game's a fucking party game, bro. This is so stupid." Because this is me after me playing Finn. I sent this to Mike, right? But in my head, I thought, "Oh, this is going to be the exact same as when I said Tekken brain rot," and Chad agreed. Chad's a Tekken player, but he wasn't mad when I talked shit about Tekken. So it's like, oh, he's probably just going to see it like that.
Sure.
It's the all caps bold font with fucking red letters just to get everyone in, right? Mike sent it to him. Mike comes back and said, "Yeah, Chad's not interested, bro." And I was like, yeah, I get it. Like, party game is going to trigger someone if they're really into the game. I've been there because I've been hearing people shit on my games. I understand it. That's fine. And then I sent messages to Mike, not to relay to you, but I was like, yeah, I don't want it to be a case of that. I want people getting their backs up with what I'm saying. I actually came in thinking I'm just going to do the criticism about the function of the games. And I said to Mike, BN's there. If anyone wants it, I'm going to come in mad peaceful. It changed when I saw, if I didn't open chat, we would have a different conversation.
Right. So bad faith spiral. Sure. I hear it.
But no, there's more. That was all prior to today. And then today, I caught you lying. And I've caught you lying. I class it as a lie. You're going to say, soz, whatever, I misspoke. But again, you're talking about patterns. This has happened multiple times where you're like, oh, sorry, my bad. You didn't say that. When you said objectively bad, never said that. Right. And on top of the lie, you have a platform. I don't have a platform. Okay. So I had to ask Mike, like, well, how do I defend myself? Chad is lying to people. They don't know because they're just listening to Chad. So
I'll be honest. Yeah, and I'll be honest, that's the reason I agreed to do this, because I'd be like, no, fuck it, you can just sit there. But I'm like, actually, Mike was like, but he's legit like tight, and you called him out in public, and like he doesn't have a platform. And I was like, You know what? Fair. That is unfair. That is unfair. So I totally get that. Like, I know you you're not dismissing it. You generally feel like it's just a soz thing, but like, we'll just use the easiest example. When I said like, oh, you said it was objectively bad. Like, I didn't say objectively bad. Okay, you're right. Those aren't the words. You're correct. You're right to call me out here. That happens sometimes, but that's not me playing games, like pretending to say a thing. I'm like, no. I'm speaking quickly, and I'm trying to communicate a thought to everyone. My interpretation of what you said was not that, oh, I think it's silly, I don't like it. Your interpretation was like, no, this is a bad choice. This is bad, right? That's what I mean. So yeah, I shouldn't have put the word objectively in. You're correct.
Sure,
right?
like in that circumstance, I can understand it. Even though I think there's a big difference between, I think your game's a bit silly to it's objectively bad. I think there's a difference, but like you said, in the moment. But when you're talking to your stream, you are showing that you watched what I said and you chose to reword it. When you was talking to Finn about the Smash thing, you said I didn't say. You said that. Oh, I don't want it in Smash. You said that. That's an outright lie.
That is a lie. That is a lie. I didn't mean. I genuinely didn't mean that. I at no point in my existence have I thought you thought that. Right. What I presume I was trying to say, and again I failed. So I'm going to communicate it here, so there's no misunderstanding. You spent ages saying that. You used examples, so just like, oh, I couldn't be bothered to watch Tekken 7, but I can watch Tekken 8 in large part because of like the combo counter, right? Yeah. So like this game makes the game more readable, more viewable, right? You went on tangent about like anime games, right, with the MVCI, which I think is hilarious because I find that to be one of the least.
I did what I did,
right? Like, but genuinely, I was like, it's like it seemed like one of the least viewable games. I would have thought. Again, doesn't make it bad, doesn't make it slop, right? I'm a noob, and there's a lot happening on the screen that I don't understand. That doesn't make it slop. I lack the understanding, right? Again, but the thing is, like, that's I don't feel qualified to make that assessment. What I can say is I'm confused. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening here, right? So it's like, okay,
right.
But you then Mike masterfully asked you, it's like, okay, but what about Smash? Smash doesn't have a combo counter, and that's when you stopped. And you were like, well, you're right. I can watch that. I do enjoy watching that. This came out of your mouth. So it's like, okay, so it's clear that you can watch and follow a game that doesn't have a combo counter. That was the point I was trying to be like, checkmate. So I'm like, so it's clear that you, as an outside viewer, can watch a thing that it's not your game, doesn't have a combo counter, and it still works. That's the point.
That's the difference.
Okay, but fighting.
This is
but you have Virtua Fighter.
You listened to all of it, and you heard me say specifically, me. Uno momento, like C4 can watch it, and then I said why I can watch it because I said, well, when you come out of a combo, when you're not in hit stun, you flash white, and you said that on your stream. So I was like, oh, he did hear, he didn't make it up, which I can understand. Like I said, you can interpret, but no, he listened because he listened to my example, and then after that, I mean, you said my brain broke, but I thought I was being honest because I was like, shit, I never thought about that.
But my point is,
I can watch it, but other people can have the perception of I don't know what the fuck's going on.
But it was such a good point because again, I'm not interested in like a gotcha. I mean, to be fair, the first time I was because clowning. Second time, when I was talking to Finn, I was like, no, this highlights the point though. When asked why you need a combo counter, the example you gave was because a viewer. I said hypothetical last time. You said don't talk about hypotheticals. I'm talking about you. A viewer like you can watch it and not know there's a natural hit, so I need a combo counter. My argument being like, okay, but like there is another indicator that can kind of quickly signal that to you.
And he told
and you were like, and no, but you were saying that like, okay, we now know that you don't need that combo counter. We now know that you don't need that combo counter, even to solve the problem that you claim to want to solve, which is readability. I'm like, so that's my point. That's why I'm like, so we don't need this. So a person who disagrees with you isn't necessarily an idiot or stupid or like in denial. Like, no, there are numerous ways to communicate that key piece of information.
It is still needed because we've just given at the beginning of the stream. I gave examples of when the health bar doesn't give you an indication if something is true or not.
Sure. I hear it.
And again, I think this is super crucial because I know we talked about seeing your comment in chat before the stream come up about the throw thing triggered me. But the reason I got the game was actually because of Finn. Because Mike and Finn were saying, why don't you get Virtua Fighter? And chat was saying it. I was like, nah, I'm not going to get it. I actually wasn't going to get it. Then Finn said, I thought you like playing games with your friends. I was like, fuck, now I've got to play it. And I bought it for that reason, and I played Finn. That's the only reason I got it. And then when I was asking, I've done like another thing, but I can't quantify it. To say that I don't, or I'm not willing to learn is crazy. I've watched literally hours worth of footage. Like Tricky's, unfortunately, Roof Among Ghouls because it's the first one that popped up. I watched yours from a year ago, hence why I know. about your Reddit thing. You watched it too, Mike. Shut up.
Yeah, 4 years ago.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch it the whole way. I watched up to Brad and went, I'm good. I watched Blasted Salami. I watched fucking Juicebox. I watched the TNS. I watched Evo. I think I watched it with Finn. No, I didn't. I showed it in the video. I didn't do much reading. The wiki was too big. But I thought, I'm going to digest it like this, play Finn, and learn the game. So when I come into Mike's stream, everyone's playing Virtua Fighter. Oh, I don't know if this is a true string. It would help if it had a hit counter. You're dumb. 2D brain. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, cool. I'll go to Chad. Chad's a nice fella. These chats are always super helpful. Let me go there. Tricky's in there. I'm saying, oh, Virtua Fighter. It would be help. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to know the true combo. And then everyone's defending. Wait. Then everyone's defending me like I'm crazy because I'm like, I can't see it. Anyone could have saved this if they went, yo, C4, yo, dummy. The same as Tekken, look at the health bar. And I would have went, skill issue. But everyone's trying to crazy make me say, what do you need one for?
And one of my comments, if you watched my watching of your video, I said basically what you have just said now, which is that, you know what? I get the feeling none of this would have happened if the people who first interacted with him weren't cunts. Crazy. If the people had but this is my point though. So it's like, okay, I have this shitty interaction. I have this. No, I hear you. But like, if a black person is shitty to you, that doesn't mean like niggas must die. Like, don't just go with the whole like, no, this person is shitty. Like, yo, your community sucks. I hope your game dies. That like the rest of the community has a right to be like, yo, C4, what the fuck? Like, no, you don't understand. I was in this chat.
Two communities, nobody asked me. Everyone wanted to meme and make borderline gaslighting because they made me seem like I was crazy for asking something, and I got the whole Tekken thing. Legacy.
And I've commented. Even in that video, even in my sassiest mode, we shouldn't do this to people when they ask legitimate questions. I've actually said
you made the monster. You made me into Joker.
Yeah, this goes back to, ironically, this goes back to our bullying discussion 2 weeks ago. I'm like, you shouldn't do that because this is what happens. It doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't make it better. It just makes people just go off and on a weird tangent. And so it's like, but my point is, like, you're then wanting to have a debate after this. To me, screams of bad faith because it doesn't seem like you're coming to this from this objective thing. Like, no, I'm coming to this from like with some hate in my heart. From hell's heart, I stab at VF. And I'm like, I don't really want to participate. I don't want to.
Hold on, guys. Are you sure that they told you to fuck off?
No, not verbatim. Sorry.
You're lying, C4. You're lying. Right. You're not misremembering. Oh, you're intentionally lying. I'm joking.
They didn't say the word fuck off. They did say go back to 2D games.
That's fucked up.
Are you sure?
I can't remember what chat that was in. I don't. No, I think it was in your chat.
When I streamed. It was episode 80 of I did the Virtua Fighter League battles, and we had quite a big turnout, and you were in there. Are you absolutely positive that they said that?
I'm 90-ish. I'm pretty sure it was that crypto guy. But he's got a hate boner for me anyway.
Yeah, crypto is. But you can't use him as a metric.
But then what I said is, sorry, all right. The community didn't tell me to fuck off. An individual told me to fuck off. Is that better? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. An individual as part of the community, apparently.
It's a, use your word. There's a meaningful difference there if it's a person.
Yeah. Sorry. When I was saying what people have said, I didn't mean 20% of the community said this one sentence.
Sure, but like 1%, like dude,
1% said to go away. The other percent, which I think is worse, tried to defend something which I do think we all agree is pretty objectively true, that a hit counter can help.
Look, again, Grace.
I got one guy. My bad.
No. I'm not gonna fault you. Even one guy, I'm like, I don't like anyone in my community being an asshole because it can lead to this, right? At the end of the day, all interactions are initially one-to-one.
Yeah, this is why Crypto's a Tekken player, so you can't account the virtual.
I know that now. I know that now from talking about in Discord.
And so VF caught the strayest of strays because of an asshole. If we're like lining up the emotional chain of events, because some asshole who's not even really a VF player, he was talking shit about Finn in my stream just now. Literally in latest video I have, me and Finn are gushing about VF. He laid a comment saying that you were talking shit about VF, Finn. Now you're coming here. Get out. And I left a comment under that being like, bro, the fuck you talking about? All I've ever wanted is for people to give it an honest shot. He said it looked ugly. He gave it an honest shot. He's seen the light. This is what we want. I don't approve of this. I said that. If I caught that, I would have clocked it. So the VF community doesn't deserve the stray and the hate it go.
Again, it goes to the fucking, what's it, that Loki's wager about the fucking neck. Where you
Sure, I get it. We make assumptions. We don't know
how
everything.
many people do I have to take? And it's not the fucking hate. I don't care about the hate. It's the crazy making of, oh, you're weird for thinking we need a combo counter. And I'm like, you're doing the Tekken thing again, and then you got it, and then you can toggle it off. Who fucking complains about it now? No, well, maybe I'm wrong. Do Tekken players moan about a hit counter when they can turn it off?
Yeah, good point. I was never against it. I was one of the few people in that chat being like, it's not that big deal.
It's not fucking Groundhog Day, bro. I'm getting memed for a take that I was right about before.
I can turn it off. But again, the take, I'm with you. I'm actually, for this whole thing, I've been like, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm on over there.
I'm like, I'm with you on like the desire for this thing. Is the game like this is what I'm like again, because we can get into the weeds individual ways. I'm like, come on, bro. VF is a small community put upon by larger content. I know you don't see yourself as a content creator because you are a voice on the platform, but you have a voice by your own estimations. You showed the medals, showed the medallions. You're coming out here talking to a predominantly Tekken crew, being like, this game is slub. You've already kind of acknowledged, as we are all, even the most rational, intellectual people, we are moved by emotion. Let's not pretend we're not, right?
Sure.
Like, and so you admit that you were kind of tilted by this asshole who on later inspection isn't even a VF player, and it's led to this bad.
I was more tilted by you guys. I don't want it to be like, oh my god, I got my feelings hurt. I was more hurt by people not giving me the right answer and defending a bad practice.
Fine, but you recognize that how this is a spiral, and at the end of the day, my conclusions or like my ultimate feelings were like, you did not approach. I believe that there was once upon a time you did approach VF with good faith. You encountered a bad person, maybe even a bad couple of people, right? And not enough people actually just being patient and being respectful. You then took it upon yourself to be like, yo, like, if you're not going to be respectful to me, fuck your scene. I'm not going to be respectful back. Like, if you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect. If you don't treat me with respect, I'm not going to be respectful to you. My point is, like, the people who were disrespectful to you weren't like, it's like a one guy or like a couple of guys, none of which do we know are VF players. Meanwhile, you came into my chat asking a very valid question, and I pretty much stopped the whole thing to explain, not just to you, but to other people who also knew this thing, and I posted that video on YouTube. Like, I feel that every VF person you've actually had a human interaction with has actually been pretty cool. And like assholes, like asshole people, many of which we don't even know are VF players, because again, many of the people you're going to interact with in this space aren't VF players, they're Tekken players who just dislike you. Right. I mean, again, you've acknowledged that there's plenty of people in the Hollowverse who don't like you. Right. And like that has parlayed into like this massive disrespect for VF. And like I was just like similar to you. Again, I can't speak for you, but like you seem like a passionate person. If someone comes in and chats shit about my scene and they're coming to it with what I perceive to be bad faith, and I don't think they've really put in the time to get there, I'm gonna clown them. And the C4 of 2 weeks ago agreed with that diagnostic. But this is why it's difficult for me to be like, okay, I am genuinely sorry that someone that I do have respect for. I'm not trying to backtrack anything. There are things about you that fucking I can't stand, but guess what? There are things about most people I know I can't stand, right? But at the same time, I do have respect for you. Which is why we talk. Well, when we talked, whatever, past tense, we'll figure it out. But despite this, you acting like that just made me go like, this is disrespectful. So, all right, cool. You clowned, I'm gonna clown. And so for me, I'm like, we're done. It's over, potentially. It's over. And again, all we've done now is kind of go sift through the debris of how we got here. A bad comment here, a bad faith interpretation here, a misinterpreted message from a third party over here. And that's how we got here, which is why I'm like, yeah, it's clear to me that the issue isn't really VF. It's just about respect, the perception of respect and treating people with it. That's what it is. And again, this is often my theme in a lot of these discussions. We talk about software, but more often than not, it's not really about the software. It's about how people treat people. And it's just like, but it's funny hearing you say this, because I'm so confident that if someone had come to you, it's something that you love, the game, with the attitude I had and the effort or the hours I put in, you wouldn't have been like, yeah, let's be even about this. You'd have been like, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
I wouldn't. I don't know how I can prove it unless I can find an example.
I believe you. I don't think in this context you're lying. I believe you.
So this is what I'm thinking about. What did I say in that bullying thing? Because I've always been a person, and I must have said this. Maybe when I probably said it about myself, so it's kind of biased. But I do give this to everyone else. If you've got a point, I don't care how long you've been playing the game. A point is a point. I attack the points.
Sure.
Now, when I said about low cannon someone to oblivion, it's when they make a bad argument. I don't care about if they're here to. If someone came to MVCI and went, these graphics are shit.
Yeah, you'd be like, fine. Yeah.
Yes,
concede the
exactly.
Concede the point. Yeah, concede the point. I would too. Here's my point. Here's where you made
no, you didn't.
Here's where you made a bad argument.
You didn't do it.
This game is slop because 15 minutes on not having a combo. No, sorry, like a couple of hours, like an hour or something on not having a combo counter.
Sure.
Me thinking that it would the fact that there exists a loading screen. I don't care that it's a short loading screen. The fact there's a loading screen in between games.
No, loading screen.
Like
actually, character portraits.
Sorry, we're missing up our terms. I those portraits are on a loading screen. No,
I'll say the loading screen is in the outro when it's.
You know what? Yeah, that's not this. You're right. This isn't the point. Like you're correct. Fine. It's a portrait screen, right? Like the fact that exists, right? The fact that exists, I'm like, okay. I still don't see slop, right? Like
but there's more. There was way more.
Right. The thing is, your conclusion seems really disingenuous. And that is what I'm putting.
I have to stop you because again, so there was one thing I did. I glazed the fuck out of it. I was shining. Call me fucking donut.
What hour were we when we got there?
It was before Spin came on.
You had stopped watching, I think.
Right. So okay.
The glaze was painful.
Sure.
When I said about being able to watch a match in the main menu, I said that it's the best thing I've ever seen in
I did say that. I did say that. Yep, I saw that. Yep.
And that was about a 10-minute glaze of me just repeating that.
I saw that.
And I never I never said anything about the game being bad. In private, against Finn when I'm playing it, I'm like, these mechanics are cool. I never criticized the mechanics of the game. I said it's not my thing to go for a poke and be -8, but I can appreciate that. It's way more interactive. The fucking flying in the phone box, 45 seconds, silver knocker, that's cool.
Even that, I remember that section being like, you I don't want to put words in your mouth because you accuse me of lying intentionally. But I remember, there was a beat where you would have been like, this being the low pokes being -1 block. Like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the implication, the was like this, not good. Can I use that as a broad description of like this aspect, not good?
I was like, I think I made that super specific. To me, it's not my liking. It seems like you're trying to make everything objective when it's clearly subjective.
Because again, the stank on it was a case of don't talk to me about low pokes when you have lows that don't minus whatever, right? I remember that being the part. I don't want to misquote you, but that was a sentence structure. It was basically don't talk to me about low pokes in blank, and I was like. There's a dissertation there. Like the fact that lows are minus is a massive thing in 3D fighting games because it actually separates the game a lot. And we're not even going to go into like the strategic implications of that. But that's actually a really big deal. And to dismiss that as like a thing, I'm like, that's not a minus. Actually, that's actually. I can understand how you might see it as a minus, but I would even go so far as to say that you've not played enough to understand why. That's actually a really interesting feature. And again, I'm not dismissing your intelligence here, but your familiarity with 3D fighting games, I don't know that you know what that means. Like strategically, like the value of that.
Sure, but I know I don't like it.
Sure. I can hear that.
As a concept, as a principle, I don't like it.
Right. But this is my point though. Can
I just
go on?
Do you think that it's possible that because you don't know enough, you not liking it might be based on the fact that if you played let's say you played Virtua Fighter for because there's a world where you play a game for 7 hours and you're like, and then there's a world where you play a game for 30 hours and you're like, yeah, okay, I see. And do you think it's possible that the way people's opinions change of like games, animes, whatever, that your opinion could change for the lows as you delve into VF more?
I'm not obviously going to say never. It's a 0.01% chance. I think the amount of games I have played, I understand what I like about games. This is the whole how many bites of this shit sandwich you need to take before you can say you don't like it.
Sure,
I can sniff it and go, When I play fighting games, I like to be rewarded with something for landing a hit.
Right.
Maybe I've been grandfathered into that by 2D games, but I know that's what I like. But I did, and we had this conversation. I had this conversation with Chad when we was talking about me playing Bison, and you was telling me about how RPS is like when you're getting close. And even then, I said, nah. I play Bison because I like being plus when you block my scissor kick. I said I like doing roundhouse to see, like, I like my pokes to be what? What was I gonna say, Mike?
I can use your argumentation against you now, though.
For what?
It's the principle, right? Like, even if it's a 1% chance, it's still a reality. So
no, that's not fair. That's not the argumentation I would use. For me, like I said, you can make an opinion that I don't like X after a minute. For me, and again, I don't know for certain, I don't remember every single word, but the implication wasn't I don't like X. The implication was X is bad. This is and again,
you can have the implication, sure.
That's my point. Meaningful difference, right?
But with all these implications, if you've come in primed to not like me, that's what you're gonna hear.
I freely acknowledge that. I freely acknowledge that.
It doesn't matter what I said. It's what you interpret. Like,
it does matter what you said, but you're right. Even if you had said the quote unquote right things, if I've come in with like, poison chalice, right, then I'm going to interpret what is essentially a neutral comment as negative, right? So I totally get that. And that's why I'm giving you the grace and being like, you know what? Maybe in retrospect, I look back and it actually wasn't as bad as it seemed. But again, if I can concede that, surely you can concede that if you'd spent the past hour throwing out many of the comments that you had been about VF, the game is slop, you're an idiot if you disagree, I hope your game dies, you have a dead game, you call my game dead, but your game's really dying, blah, blah, blah. You have this stank on the whole thing. And then I hear that, even outside of the context of everything earlier, I could be like, yeah, no, that might lead me to hearing a neutral comment as a negative because you're shitting on a lot of it. And so, yeah, you're right. Maybe in hour 3, you're like, you know what? Main screen, fighting on the main screen, awesome. I wish every game has that. Okay, but if I shit on you for an hour and then I go, okay, but his teeth are clean. I'm like, okay, but I'm still gonna be like, you've been disrespectful. I'm still gonna be disrespectful, and I'm still gonna potentially argue that you've come at this with bad faith. Like,
the thing is, though, with all that being true, and this might touch upon what Mike was saying, with all that being true, every criticism I had. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did mention about the ring out. I said I think it's funny. I never said it's bad. And about the low pokes, I'm still playing the game. I literally booted up with Finn today. Mm-hmm. Like I'm still gonna play because I played.
You guys played today?
Well, no, we booted up. We was labbing stuff. No, but I played him the other day. I'm not playing him.
Finn. No, Finn. I messaged him and said, "Hey, can I get some games?" He was like, "Yeah, we'll play soon."
Side tangent. Finn. Ain't talking to me either. He's trying to cook. He's trying to cook, and then he's gonna meet us on the field of battle and try and murder us. I respect it. He don't wanna train with us. He wants to go in his own time chamber, show up at fucking Super Saiyan 2 and murder both of us. I saw the same thing. I was talking to him the other day. I'm like, wait, you've been training with Abelian? You've been training? He's like, yeah, I've been playing. I've been labbing this shit. I'm like, you didn't hit me up. Like, I do this shit. I didn't hit me. I was like, well, I just didn't think about it.
I don't have anyone to play with. I don't have anyone to message and be like,
you got a whole community. What do you mean?
No, I mean, I could boot up a stream, be like, everyone jump in, but then like everyone's playing. Like, I ain't got anyone to be like, yo, can we run this first to 50? I messaged Finn. He was like, yeah, another time. I was like, okay,
because he's running it with Abelian. That's the thing. He's trying to cook. I see it.
I cannot confirm or deny that I might pay Finn just to get good enough to beat you guys to say your game sucks too.
Bro,
on my side,
I would love
that. Would be funny.
That would be funny. That would be funny. It would be petty, and I would respect it. But also, like, me and him just had an hour-long discussion talking about VF. Like, and it was just like,
the game. Mechanically, I think the game's fun.
By the way, Finn's tactic's not going to work on me because once I start seeing what he's doing, I'll just Kakashi that shit. It'll work for one session. Finn's a lab monster. I'm not. I just have
to be fair, like being a lab monster is helpful in VF, but also being a reads person is also really helpful in VF. Because if I know what you're gonna do next, I can murder you. So yeah, it's actually if you play by, again, customary VF shilling moment. I know it's slop, but I gotta say it. If you play by feel, VF is good. It's good because if you have the read, you might take the round. Like, it's so good. And like Finn said earlier, it's like, in the video I posted today, like literally just like a counter hit 6p could be the round, baby. A counter hit 6p can be like, it can be it. I have the read. So yeah. Anyway.
You know what's funny? The reason that I came to the party game comment is because I was playing Finn and we was talking about like all the options, right? He was like obviously fucking me up. And now and again I'll do something to go, that's cute. And then he would proceed to fucking backflip with fucking with Jackie and destroy me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, bro, this game, what the fuck am I meant to do? And it was like, yeah, you meant to do this fuzzy block, blah, blah, blah. And I'll do it once and then you'll beat me for it. Obviously, that's what you do when you teach someone the game, that they don't get the bad habit. And I was just like, bro, even when I hit you with a good poke, I have to guess.
Yes!
I know this is a game. I know this is a game. And I said, and then Finn was doing his thing. Oh, it'd be fun, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's fun, like a party game fun. But I said, I want to get rewards. That's where the party game comic came from.
But this is,
I went into the mechanics.
Then
I went into the functions of the game, and I was like, oh, this is, bro. I'm looking at Brad doing fucking Muay Thai stance, and I'm like, so I've read up about deflect, and that beats very specific moves. The game doesn't tell me sloppy game. It should tell me what this fucking move does. It should fucking tell me.
And hold on, did you say
for like
that?
2 hours going?
No, this is another area where I agreed with you in the chat. There's another area where you were like, yeah, it says deflect, doesn't tell me what the fuck it deflects. Yeah. I agree with you. That's
so
dumb.
dumb.
That's dumb. That's dumb. That's 100% dumb.
I still don't know.
Doesn't make the game slop though. It's dumb.
No, that is slop. That is asking for less. Why are you not telling me not only what the move looks like? Because there's a lot of moves in there. I should know. I still don't know what it's called. I just do the move now. It's PKG. I don't know what the move's called, even though they've got a command list. I don't know what it reflects. I've gone, dummy, record, low, dummy, record, mid, dummy, record, jab. I don't know.
Sure.
Don't you think that part of the fun in video games is discovery, though?
Yes. Not fucking fundamentals, Mike. Fuck out of here with that shit.
I disagree. Like, this is why I push back.
No, I have a halfway house between the two of you, right? And this is now where it's going to sound like I'm just fucking shilling. Oh, and I am. Go buy play VF. It's on sale now. But like, if VF was a AAA game, full price, made, developed from the ground up in year of our Lord 2025 or even 2024, I'd be like, this is crazy, right? But if I boot up Street Fighter Third Strike HD Remix and it doesn't have replay takeover, I'm not gonna go, this game is slop. My expectations when you're remaking an older game and you're selling it at a discounted price is different. Similar to if I boot up, say, Them Fighting Herds, and it's an indie game and it doesn't have replay takeover, which is a modern feature, I would never be like, why are you accepting less? This is slop. I can always point to things like, it would be better if this game had this feature. I get that. It'd be better if the game had this feature. That's not the same as being like, this game is slop. To me, I'm like, you're saying that this game isn't worth the price of admission. It's a bad game. You can't say a game is slop, but it's a good game.
I can tell you why.
Crazy.
I said the game was mechanically, it's fun. It's hella, like, yes, I get it.
Is it a good game, C4?
It's a terrible product. It's a fun game. It's a terrible product. You can't tell me in 2025, remastered, remade, whatever you want to put in there, if you cannot tell me the very basics. I don't care about Third Strike because that game is in the collection. That's fine. It's meant to be like that. But if you come to me and say all these things are in the game, and I say, oh, well, guess your game's gonna die then, because you're not catering to people getting into the game, you're just catering to people that already know what the fucking that does, then yeah, your game's gonna die. And then we'll wait for VF6. And then maybe we'll do these things.
I don't think those are the things that would make VF die. I think
die 1,000 deaths. That's what I say to you, bro. Like, I don't know what this does. Maybe that's what it blocks. Maybe it's fucking raging demons. I don't know.
I think what RGG is doing right now is they're touching on something that would help VF. I think the things that you're talking about are for players like you. No, but the things that you're talking about are not the things that are going to make VF explode. They're good they're good additions, but the things that RGG is doing to VF are the things that are going to make VF explode. So in terms of like breathing life into it, that your suggestions are good, but if they put all of those features that you mentioned in VF into VF5, I don't think the player base will change. I think what they're doing.
I disagree. I'm out here, bro. I talk to people. I know what they want to back.
You talk to FGC people, and we're a very small scene. Okay, maybe unfair assumption, but the pool of people that you speak to, I would assume is not going to represent the wider player base.
Yeah, look, we're agreeing to disagree. Like,
I just want to say, in defense of VF as a product, it's actually better than most of the fighting games on the market right now. Like, you can point to the training mode stuff, but VF has got way better online features, in my opinion. It's got things that I wish Tekken had. I wish Tekken had some of the things that VF has.
Has it got online team mode? Has it got online training mode?
But that's not
No,
something
no,
I'm.
no, no.
That's not something
so-
I'm.
No,
so-
but it doesn't. But it
Oh,
doesn't
no,
have to
bro.
understand.
This
No,
is-
no,
It
but that's the
doesn't.
point.
No, it doesn't.
doesn't.
But C4's points are not like it's not. We don't know for a fact if that would change things.
That's like
I know for a fact the reason that
Wacky.
I picked up playing Virtua Fighter 5 again and went online is because I was bitching. I'm sure you saw Chad. I bitched and complained and said, "Where's tournament mode? And where's a league battle? Where's Kumite? Where's all the stuff that Dead or Alive has had for like 20 years?"
Yeah.
And VF had all of it. And I was like, "I'll buy it. That's good replay value to me." Someone can't tell me that I'm wrong.
I can tell you you're wrong. You can. I mean, next time I do this, I did it 1 year at UFA when I had like a questionnaire and I was actually asking players stuff. You know, the biggest thing I remember having this when I went to, I think it was Combo Breaker last year about 2xKO. And the biggest reason people got into 2xKO, even if they didn't like League, didn't like fighting games, was one, obviously the 2v2, and they can practice online with their fucking friends. Online trainer mode
You're
is
making
a
my point.
huge deal. Does
You're
VF have
making-
it? Does
No,
VF
but
have
you-
it?
No, it doesn't. But I'm saying you're making my point because I said you talk to fighting game players.
Yes, but also, okay, that was that fucking Combo Breaker. I promise you, League players that have got into 2xKO is because they can practice online with their friends.
C4 question.
It's a fighting game.
C4 question.
Sure.
Is them fighting herds slop?
For an indie game, hell no.
Right. So you've done what I've just done. You've gone, okay, judged on its
When did that
curve.
game come out?
Judged on its curve. No, it's a great game. On its curve, right? It doesn't have replay takeover. Okay. But on its curve, it's a
I
great
think
game.
it does. It's also got a single player mode,
Sure. It has a single player story mode.
like
right?
Pokemon. Yeah.
Sure, right? So it's like, my point is, your ability to point to a game having feature X, not having feature Y, it's not the same as it being
Wait,
slop,
but let's do it properly then. This is an indie game.
right?
This is made by Sega, and
Yeah.
this came out 2025 as a remaster. What the fuck did they remaster? They balance changed.
Yeah.
They did some balance changes. Sure,
Mhm.
that's cool. But as a game,
hmm
this is bad for 2025.
No.
I-
so
I-
the path you're paving is not correct. VF5 Esports Edition. When did that come out? That was a PS4 remake of Virtua Fighter. That was the game. I think that was 2020, right? It was around COVID. Okay.
Sure.
Revo is that game on PC with some additions and
Sure.
no crossplay. Right?
Can I
Sold
ask really
at a
quick,
di-
what are the additions? What are some of the additions?
The addition, the biggest addition was rollback.
Sure.
And
Okay.
character customization. Yeah.
That's important.
Super small.
Rollback
right?
is very important. Sure.
Rollback and character custom. That was it. And it was sold priced appropriately. It was not a $60 game. Right? So again, on a curve, I'm like, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. Then World Stage comes back. And it's like, if you bought Revo, you didn't have to buy it again. So it's basically the same game, right? And it has crossplay, right?
Mhm.
My point is, when you track this, right? This essentially 6-year-old game that has been updated with like basically patches, ultimately, I'm like, this is a decent product. Like it's a really good product. Like,
Would you call it a cash grab then?
no, I
If
wouldn't.
they're
call it
updating it, making you pay for it when they've not added much to it.
You're not paying. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay extra for it. You got
Oh, sorry,
World
for
Stage.
the
Revo didn't come out on the PC, so Revo was the first time you can get it on PC. And if you were buying the edition on PlayStation, you got it
Right.
for a discount. So it was even cheaper.
you got discount. Okay,
Yeah, you got discount.
you-
yeah.
but you still
so
have
it's
to
even
pay
cheaper.
for something you already had because they
No,
didn't.
well,
have
no, because you didn't have
crossplay.
rollback. You need to have rollback.
Oh, from console to PC, there was no rollback.
Let's make sure that we all understand each other.
Yeah. Sorry.
It was
sorry.
original. No, it's my fault. We're all on PlayStation. There is
Yep.
no rollback. There is no
Yep.
character customization. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. They do an updated version called Revo. Revo is on everything, including PC, and each
Mm-hmm.
version has rollback, but there's no crossplay. So if you're on PlayStation, you get a discount because you already kind of have the game, so you get it for cheap.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on PC, you had no way of playing the game, so even then, it's cheap. So you can pick it up, right? This
Uh-huh.
old game, this remake of an old, practically this remake of an old game, right? And they priced it accordingly. This isn't the new Virtua Fighter. This is old Virtua Fighter. This is Tekken 5 HD,
Yep.
right? They release it. And so when I'm grading it, just as you were kind of going, well, for an indie game, I'm grading it on a remake of an old game. Sure, right? And so they invested enough development cost into this. I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to get AAA numbers no matter what we do. But we also don't want to completely cheap out. We want to make sure that the people who want to play this game and want to learn it can have this stuff. We'll invest in this. We'll invest in this. Okay, we add a replay feature. We'll add a replay takeover feature. We'll add some modern quality of life stuff, but not everything, right? And I go, okay, this is good value for money. I think this is a really good deal. But you're saying like, no, it's slop. And I go, okay, why is it slop? And you're pointing to, okay, but look at all of these fighting game features that exist in the modern era, and it doesn't have a bunch of them. This is stupid.
I didn't do that. I didn't compare it to anything else. I just said this is unacceptable.
Right.
If this day and age, I think if you've got Sega that are either, from what you're saying, remaking a remake of a game, again, how you described it, rollback is a big deal, but it sounds like a cash grab to remake a remake or remaster a remaster. To do it twice and the change not that big, other than like you said, the customization and the rollback. There's probably more. Granted, fine, sure. But the last version, I'm thinking, okay, you know what is super slot? The training room thing. That's always bugged me because it seems like they actually took it away. It's like they actually, so when you go to Q, like rank Q, that training mode screen is different to the free training. Why? Hopefully Dale can explain it to me.
No, because it. I don't want to lie. I don't want to make anything up. I'm pretty sure that was added for Revo. There used to not be a training mode thing at all. That was like a
free
new
training.
Addition. Yeah, free training. No, free training during when you're waiting for a match. But I'm not sure.
Rank Q while training.
Yeah, and that version is inferior to the free training, which is what you and Finn are pointing out.
Yeah, and to me, for Sega to do that is slop. Why would you make, like, obviously I don't know the details, and that's what I said, like, if Dale was here, he could explain it. Why you couldn't just copy paste, well, not even copy paste.
Thank you, Sneak Man. I was fairly certain, but the original didn't have any training during matchmaking, so it was actually an improvement. Again, not a complete improvement, not modern standard, but it was an improvement. So you're not just standing there waiting at a random screen.
Yeah, it is better, and I'm saying for 2025, Sega should have enough again, Dale's not here. I would say they have enough resources, because it's Sega, to be like, how about we just put the queue in the training mode instead of making a ranked queue like training mode? To me, that is asking for less, because I feel if they're going to let you rank queue in T mode, they should do it properly, because it's Sega more than anything, and 2025.
But this is what I'm talking about when you're comparing stuff, because you're being like, well, it's Sega. They could have put in like AAA investment into this. They could have, and charged AAA price, but they didn't. They were like, okay,
well, no, this is like a quality of life. This isn't.
No, but like, no. That's real development time. Like that, we definitely should ask Dale. It's not like you could just snap your fingers and make this happen. It's development.
Yeah, Dale did speak about. He told me about quality of life changes are actually much more difficult to implement.
Even adding menu options is work and money and resources. Like you'd be surprised, right? But the point I'm trying to make to just land my point before you.
Yeah, sorry.
Right?
Like,
the thing is, they invested a small team to go and remake this beloved game that people couldn't play. People, in order to play VF, had to fucking play Yakuza and boot it up in the arcade, right? It's like, okay, let's remake this game. Well, let's be real. This game's not going to make big money. So small team, small budget, right? And we'll charge appropriately. I would feel exactly how you felt if they were charging 60 and it was a new game. It was developing a new game from the ground up. But I would argue, and again, it's up to the chat. Chat can have a poll. People can make their own mind up. I think if, let's say you're remaking Tekken 5, okay? You're going to remake Tekken 5. And Tekken 5 is literally just $30 so you can play Tekken 5 online with online netcode, with rollback. And we're only going to charge you $20 for it, right? But it's the same game. And like we'll add replay takeover. So it's a genuinely new feature, right? This is genuinely superior version to the game you're getting. But it's not AAA, right? And we're not charging you AAA price. I'd be like, good deal. If you and like I think that's reasonable. We're being subjective here. I think most people would think that's reasonable. Because it's a remake of an old game, small team, smaller budget, and it's objectively better. Actually, I'm gonna say objectively, we get in traps here. But like they've invested a lot of effort. They've added features. It's more feature complete. There's more features in it. Let's put it that way. More features in it than the older version. To call that slop seems. Now we're just in subjective territory, but it seems wild. Yeah. And again, going back to the faith thing, there's a part of me that at the time, maybe I was unfair, didn't even believe that you believed that. Because like I know that you play a lot of old classic games, and I find it hard to believe that, let's say they remake Street Fighter 4 or like a game that you love, right? And they make it and they add rollback netcode, they add crossplay, but not much else. Like literally not much else, right? Maybe a character creation, two new costumes for everyone in the game, and they charge you like $20 for it. And you'd be like, this is slop, because there isn't all these other features that you could have added. Capcom's a big company. You could have added this. You could have added this. You could have added this, and maybe even charge us more money. That just doesn't seem right to be like, yeah, that's slop. That seems disingenuous. That is the word, and I know that's unfair because I don't know your heart. That it doesn't seem like an assessment that even you would make for a Street Fighter 4 game that came out like that.
Yeah, I would say it's slop 100%, because that's, to me, that would look like a cash grab. If they go, oh, here's Street Fighter 4, was it Super Arcade Turbo Edition, whatever they called it. They add one or two things. It's like, oh, you're just basically you're putting glitter on your old product and getting money for it again.
But it has crossplay, so which you couldn't have before, right? And you're like, no, it's not worth it for $20. Because again, you're right. There is a threshold where you have to add a certain number of new things before it actually becomes a cash grab. But there's also
my threshold is higher than people's.
Sure, okay. Yeah. But like, can you at least understand how someone else might disagree and not be lying? Can you at least acknowledge that?
Well, yeah. What do you mean? Like
you're like, again, let's use Street Fighter 4 as the example, right?
Just use me as an example. I don't think it's slop, and I've given reasons for why I think Virtua Fighter 5 is a great product.
Sure,
but I'm not lying about that. For me, it's a great product. Just the same way you're saying you exist, so your criticisms of what they have or don't have in the game are valid. So are mine, and I think Virtua Fighter, for my money, is a great fighting game product because it has things that are meaningful to me.
The only way I can make, again, this is like trying to make you believe me.
Sure.
I said this to, I need to say the guy's name. I said it to one of the reps. King J was there, actually. King J was there when I said it at Versus Fighting, when he was talking about Hunter x Hunter. And he was like, oh, can you get some people involved? I was like, I can try, bro. This is a tough sell. I was like, this game was £60. I was like, bro, this is worth
this is meaningful though. £60 for this, right?
Yeah, but
the price point has
£5.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay.
But like the price point has a factor, and also, when was this game developed? When was it designed?
Big 2025. Oh,
right.
Sorry. When they start development, I don't know when they start development.
Sure, but like 2025. This isn't a remake of an old game using an old design document brought to the. They started from the ground up, but maybe let's say 2024, 2023 for being generous, right? And like this is what you did, and you're charging full price. That to me, okay, that totally get that. But like you. Again,
this isn't a remake, and I think the remake is the difference. Where it's like we're making this better, and you're like, yeah, you can cling on to the crossplay, which is important, or to the rollback, which is important. But there's holes, there's flaws,
and replay takeover, which I still can't believe they added. I think that's.
Would you say that a fighting game, one of the modern fighting games that's played today, if it launched without rank, would you call it slot?
Sure, yeah. But this is one of the things where you said I don't care about ranks, but yeah, When Strive came out, everyone moaned about it. I didn't moan because I don't care about ranks. But everyone's like, this Celestial like system isn't ranked.
So what? Would you say it's rank?
Oh, one sec, my mic's going. What was that?
No, you were breaking.
Would you say it's slop? It
was slop when it came out, and then stopped being slop when they added ranked.
Sorry, say that again. I might have to go on my phone in a minute.
It was. Can you hear us? 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yep, I got you now.
Okay,
I got you.
So it was slop when it came out. Not having ranked Guilty Gear.
People said that, and I mean, maybe they didn't say specifically slop. They was like, this isn't complete. I think the word they said, this game isn't complete. It hasn't got rank mode.
Okay.
It's got arcade. It's got celestial.
But would you say that? Would you say it's slop?
I would say slop. I wouldn't care, but I would say it's slop. I'll be like, yeah, I totally understand it.
But then would you purchase it though? Because then you'd be accepting less.
Would you advise other people to purchase it?
No, I wouldn't advise. I would, because it's I'm biased. It's Strive. Of course I'm getting it. It's got Leo in it. But if someone said your game's unfinished, I'd be like, yeah, a lot of my games are unfinished. Marvel Infinite's unfinished too. Cross Tekken was unfinished too. But I like it.
So would you then say, again, we're using blah blah blah. So it was a bad game when it first came
out? Strive, yeah. I mean, all the games I like are bad.
Sure.
On drop. On release. Sure. Maybe Guilty Gear Xrd was good on release, but yeah, most of the games I play, they're shit at like on.
But then,
drop.
how could you
And overpriced.
say that people are that you guys are okay with accepting? Like, wouldn't your whole running, like your findings, be accepting less?
Yeah, sure, but I can be a smoker until you smoke is bad for you.
Fair enough.
I would have probably thought that calling yourself a smoker would have been important information now, because I think if you because I think if you're like, no, this game is slop. There's lots of games that I love slop. I've been a top 8 champion in slop games. Like, if you're like, I think it's slop, but this game is also slop, then I'm like,
I say this all the time. I say
people,
real
I think people,
real. I play and see slop. I've said this.
Okay. I'm not lying. I've genuinely not heard you do that, and I definitely didn't hear you say it on the VF thing. But I will say this: if you're gonna in the future, if you're gonna call someone's game slop and be like, no, but I like slop, I think, and I play a lot of slop. Here are my medals for winning slop fighting games. I'd be like, people be like, all right, like that. Ironically, would be a signal that you're coming into this with good faith. Ironically, it would be a signal. I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean you shouldn't play it. It doesn't mean play it. I'm like, but when you call something slop from the top down, it's like, all right, well, how have you put here? Like, I can't explain. Like, if you either understand where I'm coming from or you don't buy where I'm coming from. But
I understand that.
It's meaningful.
Maybe I overestimated how many times I've been here saying, yeah, I probably wouldn't. I know Mike's talked about it with MK. It's like, yeah, I would never tell anyone to buy Hunter Hunter. I would even if you're a massive Hunter Hunter fan,
sure,
that game was nowhere. Yeah.
But that is slop. This is the thing. So when you call a game slop, I'm thinking Hunter Hunter. I'm like, this game has no redeeming quality. Like, and if you put in, and if you're putting money in this, you are wasting your money. That's slop. Like, you're actually wasting your money.
Yeah, I would on the Hunter Hunter. Me, who paid £60. Well, that's the story I've got to tell. There's a timeline where I did pay £60. I would have done it because it's a tag game. I would have been hella biased. And if someone, and to this day, if you say it's slop, I'll be like, it is, but it's my slop, and I like slop. But I can also tell you your game is slop because I know what slop looks like. But yeah, like you said, I feel like I've done this all the time with MVCI. All the games that I play, I've said if I like it, it's probably a bad game in one way or another, either mechanically because it's something that's really like obtuse or not very fun to like block or defend against, or mechanically it's shit.
I buy it. I will tell you this. So I'm gonna hopefully end both of our beefs, the VF beef and personal beef.
Sure.
VF beef first. I promise to God, if you had started with this game is slop, I love a lot of slop. I know slop when I see it. Like, this game is slop. Don't lie. Just because it's slop doesn't mean we can't like it. I have slop games. If you had like conceded that point, that's a very different energy. You'd been received very differently by me, by most other people. Again, you might agree or disagree or whatever. I think a lot of, again, I don't want to defer to chat, but I think a lot of other human beings would be like, okay, no, I get where he's coming from, because I've been like, this movie sucks. I love it. Like that's different from like, this movie's just trash. Period. Point blank. That's actually meaningfully different, right? So that's the first thing. So on the VF point, fine, okay. This whole thing was a misunderstanding because you use slop, and slop isn't the condemning thing that me and I would imagine 80% of people think it is. Miscommunication. Fine. Okay. Bury the hatchet. The more important point, me and you, C4. As I have said before, there is a part of me, I'm not going to lie to you right now, there's a part of me that genuinely thinks you get off on triggering people. And too often, I have seen that canon either intentionally or inadvertently aimed at me. And increasingly, I'm of the point of like, okay, I don't know if I can act in good faith with a person who I suspect secretly seems to enjoy pissing me off. Because if it happens accidentally, you're like, well, it happens. One man, if it's happening on purpose, or if I don't have faith that it is accidental, we have a problem. Because this interaction will happen again. You'll make some sort of statement, you mean it innocently, I'll hear it at a weird angle, and I'm like, I don't trust this. And again, I promise you, it's not like, oh, this is the first time it's happened. It happens enough times that I'm like, I can no longer just look at this being like, it's an accident, right? That's my genuine feeling. I have no conclusions. I'm telling you why I feel the way I do. Also, and again, because I believe in being honest and diplomatic, especially when you're talking to fellow men, you should have a YouTube channel. You should have a Twitch channel. I am not of the opinion that your opinion on fighting games is meaningless. I think you have tons of insights on games and commentary. I have told you this in private and on public. And after this interaction, that hasn't changed, right? So it's not that I don't have respect for you, but there is a conduct that I just can't abide. And again, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you how to behave. But there's a way I'm like, I can't fuck with this. Because there are times where I'm like, you are intentionally being disrespectful, and I can't fuck with it. Again, where we make politically incorrect jokes, we fuck around, it happens. But there is a frequency that like, okay, we're just gonna be here again in a month, C4. Like me and you, we're just gonna be here again. We'll have a good interaction for a month because we're talking about shit we both like. It'll all be good. And then you're gonna have one of these moments where, again, I'm projecting now. There's a part of me that thinks you just get bored and you just throw a grenade in to see what happens. And again, that might be a projection, but sometimes I'm like, there's no way you didn't know this would cause a grenade. There's no way you mentioning this contract thing in this King J situation wouldn't cause a grenade. But you're bored with the conversation, you throw it in, and it blows up. Again, I'm imputing motives that might not be there. That's how it seems, right? I'm like, there's no way you thought calling the VF community slob wasn't going to have an argument. It seems like you wanted the argument. There's many ways you could like criticize that wouldn't cause butthurt, wouldn't cause friction. But it seems as though you intentionally chose the one that caused it. And I'm like, okay, cool. There's only so many times I can do it. And like, I know you enjoy, as you quote you, like getting in the mud and having fights to have fights. I don't. It's not my nature. Like I either have fights because they're meaningful. I'm like, okay, we need to destroy each other, or it doesn't matter. We just go our separate ways, right? But the sort of like fighting for sport, I don't have. I only attend debates where I'm like, I genuinely believe me and the other debater have a genuine desire to arrive at the truth. So we might go back and forth, but we're actually two sides of the same coin. But there are times with the VF thing, I was like, I don't believe that there's like, as you said that there was something I could say that could convince you that the game wasn't slob. I'm genuinely curious. Okay, what is that thing? What is that sentence or that paragraph I could have produced to make you go, this game's not slob? What is it? What could I have done at the debate stage?
Probably been helpful when I was in your chat instead of defending the hit kind of thing.
But like when I was in my chat during the stream.
Oh, so yeah. Did you mean your stream or in someone else's chat?
I'm asking you. When you came to my stream when I was demonstrating in training mode, if I'd been helpful.
Yeah, You don't have to show me something about the game.
But here's the thing, right? What did I'm curious to know what you think I said to you, because I swear to God I'm not projecting. I assumed I was really helpful because I literally told the stream, okay, everyone shut the fuck up. I'm going to demonstrate this for C4. So I thought I was being helpful.
Mechanics, yeah. The mechanic thing, that was helpful.
Right.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the hit counter. Right. Sorry, I didn't say that. Right. The hit counter thing.
Okay. So then, again, going back to... So in some ways, again, there's lots of other reasons, but it seems like it all stems from this. And if that's the case, I genuinely, no shade, no spin, no whatever, I genuinely apologize. Because obviously it's stream, a lot of people are talking, and I hear like, you should have hit counters. And in my head, I genuinely just like, we don't need hit counters. I don't, however, elaborate because of the health bar. And because like natural hit combos don't play the same function that they do in this game, even if they do in Tekken. I didn't do that. And you, understandably, because I communicate poorly, I'll take this, right? You took that as like, this guy's being disrespectful. Typical VF player, not taking the time to explain or whatever. So you took it as disrespect, and then we both ended up in an escalation spiral. That's how we ended here. But the point I'm trying to make is...
I wasn't mad at you for that stream, though. That's
sure,
right.
Sure. You didn't... I hear it. Yeah. But I'm a grown man. The part I played, fucked up. Because again, that wasn't intentional. Me making the fucking snippy, bitchy video and the thumbnail on YouTube, watch you reacting, that was me being bitchy. That was intentional. I can't apologize for that. I did it on purpose, right? But me being seemingly, because I promised in my heart I wasn't trying to be dismissive of your point about the hit counter. Yeah, that was genuine, my bad. Genuinely wasn't.
The thing is that you doing that didn't turn me into the Joker, because you spent 30 minutes explaining fucking 4P to me.
Right, that's why I thought we were cool. That's why it's weird to hear you say this part.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone, you wasn't an individual in that situation.
Sure.
You wasn't an individual in that situation, but you didn't help it. But I'm not going to say, oh, well, because you didn't tell me, it's your fault.
Fine.
That's not what it is. Yeah.
Fine.
So,
okay, fair enough. But regardless, I'm just trying to apologize for the things I actually think I need to apologize for, and then not for the things I don't. But the question I have, because Mike is asking this, like, okay, but what happens going forward, right? Because it's like, there's a future where we just avoid each other. We just don't talk to each other. That can work.
Let's not do that.
You don't get a vote. Like the thing is, like, like I said, there are things I absolutely want to talk to C4 about. There are things that I don't. And also, there are times where C4 is in a mood where I want to talk to him. And there are times where he's in a mood where I don't want to talk to him. Because I do think you have Joker moods. And I know you've denied this. I know you're like, I'm never just trying to instigate. But there are times where I'm like, I actually don't think you can convince me that you don't have Joker moods. Where you're like, I'm intentionally going to start a fire. I don't think there's a word you can say to convince me. You can convince me about like you misinterpreted me here, but like I've seen too much. I'm like, there are times where I know you throw grenades on purpose, and I'm like, I'm just letting you. You don't have to change. You're a grown man. Do what you want. But I'm like, every time that happens, we're gonna butt heads, and we just have to. If we're gonna be friends, we just have to accept that up front. But again, like clockwork, every month and a half, we're gonna have beef. Like we just bookmark it. Or we're like, you know what? It's not worth it. I don't want to talk to this motherfucker. Both are bad takes. Our relationship here is literally just communication. And I enjoy, you're not coming to my fucking wedding. But in terms of yapping online about fighting games, I enjoy it. I enjoyed it in the past. I enjoy it typically when I'm confident that we're both coming to this in good faith, right? I'm willing to call this whole episode like a blip. And I'm even willing to say, maybe I started the blip. I put the first domino, you reacted, I reacted, you reacted, I reacted, blow up. I'm totally willing to acknowledge that. But it's going to happen again. Unless we square the real problem, which isn't DF, is the way you fucking talk to each other. So, like, what do? I've said my piece.
I'm cool with finishing D&D, but from the simple fact that you can't trust. I can't have a conversation with someone who I don't think trusts.
Think you're being disingenuous.
Yeah. So if you think when you were talking about, I've got different moods, I'm like, yeah, sometimes I'm in a real helpful mood, and sometimes in a real like cheerful mood. Like when we were speaking about Street Fighter 4, and I was on your stream, I was like, that is one mood, but the other mood is default, and I think it's matching energy. Right. And you said there's nothing I can say to make you think otherwise. I was like, well then there's no point of talking then.
I heard.
And that's how I feel about the other parts of the conversation, because it's like,
totally makes sense.
I don't see a point.
So Mike, that's the answer.
Guys, come on.
But we said our piece. Like this is the thing, right? We've like, what you want?
Can I say my piece? Can I say my piece, please?
The fuck are you? No, go ahead.
Look, I don't like engaging with people in bad faith. I think you have a bad read on C4. I personally think you do. I think that you obviously talk to a lot of people. You deal with a lot of people in your day to day, and I think that that's probably impacted your view of C4's argumentation. I think it's a waste for you guys to just be like, no, you can't convince me. That there's always a way to convince somebody. Like you could possibly be wrong on this. I wouldn't engage with somebody if I thought they're literally just trying to piss me off, like they're intentionally being disrespectful. I think C4 talks in a way where it could come across that way, but I think I've got a pretty good read on people. I think I've got a pretty good read on people and who I bring on here or who I keep around here.
Sure.
I think you got a really poor read on C4 right now. And I think you being stubborn about saying there's nothing you can say to convince me.
The reason why I'm saying there's nothing you can say to convince me is because I don't want to lie to C4. I could say that, yeah, I believe you. I'd be lying. No one chooses what they believe. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like, so if he says a thing that gets under my skin, I'm trying to be super mature and like
that's a different thing though.
No,
getting under someone's skin and being bad faith.
No. But what I mean is you're getting under my skin on purpose. Because it's one thing to be like,
you think about the casual thing, but I said, well, sorry, go on. I mean,
no. But he's right. This is the point, right? And there are times I'm like, bro, like I feel like you're intentionally phrasing this in a way to piss me off, right? And I'm like, no, but I don't though. So I get pissed off. I tell him I'm pissed off. I'm like, I didn't mean it that way. And I go, all right, maybe it was me. And the next time it happens, and I go, maybe it was me. After the third time, I'm like, okay. Like I said at the very beginning, okay, it's idiot or accident. Regardless, it creates situations where this conversation, hey, do you want to have a 4-hour conversation with C4 about this thing? And I go, I get the feeling that after those 4 hours, I'm going to be pissed off.
Let me ask you a question.
He's going to say a thing that's going to be like, do you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to get at.
I understand what you're saying, but let me ask you a question, because typically it's me, you, Finn, and C4 that have talks.
Sure.
If me and Finn don't have this read on C4, is there a chance that you're reading it poorly?
Absolutely. I'm not arrogant enough to be like that. I have the read. I'm not arrogant enough to think that. But the problem is I've already done the maybe it's me. There's only so many times you're going to be like, okay, but like, why are we here though? why is it that of all the people I interact with online, I can feel and sense a genuine respect and camaraderie, but then I'll have interactions with C4 where I'm like, he must be trying to piss me off. I never, even if you say things that piss me off, I'm like, I don't think that was intentional. Even when I had my blow up with Finn, in the heat of the moment, I stopped the conversation. It's like, hey, look, I think you're pissing me off, but I don't know. Let's air this out now. I have that. But the problem is, like, I constantly feel like we're having a discussion. I'm like, you can't possibly really think that. You can't possibly really think that like someone who disagrees with you, of which I am one, is fucking stupid. You can't possibly think that like anyone who think like I'm like, and again, I could lie, right, and just be like, no, we're cool, and then secretly resent you, or I could be like, no, this isn't cool. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm like, and this is the point I'm trying to make. And again, I've said my piece. In fact, I don't even know why you're pointing at me, because I'm talking about like a belief. Like I can't change my belief. The thing is, C4's the one who's like, I can't talk to a man who I suspect thinks I'm in bad faith. I'm like, talk to him. I'm like, no, I'll talk to him. I'll talk. No, it makes sense to me, but yeah, Mike needs to understand. But like, I'm like, basically, I'm like, yeah, I'll show up to the chat. You see what I'm saying? But C4's like, I can't show up to a chat if there's someone who doesn't think I'm being disingenuous. So why are you talking to me, Mike?
Yeah. I've said this before about jumping on the stream. I was like, if everyone thinks I'm contrarian, it's boring. The conversation is boring because no one's going to believe what I'm saying. There's no point. But this is like, with Chad, I've already explained, like, because he's the higher grade of smart. So when he does it, it annoys me. It's also the times I've caught him lying, and it is a case of soz. So when we had the conversation about hypocrisy, and he's like, you didn't admit, and I was like, yeah, I did. And went, oh yeah, sorry. With the throw thing, he's like, you said you just like you were saying, oh, you just said duck the throw, and I was like, no, it would be better to. Not that you should. I never said practically you should duck the throw. I said in principle, punishing the throw is better than taking them. But he will take it out of context to have a to have a laugh at me. And I'm all right with being the butt of the joke. It's the afterwards when I say, but you said this thing that wasn't true. It's just like, nah, sorry. And it's like, yeah, the same way Chad feels like, oh, every time I rage bait him, where with the J thing, I apologize profusely about the contract thing, but he doesn't believe me. So there's no point in me talking to him about it. He doesn't believe me about the casual thing. So there's no point in me explaining it. So there's no point. And I will go forward thinking, oh yeah, I have to hope someone catches if Chad says something incorrect about me. I don't want to do that. I'd just rather not talk to Chad, and then he can't misconstrue or misremember what I've said. Then he just doesn't need to talk about me, and I don't have to talk about him. Yeah, we can play D&D.
Yeah, those seem like two separate complaints, because your second complaint is that I will intentionally misrepresent you. Whether you believe me or not, it's up to you, of course. I'll never intentionally do it. Never intentionally do it. Never.
But it doesn't matter if you intentionally do it. It's that when you do it, it's to your audience, and you poison the well by starting a stream of saying, I think you're contrarian after we spoke, and you didn't believe me when I said, you can just ask me if you think I'm being a contrarian. But you didn't believe me. So you didn't ask me. You just told everyone that. And then from the rest of the video, it's like, yeah, that's that guy that just said shit. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. If Chad's the person that we can have good conversations, but sometimes he wants to not give me like the grace that he would give other people, then yeah, there's just no point. It's not I'm standing like by my guns, I don't want to do this. It's like there's no benefit. There's no fruits from this tree anymore.
Right. And so again, to answer your point, Mike, like that's the situation. Because again, I said it to you even in the chat. I have no hate in my heart. I'm telling you, this is going to happen again if we interact. Well, he is I just generally don't have faith. I generally just don't have faith that C4 again. I mean, even the faith thing doesn't really matter, because like I said, it's like idiot is a bit harsh, but it's like even if it's accidental, it keeps happening, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like if someone keeps stepping on my toe accidentally, it's like, okay, I don't want to stand next to you anymore. Right. So even if we reject even if we go, no, you know what, Chad's got a bad read on me, he's not doing it on purpose, he's doing it on accident. Okay, cool. Then I have a separate reason why like it's not fun to have these conversations. The most fun conversation I think I've ever had with C4 was when we were talking about Street Fighter 4. It's a game he loves, and I thought that he's being really genuine. And like we argued about certain things, but like we were on the same side because we had this sense of like what we want fighting games to be. But there are a lot of times where I do, again, projecting here, I do genuinely feel like he'll just take the opposite side to make the conversation more fun. And again, it's like, no, I never do that. I always believe what I'm saying. If I'm on the opposite side of you, because I genuinely believe that. And I don't know that I buy it. And the fact that I don't buy it is enough for C4 to be like, well, then you think I'm being disingenuous and we can't hang. And
I don't know if I said that. I think I've said I will tell you if I am.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's very different if you do it on purpose. Like I'm playing devil's advocate. Hey, just to hear me out. But there are times where
I'll never lie about playing devil's advocate.
Right.
Yeah.
No, exactly. No, that's different. There are times where I feel that like, sure, it was a lie. All right. But this is my point though, because even then, it's like if you go, you were wrong about this thing. I feel like I just kind of go, was I? And he goes, yeah. And I go, I believe you. And I say sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Like, because again, rather than being like, no, I didn't say that. And then all of a sudden we're discussing the definition of words, right, for an hour. Whereas it's far easier to just be like, okay, in the grand scheme of things, does this matter? No, I'll concede the point. You're right. I'm sorry. And like, no, that's not good enough. You shouldn't have been wrong in the first place. I'm like, we speak too quickly about too many things. Even you've done it a couple of times where you said a thing and you've been, well, actually, okay, in retrospect, I mean this other thing. And then I jokingly was like, you're lying. But you know in my heart that I don't think you're lying. You're just, you misspoke, you misremembered. We're speaking about a lot of things. We've been yapping for how that happens. And again, it's a faith thing. If you tell me, hey, sorry, I misremembered it, I never go, she was lying, he was doing it on purpose, trying to trip me. Like, no, he misspoke that. But a lot of times you won't.
But it happens more than everyone else. The same way you say about me, about triggering you, Finn very rarely. I mean, Finn is my retard whisperer. He's fucking very good at retard whispering me. He always gets my point and says it clear as day. And I think Mike does the same thing. Mike, most of the time, 99% of the time, is like, oh no, this is what C4's saying. Right. But with Chad, it doesn't seem to happen that much. So yeah, the same way you think you can't tell if I'm triggering you on purpose or not. I can't tell if you're lying on purpose or not. I can't tell.
Yeah, fair enough. And so then that's the issue, Mike. It's like
but this is so easy to remedy. Chad's not lying on purpose, or he's got a bad read. He's not listening. He's talking to. Okay, let me say my piece. Chad talks really fast, and I have to imagine he's thinking about a lot of things very, very quickly. Because when I was watching him and Finn talk about VF, they were running through things really quickly because I guess they were really excited, and you can easily misspeak there. When I'm talking about things and I'm really, really quick on them, I misspeak as well. I've watched videos back of myself where I'm like, I said the same word twice when I meant to say something else when I misspoke. So if we establish that Chad is misspeaking, then he's misspeaking. And on C4's end, if we're saying no, like I mean, I talk to this guy privately. I have like 10-minute voice notes with C4 in my WhatsApp. He believes what he's saying, then he believes what he's saying, and we move on. We stop this charade where it's like, I believe this, and he lied about me, and we move on.
Mike, that's very interesting. Why are you telling me this?
I'm telling both of you.
but there's only half of the equation that this back, because I'm like, if you go, hey, next Thursday we want to have a discussion about Jasmine's design and Street Fighter 6. I'm like, are you down? I'm like, yeah. I'm not gonna be the one being like, is Chad there? I ain't doing it, bro. Because you know what I mean? No, but you just said that I can't be. Right. But, yeah. Oh, wait. So we can have a 4-man stream, just not a 2-man stream?
No, we can all be on the stream. I'm just not going to discuss with you about it.
All right,
there's no point because you don't believe me. I'm not going to be like, we're going to be there. Fucking peace out. Like,
right? Okay, no, that's what I thought.
I'm not going to have conversations with Chad about stuff because he doesn't believe my opinion.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Mike,
yeah.
I know. Mike, I know you're rubbing.
4-man stream. Right. You two are not going to speak.
Please, Mike, please take my answer to tell the Appinator that I'm not doing that.
Guys.
Mike, no. I'm
going to get real malicious in a minute if we don't sort this out. You're going to see an ugly side of me that I do not want to show on YouTube. Listen.
All right, my boss.
We are grown fucking men. Okay. If we're coming to a podcast, and there's plenty of podcasts where guys sit and they talk and they have big disagreements and maybe they don't even like each other that much, but they can sit and talk.
Sure.
We can establish that C4 is not being a contrarian unless he literally says, hey, I'm playing devil's advocate now.
Yes, right.
And Chad is not lying when he misspeaks something. He says it on a video. Because I don't believe Chad is a liar. I don't believe Chad's a liar. Like, I believe in my heart that Chad is a truthful person. But I watch him speak, and he speaks very fast. And I don't even speak as fast as him. It's easy to trip over yourself. If we can establish this, can we just fucking drop it?
You're asking two people to choose their beliefs, bro. It's just
Mike. No,
Chat,
I'm gonna
chat,
meet
sort your
you.
boys
Mike.
out, please.
Mike, I'm gonna meet you in the middle. Look, you're talking about trust, right? I have to do my job now. Fucking put my counselor hat on. You're talking about trust. We don't trust each other's faith. Let's say we have these streams, we have these conversations for weeks, months, and times, and then eventually I go, you know what, C4, you were right. 4 months ago, I did have to put a read on you. Bad move. Or Chad, you were right. That can happen. It's not going to be there next week. So my point is, if C4 is saying, hey, we can have the conversations, but I'm going to be a bit wary about Chad. And I'm like, we can have these conversations, but I'm going to be a bit wary about C4. That is a mature response.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but like not ignoring each other on a podcast.
Yeah, but I can't speak for C4. I'm confident he's not going to do that. I'm not going to be like, please relay my message. I'll be like, no.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. It's going to be a conversation. Like I'm going to get, if I ask for opinions, I'm going to want everyone's opinions. But like, of course, if it starts to get heated, it starts to get a bit touchy, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm just going to, because I feel an elbow is going to come out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. But the point I'm trying to get you, Mike, is like, that's as good as it's going to get.
No.
This isn't.
When I invite you both to my wedding, you're both gonna stand there, and you're both gonna help me cut the cake. Okay?
Sure. I will absolutely. I will help you cut the cake, but I'm holding the knife. Right. This is my point. I will cooperate, but I'm gonna look sideways, like. But I'll cut the cake and I'll smile and I'll stand in the photo and I'll smile because we don't want to ruin your big day. That's what being big adults are like, right? This is the thing. Like, it's not like. That is how you conduct it. Because again, it's not like I hate this motherfucker. This motherfucker don't know what he's talking about. He's trash. Fuck him. I don't have that energy. I refuse to be in the same room. That's petty. I'm not doing that. All I've done and all C4 has done is been honest. Like, hey, look, there is a respect, but there's also a tension here. I'm putting you on notice about the things I think about you. A lot of immature people won't do what we've just done. Where we've just been like, this is actually my concern here.
That's fine.
As weird as it sounds, this is actually the mature thing. I could have lied and been like, yeah, everything's fine. And then secretly, behind his back, being like, this motherfucker's saying about it. No. Like, I've told him. And he's like, Chad, I actually think you're not forgetting things. I think you're lying. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind, right? I'll try to keep that in mind. I'll try not to make this happen. If I ever try to recall what C4 is saying, I will double check, because I know that you, Mike, will give me a grace if I get it wrong. Whereas C4, even if you want to give me grace, a part of me will be like, I want to. I'll put in the effort, Mike. I will. I do think we have a good thing.
You're too eloquent.
You're
too eloquent. But I'm like, nah, fuck that shit, bro.
I buy it. And similarly, you're too intelligent for me to believe that you accidentally fall on.
Exactly.
That's the point, right? Again, so this is the thing. Hear me out. I know you don't buy it, Mike. I promise you, this is as good as it's going to get. And we're going to have plenty of great conversations going forward. We have a good thing here. I don't want to blow it up. And I've said this to you. I said it to Finn when he came. I don't want to blow it up. And you're right to be like, we had to clear the air. And you're right to be like, it probably should be public. This is as good as it's going to get. There is no hate in my heart. There is no hate in my heart. When Avatar, the fighting game, comes out, I want to know what Finn thinks. I want to know what Avatar Yaya thinks. And I want to know what C4 thinks, right? It's not like, oh, this person doesn't know what. I want to know, right? So it's not, don't think of it. We're not, like you said, we're not children. Like, this motherfucker's like, no, but like the person in the chat, we're not going to kiss. Like that we're going to kiss and make up. Like that's not what we're doing. Go on.
If you ask me how I think about Avatar Yaya, I just won't tell you. Sorry to ruin the thing, but because I don't think you believe me, so I'm going to tell you. That's my position.
Sure.
Yeah,
fine.
I'll be like,
I meant the Avatar fighting game.
Yeah, but if you say D&D, I'm like, let's do this.
Sure.
But if you ask me my opinion, I'm like, why do you want to know? You don't believe me half the time, so what's the point? Yeah.
And the thing is, as frustrating as that might be, Mike, if that's ever going to go away, it's going to take time. If it's ever going to go away, because you can't just be like, I am Mike Hollow and I demand trust. It doesn't work. That doesn't work.
I'm just like,
it doesn't work. You can't mob us.
You can mob us in a lot of things. This isn't one of them. Like, you can just be like, both of you will sit at the table. All right, boss. All right, fine. Like, you know what I mean? That is maturity. I'm sorry, Mike. Even your powers have limits. I know that's hard for you to accept. Even your powers over life and death have limits.
Do you know what? I was gonna say something, but I'll get cancelled if I said it. I'll just say that. I don't even say that. That's fine.
Let me ask Mike a question. Mike,
the double hezzy.
If there's someone who sometimes doesn't believe what you're saying, how do you feel about talking to that person? Do you care as much?
Yeah, I have Tope on here all the time. He never believes anything I say.
He's trying it.
I like having Tope here. Tope comes here. He says, he always says,
No, I
Mike,
believe
you're
you. I believe you.
disingenuous, you're a fucking liar. He'll DM me, and then 5 minutes later, he's laughing at what I'm saying. So I'm like, I know he doesn't believe me, but I could talk to people that don't believe me. I'm different from you two, where like the things you two are arguing don't get under my skin. They don't bother me. I would have people here that don't believe a word I'm saying.
I think that's different because when Tope says you're lying, it's not a case of you're a liar. He's saying what you're saying right now about this situation, he's calling your bluff. But
no. Have you read Tope's tweets about me? They are vicious.
I haven't seen the tweets.
His tweets about me are vicious. But I don't mind talking to somebody that thinks that everything that comes out of my mouth is a lie, because I know that through the conversation, they don't have to say it, but I believe I can beat them in the conversation. So I'll bring them here, and we don't have to like each other, but I'll talk to them. I also
like sparring. I like verbally sparring, but I don't want to shadow box, and that's what I'm doing when someone doesn't believe me. I'm literally I can have this thought in my head. I don't need to come into a conversation. I don't need to do that. I can do the backy. I can do the backy. You know, when he gets the fucking praying madness, I can do that with Chad. I can go, this is what I think Chad would say. I don't need to talk to Chad. I can do that. I could be wrong.
Okay, wait, hold on. The problem with this argumentation is, I don't mean to say it to glaze Chad or you, but you're both like very intelligent people, and you're clearly good at debating. And for Chad to say that he doesn't believe you, at least to me, that comes across like a challenge. At least to someone that likes getting into debates and arguments.
That's not a winnable batch. You can't
hold on. Let me land.
You're making me him agree.
Let me land. I'm not saying Chad is challenging you. I'm saying that we have debates on this podcast, and we talk about loads of different things. And you haven't convinced Chad that you're not being a contrarian, maybe because of your demeanor or the type of argumentation you bring. But you've convinced me. Maybe Chad is he's cut from a different cloth. His IQ's higher than mine. You fooled me, but you haven't fooled Chad. And I say, just have the conversations.
I see you, motherfucker. I'm seeing it. No, I hear it. I hear it. And like, again, if I didn't say it already, initial stream, being dismissive or whatever, apologize for that. Like, saying that you said things that you didn't say, like in the conversation last night with Finty, again, how genuine is separate issue, but like genuinely, from all I can do is say my thing. Genuinely apologize for that. You genuinely apologize.
I believe it.
Right. The thing is, though, the issue is going forward. Like I said, you can. How do I put this? There are families that can be like, okay, we're a family. I don't want to have this kind of conversation with you. We're not going to discuss politics.
Yeah.
Our relationship will collapse.
That's me and my sister, actually.
Right. It's still family. There's still respect. If this relationship is going to survive, we can't do this. All right. Maybe in time that'll change. Right now, we've tested it multiple times. Doesn't work. All right. There's still respect there. Similarly with business. All right. Business people, I trust you enough in these areas. Don't trust you with this stuff. That's natural, right? I understand what you're saying. Like, I actually think the fact that we're even having this conversation is just like is testament to all involved, right? We're saying what's up, but I absolutely want to have conversations about stuff. But we're going to be wary of each other for the foreseeable. Why is that unreasonable? Why is that like you said, you have this with family. Why can you expect more of us than family?
The only problem is that like when I'm talking to Ellie, I could talk to her about pizza. I could talk to her about our dogs. But we talk about fighting games here. I'm doing a podcast about a fighting game, and one guy's going, you say something, the other guy's like putting his head up. I'm like,
all right, I can see that being a problem. I see you raise an excellent point. Touche, my nigga. Touche.
I don't think it'll be that bad. Like if Avatar comes out and you ask me what I think about the game, and you ask Chad what he thinks about the game, I'm not talking to Chad. That's fine. I'm just not going to challenge what Chad says because Chad won't believe what I'm saying. Because basically, it comes down to if Chad thinks or can't tell if I'm being a contrarian, Chad gains nothing from listening to my opinion.
Yeah, and I think, and in a similar, right, I hear what you're saying. I think I would draw the line a little bit more neatly. I think when we're talking about stuff and like we agree, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. This thing's awesome. This thing is awesome. I think if we're in a situation where like three of us all take a position and he's the one guy who takes a separate position, I'm gonna be like, typical. And at that point, I'm the one who would be like, I'll even then I'll still engage, but I'm like engaging like half it. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, of course, take that position. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we'll see. No,
like,
but typically,
I don't try
want
to do it to. Sorry, real quick. I don't do it to make it not a circle jerk. But the thing about the throw and the chip damage, I just conceded because I was like, this is when Finn was still mad at me. I was like, bro, I don't want to fucking piss him off. I don't want a video on me, right? But I hold that position to this day. I hold that. And Chad still thinks. Well, I think Chad thinks I don't believe that. I think he thinks I'm being a contrarian there. Because he uses it, and I don't mind being mocked. I live off of it. I feed off of people taking the piss at me if they're willing to talk to me. But if you're taking the piss and you don't believe I hold a position, that's useless.
Yeah,
that is useless. I don't mind if Chad trolled me for all my takes, as long as he got the takes right. That's all I care about.
Right. Mind reading slip, 100%. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. For me, like I said, I would draw the line differently. Like we'll just discuss. But like I said, there'll be times where like you'll take like a wild position. And I'll be honest, there's a part of me that's like, I don't know if this guy's motivation is truly 100% thought. I feel like this is a theater position. And again, I'm only saying that because like, I don't want to lie to you. I'm actually trying to be respectful by saying that's actually where my brain goes. I'm like, sometimes I do believe, again, you're intelligent. So I have no doubt that sometimes I actually do have a different take here. And there are sometimes where you argue it and I go, okay, I actually buy they has a take because he reasons it out. But then there's sometimes you have a take and I go, okay, let's hear the argument. And I'm like, this argument feels flimsy. And you're holding it as solidly as you often hold your strong position. I'm like, there's no way he actually believes this.
And knock it down. Just knock it down then.
No, because there have been times where I have argued it and you have refused to concede at all. And I'm like, okay. And the thing is, this is why I could start talking about sophistry. Because if a person decides not to concede, they can decide not to concede, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, a person can argue something. If I decide that I refuse to accept the possibility that I'm wrong,
you
can argue something. That's my point. So there are times where I'm like, okay, he's not even really willing to concede this meager point. I don't know if he it's a paradox. I'm like, you're too intelligent to truly believe that. I think there's either ego at play or some other factor. This is what I'm talking about by being digital. I don't think you hold this.
Can I tell you what I think what happens in that situation? That reminds me of the throw situation, right? Where and this is where I think I get annoyed because it's like, well, when you retell the story, it's not how it played out. So I will say, oh, in principle, you want to punish the throw, then take it. And you're going to laugh and go, but that's not practical. And I'm like, that was never my argument. But you see that as I'm not conceding. I was like, I don't need to concede. We all agree, in principle, punishing the throw is better than taking. You're saying practically you can't do that because you can't react to throws. Who said that? Not me.
No, but I'm glad you brought this up. Maybe if you truly want to end this, and then we're not doing it tonight, too late. I got shit to do. Like, we could bring up that because it probably is the best example, right? Because there were times where I'm like, okay.
You look like you didn't believe, like the whole time. He was like, "Nah."
I believed your initial take. I believe that you thought that, and I was like, okay. And if you remember, at least for a long time, I was trying to explain to you, okay, the problem is the risk-reward ratio on ducking, right? And I was trying to explain peacefully, like, okay, the most dangerous moves in the game are mids. You want to limit the amount of time you're cracking to as much as humanly possible, and you can react to throws. Therefore, the best players in the world, whether it's an Arsenal Ash, whether it's whatever, and I was explaining to you, giving you both my personal anecdotes, but also referring you to the experts in the game, being like, this is why you treat throws on reaction. And you kept arguing with me. And I'm like, there are times where I will default to you because I know you know more. And I'm like, okay, there's no way you think you understand the situation better than me and the majority of chat and Finty and Michael. There's no way you think that. And what should be a 5-minute interaction and you being like, you know what? I'm confused. I don't really buy it. You're not really selling me or whatever. You're like, no, you guys are wrong. And you'll stand there, guns out. You guys are wrong. And I'm like, there's no way he thinks that we're wrong. There's no, because again, on some level, I respect a willingness to be like, nope, I'm right, and you must convince me. But there's a part of me being like, there's no way. There's no way he genuinely doesn't think that he's wrong here. And at that point, I'm like, he's doing this for ego reasons.
They're two different takes. Like, I can do one even sooner because it happened the other day. When Mike and me were talking about the ring out, I said in principle, and Mike kept saying, "But it wouldn't happen in a real match." And then, funny enough, it did happen in one of the replays. But I kept saying, I must have said it at least 3 times. I said, "Mike, I'm not arguing about the practical. I know we're never gonna see round start dash knock someone off. I know that's not gonna happen." I said, in principle, though, you could kill someone without hitting them. And I had to keep saying, I'm not arguing this. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I said in principle.
But the value of
when I say you cannot argue with in principle, it could happen.
Sure. I see what you mean. Yeah, you can argue. You can't argue with that. Like, yes. But then, again, not to be meta, but like what you're really arguing about is the quality of the thing. And you're like, well, I don't really care about that. I'm like, okay, but then why? Then we're just circle jerking, not circle jerking, but like this.
What do you mean by the quality?
You're saying, Chad the third, is it not possible that someone could forward dash from beginning to round start to round and dash someone off the stage if there's no lip? Yes. Okay, that is factual. You are correct here. But the real thing we're discussing is that aspect of ring outs bad? That's the real thing we're discussing. And then you would use the debate language, you would Motte and Bailey, right? So you would start from a position. You'd start from a position that we're like, no, there's nothing wrong with this. And then midway through the discussion, you'd be like, but it is possible though. Aha, I was right. Like, we weren't discussing the possibility. Not really. We pivoted. This is why I accuse you of sophistry. Okay, we pivoted there mid conversation. But the thing was, you were asserting either explicitly or implicitly that this aspect of the game was bad. So then now, midway through, we've moved the goalpost. We've changed the nature of the debate to whether it's theoretically possible. It's like, okay, fine. I will cede that it's theoretically possible. But that's not the thing we actually care about. That's not the reason we've spent the past 20 minutes. The thing we're discussing is it good or bad? And in a weird way, again, I actually think you're intelligent enough to know that you've pulled up Motte and Bailey. And there's a part of me that goes, okay, he realized he was losing the qualitative debate. So he shifted it to a debate stand that he could win. Right? I'm like, but that's not an interesting fight. That is a fight that you can win. Yes, but it's not an interesting fight. No one cares about that. This is what I'm talking about. Where I'm like, just be like, okay, you like the thing. I think it's dumb. That's fine. But that's not how it starts. Usually it starts with this thing is bad. And then it becomes that when you realize that, I'm losing this debate, Motte and Bailey strat. This is why, again, I most people don't know what a Motte and Bailey is, so I just call it sophistry. Yeah. So I'm like, this is why I'm like, you're hiding behind language. And I see you do it. And I'm like, it's intentional. Because I know you're smart enough to keep track of the strands of the convo.
Can I explain it?
Of course, man.
You don't have to believe it. No one has to, obviously. It's just funny because this happened literally like an hour before we came in here. So like you said, you think that I have like a really strong position, and when I feel like my back's against the rubber, I'm like, well, actually, no, I'm only saying this really simple, trivial thing. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think the only time I did do that was with the 2.5D. I think I actually did it then. I was out of my depth. When I was talking about
the dimensions.
So the dimensions. I think that's the only time I truly was like, I can't defend this anymore. It's too hard.
I hear, and I think, and I respect you for being like, no, I've definitely done it. I can but the thing is, I have interpreted it more often than that one time. I'm willing to believe that you're saying that, but I'm like, but you can see why I think that. Whereas, so let me just finish this point. Whereas, if you were the type of man who instantly was like, okay, either like we're going to have to agree to disagree, or was like, or would stay on the point. But very often, I feel that you have the point, and when you are right on the point, you'll argue it to the end, rightfully so, like a debate champ. But when you're losing the point, I feel like you'll pivot to like, okay, but what have you won though? Or you'll pivot to like a Motte and Bailey, a more defensible position. And I feel like not to disrespect you, Mike, but like I feel like Mike might lose track of that and not see it, and so now we've gone from what was the central point to this smaller point that you then win. But me watching either in third person from YouTube or on stream, I go, he just pulled a Motte and Bailey, and these other motherfuckers didn't see it happen. I saw it happen. I'm a fellow magician. I saw the sleight of hand. But I'm like, that's not. I mean, it's skillful.
Okay.
Kudos, can I explain but it's disingenuous. At least that's my read.
Sure, I can see why you'd see that, but the example is going to be: I spoke to Finn about the hit counter thing.
Sure.
And a lot of the reason I do this Motte and Bailey thing isn't, the The reason it looks like that is because what I do is I'll say something to me that is super obvious, super obvious. And I'm like, okay, if you disagree, I have to go back a couple of steps to something that we can agree on. I try to find the foundation, which you see is something trivial that is like, you can't argue this. And I want to go, I want to go there because I need to find the symmetry breaker. So I need to start with the basic and then go up. Now, me and Finn got to a conversation about if I wanted to fight this argument, I'd be like, you know, when you watch like CSGO or when I started playing Marvel Rivals, spectating, you have everything shown to you. Every fucking thing. Their health, their ults, you can go around the map. And it was like, that's a good point, right? When you're spectating, you have all the information. Why not hit counters, blah, blah, blah. I was like, you know what would be a cool conversation, Finn? I wish I could have with people is that when you're watching poker and you see players' hands, right? That's a spectator mode. That's spectating. Yes. But if you're playing poker, you can't see your opponent's hand. I was like, I wonder if people had the option to pick whether you see the player's hands or you couldn't see the player's hands. Would it be more interesting? Or would it be a different outlook on the game?
Yeah.
But I can't have that now with you. I can't because now you don't believe me if I have a really obscure. That's why I want to go to a foundation of can we agree on this and then build. So,
I just want to jump in quickly
because by the way, that's a great conversation topic that I would have.
I know when someone's Martin Bailey and we were talking about sophistry. I was talking to Chad about sophist and that, and I know when someone's trying to do it, but the difference between me and Chad is not that I can't pick up on it because I've had people on here try to do it multiple
I saw
times.
You that guy with the Saiyan, what was his name, with the Saiyan avatar OC
perfection,
bro, and I'm like,
he did that constantly,
and
I picked up on it. I knew what he was doing, but with C4, it's not that I don't know when someone's trying to do that. I know when they're trying to do it, but I believe him. I believe that he's not trying to do that in the conversation. I believe he's actually trying to argue in fairness. I just think there's obviously a disconnect between the conversations that you guys have or how they're put across.
Right.
Because people try that shit all the time. That is a very common debate tactic. Yeah. Even if people don't realize they're doing it, right? They'll always retreat to the very like trivial, dishonest, like drag it into the mud conversation, and people will fall for it and follow them there.
What I'm doing is undistinguishable to Martin Bailey. It's undistinguishable. It's the same thing. I'm just doing it for a good faith reason.
Sure. Then, to be fair, both of you have actually made a far more compelling case. I hadn't even considered. I'm like, you know what? Okay, fine. Like, I'll give you another example, which is more arbitrary, but also way funnier. I remember when we were discussing the definition of objective. This was my favorite because I assumed, okay, if I bring this to mathematics, we can't disagree. So I was like, okay, but what about meaningful difference? I was like, okay, but not to relitigate, but I'll give you the short version, right? I was like, look, if a man says that a triangle has 4 sides, and I go, no. A triangle by definition have 3 sides. You're objectively wrong. And the other person goes, 3 sides, 4 sides, whatever. It's not a meaningful difference. And I go, no. It is a meaningful difference. There's a meaningful difference. What then happened is that we then go into a 20-minute discussion about the definition of a meaningful difference. And I'm like, I watched the conversation pivot in real time. Like, this is so frustrating. Whereas, and again, you might think this is me being arrogant, just concede the point. Because I freely concede points to both of you. Just be like, okay, Chad, whatever. I used the word objectively wrong. Done. Like, that actually would have been the end of it. Chad, you say wrong words all the time. Like, I literally did that today. Well, I said objective, and he said it's not objective. I went, you're right. But instead of doing that, you were like, well, actually, and then we had this definition about objective, and we went in this direction. And I'm like, okay, just see the point. Like,
I did. We're having this. This is happening again. You said it in that moment. You said, why don't you just admit that you're wrong? I was like, I did. I'm just saying, to me, it's meaningless. But I did accept that I did not know the word of hypothetical, hypocritical.
Right.
I did accept it.
Yeah. But this is my point, though. I'm like, no, hang on. You admitted that triangles do indeed have 3 sides. But then you said, I admit that, but it's not a meaningful difference. I'm like, whoa, hold on. You can't do that. You can't admit that it's right, but then be like, it's not a meaningful difference. It is a meaningful difference. Just admit you were wrong. Full stop.
You just want me to say sorry and not say anything else. I mean,
I do that.
I
do that. Okay. If I'm wrong, I just go. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm like, okay, you got me. Yeah, fair enough. Like I don't lose esteem. I don't lose respect. In fact, if anything, it shows respect. Because I'm like, okay, because again, it's a display of good faith. It displays to me that if you have a point, I will concede it. Right? It makes me more willing to engage in actual conversations. But if I don't have faith that you will concede, even if I'm right, you will instead do a Martin Bailey or a deflection or whatever. I'm like, then there's no point. Because even if I'm right, there's no like. if I don't have faith that I can get you to admit that I'm right, then there's no point in having this discussion, because you're going to walk away. Because I believe that you're just going to walk away with whatever opinions you walked in with. This is what I'm saying. So that point, that meaningful distinction point, was important. What I needed you to say in that moment was like, okay, yeah, fine, all right, fine. I used the word
I do
wrong.
that and it doesn't work,
Point
Chad. This is kind of ahistorical. There's been so many arguments that I've been in, and I'm like, sure, okay, cool.
With me,
I don't want to argue about. I can't remember with you.
okay.
I mean, even
But no,
yesterday,
in that case, I believe you.
with the ring out, I was like, I don't want to argue this. This is not my point, and I keep having to like talk about it. I can't just throw my hands up, because I think people look at, like you were saying about, I've been told that I'm pretty condescending and I seem arrogant when I talk.
You are,
So-
but it's fine. I am too.
Yeah, but when I say like, sure, whatever, people are like, no, what do you mean whatever? You don't believe, you're not conceding.
Right,
No
right,
one
right.
can believe that I can concede. So I
Right.
can't do the sorry. So I might as well be like, okay,
Okay.
you're right. I
Then
disagree. because of this,
ironically,
but sure.
then ironically, that is a disagreement between us, because the thing is, I have constantly demonstrated a willingness to concede. I have in fact, ironically, when I work with young people and when I look in the mirror, I'm proud of myself being the kind of man who is like, when I am wrong and I've been outed, I will be like, I'm wrong. And I feel like that's what makes me worthy of having deep intellectual conversations, because there are people in this world like that Saiyan guy who's like, you can't have conversation with him, because even if you're right, he will just whistle in the mud and it's not worth it, right? But in order to show that someone's not like that, you need to see them demonstrating a willingness to concede. It doesn't make me a lesser man when you point out something and I'm wrong. Like,
But this is
and
degrees of conceding, though. I conceded, just not to your degree. I said, I'm wrong. I just don't think there's a meaningful difference in
Right,
what
but-
you described as
yeah.
hypocritical and what I did.
right.
But I'm
But then
still
this is-
saying,
I
you got
hear
me.
it. I hear
But
it.
you
But
want to
this is-
beat me down to be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's what you want.
in this moment, again, because this was after the casual thing, it was a case of like, no. I need you to continue. In the past, I wouldn't be like that. But after the casual comment, I was like, okay, can C4
Right.
concede? Can C4, because that's why I was like, let's bring it to maths, because maths is the one area we can be like, we can just out this. A triangle is three sides. You said four sides. You're objectively wrong. Do you acknowledge that? It's like, yeah, it's not a meaningful difference. I'm like, just say, no, you're right. Just say you're right.
I don't like
Just
this
say you're right.
example. I don't
Just
like
say you're right.
hypothetical. Because
But
this is an
but
objective thing. This is not, obviously with an objective thing, you can have it that it's one person's wrong, one person's right. With a definition of a word
Yeah.
where the two situations are similar, and I go, yes, there's the same difference.
Yeah.
For me saying same difference is like it fucking strikes out the comment I made before, where it's like, you guys were right.
Okay, I hear it.
Where
I hear it,
everyone was
I hear it.
already like,
I hear
not like ganging up on me, but
for me, I understand what you're saying, and this is why we're moving out from the realm of, like I said before, we're moving out the realm of intelligence to the realm of respect. If I apologize for something, and then on the back end be like, ideally, you wouldn't be so sensitive, but I'm sorry. You did apologize. Be like, but you didn't.
so different though.
Hear me out. But like, you didn't perform the actual function of the apology. Right? I'm like, just concede this point. And the irony is, the reason why it was so funny is because it was such a small point that didn't matter. Right? Like, and I'm like, that's why I'm like, ugh, that's why I mentioned earlier, it's such a small example. I pick up that example because I remembered it so vividly, because it was like an objective thing, literally about the word objective and triangles. I'm like, but that dynamic plays out so many times. Don't say microaggressions, fuck that.
Wait,
Like micro
objective?
interactions. No, not with the word objective, but like with
right. Yeah,
a micro interaction where I'm like, okay, can you just concede this point? I'm like, well, no, and then we go off in the situation and we're mutton boy to each other. I'm like,
You did it again. I didn't say no. I just didn't say it the way you wanted to. I didn't say no. I did concede. And see, this is why I can't do it. I can't do it. It's a lie. I didn't concede. I didn't say that. And I don't want to keep having to like rectify the records. I just don't want to do that. I hear what you're saying. I hear that you want me to be like, I was wrong and nothing else. You don't want me to defend it. You don't want me to explain why I was wrong. You just want me to say, oh yeah, I didn't know that, or I got, yeah. But
yeah,
I don't do that.
It's just hard to say. I'm like, if you debate someone and your genuine goal is to arrive at the truth, you will concede. I will concede. You will concede. If, however, your goal is ego preservation, looking good for the audience, or something else, you won't concede. And so when we looked at, again, it's mean-spirited to compare you to that other Saiyan guy, but he's like a great example. Not only was he wrong, when you pin him down, rather than be like, okay, you got me there, rather than even saying that, he would just be like, new points. And you're like,
yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
galling.
I was getting
It's-
whiplash.
but it's galling. It's like, bro, like I would actually have more respect for you, and this conversation would be far more enjoyable if you just be like, okay, you got me. You can still win the argument. That's the irony. Oftentimes, you're more likely to win the argument if you like like wrestling. Like, okay, lose this position so you can roll. Right? Like a lot of times, we're just ego checking, and I'm like, let's just. If I don't know. I again, we're talking about faith. We're dipping in and out of logic and emotion, like fucking rationality and ego. We're doing into, but I've expressed my position. Like that's the thing. That's how I feel. But to go back to the actual points, I definitely have to go. And I said that like 45 minutes ago. I don't know how you do this to me every time. Like it's magic. It's magic, bro. It's magic. But like the point is, I will discuss anything. I will discuss anything, and I will. That's all it is. But if it becomes an argument and we're like going back and forth, that's when I'm going to be like, okay, I'm backing up because I don't have faith that we're going anywhere. I think that for me is, it's not like I'm not going to discuss this topic with you because you're not qualified. I'm not going to discuss this topic because I don't trust you. There's no topic I won't discuss. But if it starts to get argumentative and me and C4 on the opposite sides of the debate, I've already made the decision. There's no sentence I can form that's going to make him concede this point. And if you are discussing with someone who you don't think can concede the point, it is in everyone's best interest not to have that argument because you're wasting time. Just skip to the part where we disagree. And that's already where I am. Like that's all I'm saying. But we can discuss anything. I think this is cool. I think this is cool too. I disagree with this. Cool. But the moment it becomes like two separate sides of it, I'm like, sure. You know what I mean? And I think that's as good as it's gonna get. You know what I'm saying? I also don't think that's unreasonable.
No, it's not unreasonable. Obviously, like without sounding lame, like I was upset that you two were like going at each other, and I was like, that's why I messaged you. I said maybe we should do this privately. Maybe it happened publicly, so it's probably right by C4 to do it publicly.
Yes,
but
agreed.
I just don't want my friends fighting. That's all this really comes down to.
Bo, literally, Finn T came to me the other day saying the same thing. I love both of you. Can you squash this shit? And I'm like, I get it. You're a good friend. I appreciate you doing this. In shoes were reversed, I probably would do the same thing. I never faulted you, never faulted him. And I also thought it was important that I come here and be like, okay, lots of things I hate about C4, lots of things I respect about C4. I wasn't lying when I said this motherfucker needs to have a podcast and a YouTube. He needs to get on that. I know you're busy, you have adult responsibilities. Your takes on fighting games are important. Not just good or interesting, important, even if I disagree with them. But when we interact, there's a different chemistry there. And I'm like, I have lost faith because of the nature of interactions. It could be a massive misunderstanding, like you're saying. And even if that's the case, okay, I believe you, Mike. But even if you're right, it's going to take time for us to realize, oh, it's actually a misunderstanding. It's not a Motte and Bailey trick. It's actually a legitimate attempt to return to a simpler point so that we can move forward again. Like, that's the best explanation. I actually hadn't heard or considered that explanation. I'm like, oh, I can see that. I have issues with that, but I'm willing to consider that because I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering things, right? Poor witness testimony. My point is, we can have these conversations. There is no conversation, no topic I'm not willing to have with C4 at all. But in the full disclosure, when we get into it, I'm gonna back off. You get what I'm saying?
When you say when we get into it, you mean an actual argument?
Like no. Like if we have a disagreement on a topic and we're getting animated, I'm just gonna back off. That's the difference.
Okay.
Right? It might end up being that we're on two separate sides. So let's say me and you agree on something, and Finn and C4, and the conversation can still end up happening. But it's just this sense of like that'll happen. You'll still get your content. Relax. I'm just saying. I just want to be honest.
Don't give Rufamonga a reason to start ripping me on Twitter again.
You just want. We all know. I was watching a Rufamonga video. We all know. You just had to farm that content.
Hey, who made that thumbnail about the slop? I never said slop.
But I thought it was
He
funny.
made me say slop.
You know what? If Mike
joking.
hadn't sent me that message, this whole thing probably would have gone different. No, I'm joking. No, again, I'm not playing that. I'll take my own part in that. But I honestly think fruitful conversation. I gotta go. It's been good, and again, genuine respect. I'm still okay. Go on.
I do think some questions did come in for you.
Okay, cool.
Before you go. Is that okay?
Oh, really?
I'll only read the ones that are relevant to you two, and I'll read the other ones after.
That's all.
Maybe I guess I'll read this one. Lemon Tea, thank you for the follows. You know what's actually happening here? This is the first time the VF community has had spotlight on them, and spoiler, they can't take criticism. That's some bullshit.
You know, Lemon Tea, I'm feeling real Christian in this moment, so I'm not gonna respond. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Lemon Tea, here's it. Sorry. To go with Lemon Tea thing, you know when I did make the comment like, I hope your game dies. That was in response to people saying, well, I don't care that you can't follow the game with hit cards. I think that's a valuable response, a genuine response,
Sure,
and fair
sure.
and correct. If you don't want to help casuals get into your game will die. So yeah, still probably overly antagonistic, but
Sure. But we've all done that. It's fine.
yeah,
I get it.
Semi-true.
I get it.
Semi-true.
I get it.
I mean, I've only just started playing VF, and I'm getting flashbacks to Soul Calibur with how nice the community was, and now I understand why Chad wants to hold that roundtable discussion, because you are gonna have a real fucking problem with the second guys. When they come over, you're gonna have a problem,
bro.
Do you know what I get when I go over to VF? I feel like I'm in a seaside town, and everyone's happy, and everyone's at the beach.
Everyone's having a good time.
There's not many people there, but the roads are clean. Everyone's happy. Everyone's having a good time.
Full-time world champion, like fucking Gentleman Thief is here. Yeah, I'm just here to hang out with the fellow noobs.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Like
Wait,
it's all
Chad,
great. It's all great.
This might impress you, Gentleman Thief, the Brad player.
Yeah. He plays Brad now.
Yeah.
Didn't back in the day, but he plays Brad now. No, he made a good choice.
Kind of like I did some research. Kind of
Yeah,
like I
you
was genuinely trying to get into the game.
Yeah. Okay, you can name the champion. I hear it. I respect it. I respect it. Fine.
But VF is about to have a bunch of Londoners come down.
Uneducated Londoners.
Yeah,
100%.
you guys are gonna have I think you're gonna have a real problem with it, because obviously it's gonna explode. It's not gonna be where it is now. It's like everything's pretty peaceful right now. Everyone gets along. Everybody wants to share tech. When I did the VF stream the other day, loads of people that I saw in your stream and like people I've seen on Twitter like playing VF, they were in my stream. They were like, "Oh, do this, helping me get better." And I was just thinking to myself, man, because the Tekken scene is not what it was back in 6 and 7. It's not the same scene anymore. Like Chad said, it's kind of morphed into this really ugly thing, and it's you can't save it anymore. It is what it is. And they're disgruntled with their own game. And this brand new 3D fighting game that has green pastures is coming out.
And they're gonna come and it's like, this ain't Tekken. Why do I have to hold a god bun? I'm like, fuck. Like that's my favorite. It's like that's my favorite. It's like, why do I have to hold a god bun? God buttons are dumb. I'm like, can you at least play long enough to understand the technical implications of a god button? Like, I get it. The games you play don't have a god button. Just give it a second, right?
Yeah.
Like, but like, it's just super.
Now that's a dumb argument.
100%.
And I know dumb arguments. That's a dumb one.
Lemon Tea again, thank you for the $5. Can we acknowledge that every time C4 is wrong, Chad interprets that as bad faith? Yet anytime Chad gets called out, it was just a mistake.
No, you're right. You're right, Lemon Tea. I'm feeling less Christian by the second.
Damn. I do not pay Lemon Tea for these takes, by the way. It's just...
No, I believe you.
I'm only going to read the ones relevant to this.
Look, he can't spit.
And then the ones that are relevant to C4, I'll read them on the chat. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. Chad is intellectualizing his dislike for C4. He just doesn't like him. Everything else is fluff to come off as the good faith guy.
This I'll object to. If I didn't like C4, I wouldn't be here. Like, you know me. If I don't like someone, I'll just walk away. I just disappear from the conversation.
Yeah. That's not. Chad has told me. I've reached out to Chad, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it."
The only reason I'm here is because both you and Fenty have told me that I did not do right by C4. I'm like, all right, cool. I definitely was pissed at C4, but like, I felt like it was justified. I got to explain myself. I got to do right by him again. But even that sense of doing right by him, it's like, no, I like him. Right? I like him a lot less right now because I'm pissed. That's how things are with friends. In a week's time, this ain't even gonna matter, right? There'll still be some bad blood, but it won't even matter. That's the nature of relationships. But yeah, I don't dislike C4. You, Lemon Tea. Maybe. I've not heard you say anything I like. I've not heard you say anything I like.
I don't even know if he's still here. Those are the only ones that are relevant to you, Chad. The other ones are for C4.
No, but no worries. Cool. In a bit, chat. Have a good one.
Chad, literally 5 seconds. Have that conversation with Finn about the fucking visuals and stuff. Like how we look at like poker and all those other games when we have all the information compared to fucking games. Legit, have it with him.
I will have the conversation. I think it would be better if all 4 of us were here, but I'll leave Mike to convince you of that. But I will have the conversation with Finn. You're right. It's a good idea.
No, don't have it with Finn. We'll do it.
That's for you, Mike. Go on. One more thing. Go on.
2 things, but they're not long. One, Pokemon Champions is on mobile now, so we can.
Yes, I'm down. Is it now today?
Yeah, it's now today.
I'll go on my phone.
I'll download it after the stream. Go on.
Second thing is, when are we doing this roundtable discussion? Because I still.
No, you're right. I will talk to Tricky and Chanchai, who for me are like the heads of that conversation. I'll talk to them tonight and see what we can do. It'll probably be some point next week.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I'll let you know.
Last thing, I messaged you earlier, but I know that we were talking about this as well.
Sure.
I've got an idea for like a VF event that I want to put on, and I know you're going to Taiwan, and I wanted to do it before you go.
Sure.
So would you be open to like co-hosting a VF event?
I'm always here to play. You just let me know. I'm always. All right. Now I'm definitely going. All right. Peace out.
I'm joking.
He got me as well with that one. Fuck's sake.
All right, cool. Let me read out the ones that are relevant to you. Don't get angry now, okay?
All right, I'll try not to.
Bushin Ryukat, thank you for the $5. Excuse me, Mike. I saw your interview of Ernesto. Oh, you gave the receipts, kept the peace, but for 2 hours never talked once about even VF. Unsub. Kidding. I don't think Ernesto's ever even seen VF, to be completely honest with you. I think that might have just gone over his head. That situation with Clayton, just to give an update on it, I put out a community post saying, and I messaged Clayton, and I said to him, we've put out a lot of bad stuff that Rufumonger did to you. I think it's time that you need to like move on, because Rufumonger has proven that he is a massive piece of shit, and he's not going to handle this in the way that, like, the way C4 and Chad handled this today is how you'd expect disagreements to go. Don't have to see eye to eye, but you can come on and you can talk. He's not like that. I understand that he doesn't really stream very often because he's kind of an awkward person, and maybe he would stutter and he would trip over himself and get nervous, but he's done a lot of bad things to Clayton. And so I said to Clayton, I've done 3 videos on it. I've done 2 live streams and altogether the content has come up to 9 hours. I think Ernesto is not going to platform you because, and Ernesto said this himself, he's not built for those sort of conversations. It makes him, he gets nervous and he gets anxious about it. And I don't want to push Ernesto to do something he doesn't want to do. It's his platform. He can do whatever he wants. I advised him and said, Clayton is the last piece of the puzzle here. I've championed Clayton because I think even though Clayton's not an angel, and I've told him before, and you guys heard the voice note that I left him, I was not happy about certain things. I think what happened to him was despicable. And that's why I took his side. And I might do one more video just to wrap it up and give people that, because not everyone's going to read my community post. I might do one more video just to wrap it up and say, this is what we've done, this is what we've achieved. Rufumonger is on Twitter right now. He's still talking shit. He's still on Twitter talking. Yeah, someone was messaging saying, he's talking shit right now. I said,
what about your podcast? Your talk with Ernesto?
About lying again, saying, I didn't lose any subscribers, this, that, and the other. I'm like, we can literally see it. There's a video, there's a tweet that KSRD put together of all the comments they deleted. It's fucking endless.
That's
endless.
A draw
I've got the Google Drive. I've got the Google Drive. And there's a video of it.
Crazy draw out. That's worse than my VN about Chad, bro. That's bad.
So I might do a video to like wrap it up, but I said to Clayton that like this has taken such an insane mental toll on you, and it's taken it's done so much to you that it's maybe time to like let this go, because Rufu's not going to stop. You need to get on with your life. We've put the information out there. I'll go one step further for Clayton. I'll put it in a playlist. I'll have a playlist on my channel, the Rufumonger Files. So people could go there and they can binge watch all the fuckery he's done. But if we can't keep on beating this dead horse, because Rufumonger's not going to change. That's who he is. He's a detestable human being. Okay, he's very big on YouTube. He has his supporters. They don't care if he punches dogs. They already proved that in the comment section. Someone literally said, sorry, not someone, quite a few people said, I don't care what he does. I'm here to get my guides. That's how people are. And I told Clayton when we went into this, you're not going to be able to change everybody's mind. It doesn't matter how many receipts you put on my videos. They're not going to change. They want to hate you. Because I get it as well. People always say things about me and then I confront them. I've got a little folder on my computer of people that I have private Discord conversations with, where I'm asking them, why do you say these things about me? And they're just shrugging their shoulders. Sometimes people are just there for chaos. They don't want resolutions. They call me a drama tuber, but they show up to every single drama video I do. When I do unconventionals with C4, Chad, and Finn, Yaya, they're not there. When I do VF coverage or like I want to pre-order the game, they're not there. But those people will always show up when there's beef in the community, and it says more about them. I'm trying to reach a natural conclusion with a situation that's been affecting somebody for 10 years, and they're giving me shit for it. So I don't have much time for those people. I already know what happens if I bring them on a live stream. That we know they're stupid. But Clayton needs to move on. He needs to move on with his life. And I don't mean that in a put down way. I want Clayton to focus on his health because his health ain't good. His health is not good right now. I don't want it to be a situation where he continued to stress and nothing changes and then the worst happens. I don't want that to happen. So I've already messaged Clayton and I said to him, I need you to move on from this now. Everything that needs to be said has been said and people can make their own decisions. You're not going to get any money out of this from anybody. There's not going to, unless the only thing you can do is take Rufamonga to court because of the things he said. He admitted that he lied about you. He admitted it. So if you can get a lawyer and you can get the funds together, you can take him to court. There's video footage of it. You'd probably get somewhere with it. But as for continuing to peddle this online, it's not doing him any favors anymore. People have made up their minds. Almost 50,000 people watched that video, and then another 20,000 people watched the other one. Everyone knows what's going on. People are talking about it on Twitter. It's got a lot of coverage on Twitter. People have made up their minds. So the only thing I could do is maybe say to technicals here, this is the timeline of events. You ain't gonna do no research. You can fact check it if you want, but here, can you platform this? I don't know if tech will do it. Other than that, if I keep on making videos for Clayton, it's also going to egg Clayton on to hyper focus on this. Now, I don't want his life to go down the drain. The point of me doing these videos was not to farm his situation. It was to try and get from point A to point B. And, I told Ernesto, you kind of threw a wrench in what we were doing, but it's fine. You didn't do it maliciously. It's whatever. But I feel like we didn't get from point A to point Z, but we got to Y. We got to Y. We got pretty close. But every dog has his day. Rufamonga is what he is. He'll have his time. But I want Clayton to be in good health and move away from this. And right now, this situation isn't helping. But yeah, sorry, not to rambler.
It's all good.
Street Sharks, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, this guy.
Oh, it's the master.
Thank you, my master Mike Holler, for giving me my medicine. This gets me through the day. Your live stream best.
That's I mean, he's giving you money, so I would take it. Take it.
Just can you stop calling me master, please? It's kind of weird.
Call him mob boss instead.
No, definitely don't call me that. That has been getting thrown around way too much. It's gonna get back to the wrong person. It's gonna get back to an actual mob boss. Joel, thank you for the $20. Calling one of the greatest fighting games of all time slop is reaching. Basically modern. Every free fighting game has taken mechanics from VF5. Whereas MVCI is the greatest list of fighting games. C4. I'll wait.
Which bit shall I go for first? Where's MVCI? No one plays MVCI. They play MVCI B because Max made it look better. So yeah, and he added more functions. Shame your game hasn't got any. And Max is not a AAA developer. Just one guy.
AAA YouTuber though.
That is true. He's a AAA YouTuber. Yeah, but I wouldn't say. Do you think Max is bigger than Sega?
I think Max is big enough to take a game small enough and make it better.
I mean, if Max can do that and Sega can't, and they're pioneers apparently.
But what did Max do?
He just made the graphics better, and he added 2 more modes. Basically, like 2v2, basically what 2XKO does.
But Sega made the game look visually better because RGG came in and fixed up the character models, and they added stuff into the game like modes and that, and they added rollback and crossplay. I'd say that. I mean, comparatively, Max is one guy. That's super impressive, but objectively, they did add more to the game.
Yeah, they did, but MVCIB is not slop because I didn't have to pay for it. It was free.
But that's because it wasn't a company behind it, right? It was because it's Max. Max couldn't charge for MVCI, otherwise he would get in trouble.
Yeah, you could. Oh, you mean for the mods? Like, because
Yeah.
it's a mod, right? Yeah, probably not. But it's still not slop because I didn't have to pay for it. MVCI was slop because I had to pay for that. But the update was not slop.
So wait, you
So
can't
Virtual
receive.
Fire is probably good for when it came out. I'm just saying the remastered slop. You can't fucking change your stage if you're queuing for ranked in team mode, bro.
But wait,
That's so dumb.
so you can't receive free slop. Free slop's not a thing.
Well, not in this circumstance, because the reason it's slop is that you're asking for less and you're paying for it. But I mean, I would find it very hard for you to look at MVCI Beyond and go, yeah, that's more slop than the base game. You can try.
I think I saw it once and I barely remember it, so I can't comment on it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, someone can try it. I'll question their eyesight, but sure. Actually, you know what? To be fair, the players in Japan don't play the Beyond version, but I think that's for balancing reasons, not just visual reasons. I think they like the base game, but the base game is way more unbalanced than the Beyond version because the Beyond version was done by the community.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know fuck all about it. I heard Max talking about it. I think I saw it once, but I never looked into it. But I do like MVCI's roster though. I thought MVCI. I think MVCI's gameplay was pretty sick. I just thought it was so ugly.
I agree. Like Spencer looked like he was just off a bender. Like he looks like he's taking Fent. I understand. Like the game looked terrible.
The first
Capcom.
The first screenshot that I saw of Dante and Chun-Li, I couldn't believe it. I was shocked.
Slop. I'd pay for that slop because Venom looked absolutely amazing. Venom and Jeddah. I think the people that made Venom and Jeddah, I think they left or something because those two characters compared to everyone else, it's like they're from a different game.
Are they the only two monster characters though? Because maybe the artists were really good at making like monsters, but human faces they couldn't.
Oh yeah, they could not, bruv. Chris Redfield, I know he kills zombies in fucking Raccoon City, but he looked like he went for some shit, bruv. He looks tired. That guy looks so tired. But yeah, now you said that, like Sigma looks fine, but he hasn't got he's got human features, but he doesn't look like a human. Zero, Mega Man, they're fine. Hulk was a bit weird. I think Ryu was a bit weird. So yeah, it might be that. Might be just human faces. They just sucked at doing. Yeah, Spider-Man looks fine, and you don't see his face. So
yeah, I suspect that's probably what it is.
I did. Oh fuck! I forgot the answer now. I did have an actual genuine answer to that guy's thing. Oh, that's it. Virtual Fighter mechanically is probably really good. All of my critiques were not about the mechanics. They're all about functions in the game. So yeah, I'm sure it is a good game.
Lemon Tea, thank you for the $2. C4 and Mike are like Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman.
Who's that?
They're the NBA guys. I don't know if they do other things as well. The black dude and Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. I've seen the memes. I've not heard them talk about basketball, but I've seen them like get like I think I saw him with like a Mewtwo picture, and he was talking about yeah. That's pretty funny.
I thought that was AI when I was listening to it. And I looked down, and I was like, "What the fuck is Steve? Why is Steve talking about Pokemon?"
That was pretty funny.
Bushin Ryukat, thank you for the $2. C4, would you play any fighter that you commentate?
Would you play any fighter that you can commentate? I think I commentate any game I can play. I think I do it the other way around. I'm trying to think. Is there anything I commentate that I don't or that I wouldn't play? No, I don't think so. Yeah, everything I've commentated, I've played.
1 second.
All right, while he's doing that chat, I'm going to jump on my phone because I want to go get a drink. Oh, I know I can't. If Mike goes, then you're all alone. Yeah, hopefully that answered your question. I can't think of...
Sorry, I was just checking.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah,
cool.
Seeing if so the dog hurt himself yesterday, so...
Oh, right. Is he all right now?
Yeah, he's fine. Like, I think he...
Bro! Sorry.
Huh?
Go on. I saw a chat, but you say it. Is your dog okay?
Yeah, he's fine now. I think he just rolled the wrong way, and I think he hurt his leg, but he's okay now.
Cool. Besides, I play fucking Saki, bro. I play Arcana Hearts.
Oh, I saw someone playing Arcana Hearts. It was called Arcana Hearts Love Max with loads of X's or something. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, it might have been free, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, not my kind of game. This was back doing what was it called? Super versus Battle.
Yeah. Shouts to Frosty, whatever he's doing. He was like the best at that game. He taught me it.
Real Tech, thank you for the $5. Oh yeah, IRC. What does IRC mean?
If I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. VF5 on PS4 was free for PS Plus on launch for free quite a long time beforehand. This title is inexpensive to the player base, to be honest.
PlayStation Plus isn't free.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. I'm sure your game is cheap. Probably. Actually, no, fuck it. Yeah, for a reason. It's probably cheap for a reason, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
It's cheap because it's a 20-year-old game. That's
And
a
it
valid
functions
reason.
It functions like a 20-year-old game in 2025. So yeah.
But so do most re-releases.
Nope. Go play Marvel Collections. Doesn't the functionality doesn't function like a fucking arcade game. It's okay, bro.
Okay.
Again.
Walk me through the functions of that game.
What the individual games, or because it's a collection of Marvel games, right? It's got like the Punisher, Marvel 2, X-Men vs Street Fighter.
I'm assuming they put like the Street Fighter collection. They kind of share similarities, or is there one that's drastically different to another?
Well, I can tell you for sure because I can't quite remember the Street Fighter one. I'll bet my bottom dollar that you can queue ranked and have all the options in T mode.
See, I can respect all of that, but I think the problem here with your VF Techs is you are dismissing modes that are a massive deal to people that play the game. That I think it not like these Marvel games don't know anything about these modes. They've never even sniffed it. And I think even older Tekken games had these things. In terms of like drawing people in to play the game, a lot of these games, these Marvel games, and not Street Fighter 6, but definitely Street Fighter 5, and a lot of these 2D anime fighters, that they don't offer fuck all other than queue ranked, training mode, lobby. And VF offers way more than that. And I'm like, yeah, VF5 is definitely lacking in the training section, but it's not lacking in other areas where all other fighting games right now are lacking. And I wager to bet even Marvel Tekken's going to come out. It's not going to have the features that VF5 has for players.
It probably won't, but not to sound like a hater, it's just the mode that it's not anything revolutionary. It's just challenge in the game. It's cool that you have it. I'm just not gonna, sing and dance about it. It's like, yeah, if I had 8 people, I could also do a Rambat or a League with a pen and paper.
Yeah,
it's cool that the game lets you do it, but you know what the game doesn't let you do? Train with your friend. There's no workaround with that. Me and you can't lab together. I can't lab with Finn. I have to go into a match. And then I have to lose the match after we train and then look at my portrait again to go back in. Time is money. And a lot of it is going down the drain when I play Virtual Fire. But
it's a 20-year-old game, though.
It plays like a 20-year-old game. Yes, you are correct. In
So
2025,
in these,
it plays like a 20-year-old game.
In these re-release games, you can queue ranked. What else can you do?
You can record your dummy doing an action. Can you do that in Virtual Fire?
No, to be fair, I haven't really used training modes.
Hey, Mike, and you put way more hours into it than me.
I don't think I have. You had 10 hours, didn't you?
Yeah, you played more. You must have played more than 10 hours.
I played Final Showdown for a lot longer, and I played VF4 for a lot longer. But Revo, I don't think I've got more than 6. Actually, no. To be fair, I probably have more than you now because I streamed, and that would have made up quite a bit of time.
But that's not. Yeah, that's not you playing. Just when you queue ranked, you can't change the stage. So if you got beat up in that fucking red phone box stage and you lose, it will randomly put you in another stage. And then you can't pick your stage when you go to queue ranked. It's just horrible if you want to train because you can't record the dummy. Say I lose to you and you do a string and I'm like, oh, because there's no hit counter, I can't work out if it's a true string or not. Let me get the dummy to do that on me while I wait for a match. Nope.
I hear it, but it's not hard to figure out.
You're right. Just look at help us. It all makes sense. It's a skill issue. I said it was a skill issue. I admitted it. I was just like, yeah, then every casual's got a skill issue and they just can't get into your game. See you on WhatsApp.
Well, listen, virtual fighting will be a WhatsApp fighter for much longer. Let me tell you that. With what they're doing with VF6, everybody's going to be flooding in, I guarantee. I don't know how many people will stay, but at the very least, I think VF6 is going to change the landscape of fighting games going forward.
I agree. I know no one's going to remember me saying that. I was like, yeah, this VF6 looks like the first AAA fighting game. I think it looks way better than Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, I think it looks way better than Street Fighter 6. But maybe the bar's just been, because AAA it lost its meaning a while ago. But maybe the bar has been raised. But it is the Yakuza developers doing it now, so it's a different ball game. Also, I know people are asking. Yes, I'll put the Yasmin trailer on after I've read these super chats.
Oh shit! Okay, cool.
Silentium, thank you for the $10. Comparing VF Ring Out to Invincible Sudden Death is disingenuous. Ring Out isn't a mechanic given to the loser. It's available to everyone at the start of each round. Address it. Don't just say it's funny. Yeah, it's not an actual combat mechanic. Like, I think when we were talking about it, we were kind of miscategorizing what it is. It can be used as that. At least I was miscategorizing it in the way I was arguing. It can be used as a comeback tool because you can use the stage to your advantage even when you're losing. But it's free to use to everyone at the beginning of the match.
Don't just say it's funny. I can say whatever's funny. I haven't got a strong stance if it's good or bad. I don't really care. I think there's lots of good or bad mechanics that don't make up the game. For example, Exile had a mechanic called Danger Time, where if you clash two attacks together, it would literally count 3, 2, 1, and then for the next 8 seconds, any hit was a counter hit. Everyone fucking hated it. It was really dumb.
That sounds awful.
But it was hype apparently. It's fucking mental. It literally went into DEFCON. It would be 3, 2, 1, and then everything would be fucking going crazy. It was like that scene in Blades.
Yeah.
It was like that. It was like using the fucking Blade rave with the blood pouring down. It was fucking stupid.
That's mad.
It was but everyone was like, oh, it doesn't happen often. I remember in tournament once, we had Danger Time and we just let the timer run out for 10 seconds. We didn't fight. We were like, we're not engaging in this stupidness. This is dumb. But I think that's still one of the best games ever made. Exiled. So you can have dumb mechanics in your game and it still be a good game. Again, I just think it's funny because people were saying mechanics in other games were silly. And the principle, it doesn't matter about the combat mechanic. That guy clearly didn't listen. So he did a chat where he heard something and went, I must hear this in my angry voice. And I'm going to twist up the words. I said, in principle, I think it's funny that you can win without hitting your opponent. That's all I said.
Fair enough. Can't argue the principle.
You could. There you go. See, conversations are so much nicer when you just accept stuff. And I accepted. It's probably never gonna happen. I doubt it will ever happen that 2 players in Virtual Fire with full health will just let the other one push them off with dashing into them. I don't think it's practical.
Yeah, my only thing is I can't argue the principle, but why even bring it up? If it's not something that is gonna be seen, we're never gonna see it. But it can happen. Why even mention it?
Because I'm a man of principles. Are you, Mike? Are you a man of principles?
Evidently not.
I think you are. Okay, I thought you was. I thought the Clayton thing was about principles. I thought he was one of us.
No, not according to comment sections. According to comment sections, Mike's a narcissist and he just wanted to take someone out.
Really? Did someone? Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro. People, if you go to the latest upload, I can't remember what his name is. Some anime profile pic. He was like, Mike isn't here to help anyone. He just wants to ruin someone's life, or he's a narcissist. Wow. He just wants to attack somebody because they cussed him out. And I was like, I mean, he did cuss me out. So if you gave me more reason to go after you, but at the end of the day, it's like what you were saying, that you don't really care about, I'm not saying that my situation was hypocritical, but you don't care about people being hypocrites. Is the thing a thing? And if it is, then whatever. and what Ruthermonger was doing was fucked up. So whether I said, you know what, you cussed me, now I'm gonna go after you for this thing, that would, you could argue that's like self-centered and you're not doing it for a good reason. But at the end of the day, he still did that disgusting thing and he still had to answer for it. It's not the reason that I went after him, because people cuss me all the time. I get cussed all the time. Obviously, as a content creator, you get cussed all the time.
Yeah.
It's non-stop. It doesn't matter what I say, they'll find a reason to insult me. And content creators as well. I've seen content creators insulting me. I've watched their streams where they're saying stuff about me. I don't go after them. I see it and I'm like, it's fine, it's whatever. Like the other day, actually, King J's, people say what they want about him, but he does take the high road. Someone sent me video clips of Fighting GM just going in on King J, just cussing him out.
Really?
Yeah, and it was recent because he was playing Pragmata, and I know Pragmata came out at the end of April, like 17th of April. So it was recent. Yeah. It was cussing King J, and I was like, and they sent it to me, and I was like, well, Jay's my friend, so I probably should let him know he's getting cussed out on the stream. I sent it to Jay, and Jay was like, I'm not engaging with him. I've got better things to do. I was like, you know, I respect that, because if that was me, I might have said so. It was pretty like low. It was low hanging fruit. What he was saying. I was surprised.
Right.
And the worst thing is, I thought they squashed their beef as well. And Jay, when I saw Jay, I was like, yeah, I thought we squashed our beef. I don't know why he's cussing me, but he was like, I ain't dealing with this shit.
Bizarre. Yeah, I mean, I can't do that. Well, it depends. I think if it's someone like Fighting GM or King J, then I'd be like, nah, I have to kind of defend myself, like with Chad. But the shit that I do in fucking the Discords, I don't feel that type of way about it. That's sports to me. Controlling people, that's sports. Yeah.
Did it get resolved? Kinda.
Yeah.
Sort of. We got to a point where conversations are a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever. No one like swore it. We didn't swear at each other or anything. It wasn't that bad. I was way more vicious in the VNs. The VNs? Yeah, the voice notes. Way more vicious. But yeah, Chad made some good points.
I was a little bit apprehensive for this stream. When I messaged Chad, I'll be open and honest with you. When I messaged him, I was like, maybe we should do this privately, but C4 was you called him out publicly, so maybe it should be public, but maybe we should do it privately. And Chad was like, tell me the time, I'll be there. I was like,
that was it? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was like,
Chad, cool. If you haven't seen me mad, trust me.
Yeah, you sent me the voice note. I played it in front of my missus. She was like, what's going on? And I was like, fucking mates are beefing now. And the worst thing is that I really didn't think when I sent over that message to Chad, because when you sent it to me, we were midway through a hike, and I sat on a bench to listen to it, and I laughed. I was like, oh, this is funny. So when I sent it to Chad, I was like, oh, he's gonna laugh. It's gonna be funny. And then when he was like, no, I'm not engaging in that. Are you fucking kidding me? I was like, why? It's funny, isn't it? And now we're here, and I was like, all right. So technically, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said C4 called it a party game. That probably wasn't it. But I didn't know what was going. Like Chad says, I don't know what's in a man's heart. I didn't know that he thought that C4 was trying to troll him.
Never troll a friend. Never troll my friends.
Before I read the next super chats, let's watch Yasmin's trailer.
Actually, while you do that, let me jump on my phone because I want to go get a drink.
All right, cool. Why can't I? Okay, let me bring it up. My God, so many options.
What do you think about that character?
Well, I guess we're about to find out. I saw the character model. I was like, nah, looks unremarkable, but for Street Fighter 6 standards anyway. But let's see what she's all about.
I hit the streets to prove that I'm a fighter. Keep up if you can.
Round one. Fight.
Sorry, it's hard.
Bro, what the hell am I looking at?
It's looking kind of anime.
Almost. Ready.
Oh my god.
Not gonna lose. So
Bro, what the hell is going on?
Killing this. That's what you practice. Focus. Blooming. That was too easy. That sounded kind of cool.
Oh, Finn's buying the game.
Well, holy anime slot. Oh my god. Why didn't they just okay, do you know what? I don't want to rain on this game's
Told you.
parade.
I knew Finn would buy the game when her hair went down. I was like, yeah, that's Reina. I knew
Oh my
it.
god, she is God, Finn. Finn. Do you know what? I ain't gonna hate on it. You wanna have fun with this character? Have fun with her. I wanted Makoto. I ain't gonna play the game anyway. I just wanted to see Makoto in Street Fighter 6. So if you're happy, you're happy. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. Mike's a misogynist, blah blah blah. Whatever.
I think
Not for me.
mechanically, she looks like a character I play. Reversal, Wreckers, and an interesting fireball. But yeah, I don't think that's enough. She looks not bad. I think with trailers with new characters, you're always going to struggle because I feel like with Jamie, you could see aspects of Yun and Yang, and that was like the tie to the older characters. With a brand new character, if they don't give a move that kind of reminisces of something else, it's kind of hard to grow an attachment if you're like a fan of the franchise, I think.
Yeah, I think she looks way cooler than when they first showed off the character portraits. So I'll give them that. Like, she looks like she doesn't just look like a random NPC. When I first saw the character trailers, I was like, I don't know, man. Everyone but Tifa just looks like background characters, but she looks like a Street Fighter character. Just not one that I would ever touch, and definitely not want to fight. So. Yeah, I will not be. I mean, I had no plans to play Street Fighter 6 anyway, so there's too much going on in the 3D realm for me to invest in this game again. But if people are happy with her, then people are happy with her. I'm glad Finn's got a new main.
So your verdict is keep it moving.
Keep it moving. Not enough to bring me back to the game. And to be fair, I don't think they can do anything to bring me back to Street Fighter 6 because I think the design of Bison is fantastic. Like, I think he's so cool in Street Fighter 6. But the drive system is infuriating. I hate it. I hate the drive system with a passion. I think I hate it more than Heat.
Really?
I think Heat's a worse mechanic. I think Street Fighter's drive system is just, I don't know, man. Like, it drives me mad. Maybe it's a skill issue, but the throw loops, the drive rush, I'm good. I've already got Heat in my life. I don't need drive rush as well. That's just looking for like a fucking aneurysm at that point. I'm all right.
Are you saying the drive system's bad?
Subjectively, obviously, I can't speak to objectively, but I think it absolutely destroys neutral.
And how many hours you put into that game? If you don't mind me asking.
Street Fighter 6. The first year when it came out, I played it a lot. I don't know how many hours I've got. I played it up until season 2. Bison came out. I got to master rank. I got Honda to master rank. I played it for a bit after that, and then I stopped. So I don't know, no idea. But enough time to hit master rank. But to be fair, that was pretty easy as well.
Okay, just curious.
Enough time to know how the system works. Like I hate the fact that you could do a jab into the drive system and get this full combo, find yourself in the corner, and now have to do a throw loops. I'm like, that's just not fun. That's not fun in any way, shape, or form. I hate the fact that you can use the drive system outside of combos. So you can be on one side of the stage, use it, and then make your overhead safe, basically. And then have it be a combo starter. So I think it changes the frames.
Yeah, it does on hit and block.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need that. When I'm playing Street, that's not how I imagine Street Fighter. I don't want to play Street Fighter like that. Like I would rather play like Street Fighter 4 or something, where it's just like I wasn't the biggest fan of the focus system, but I don't feel like it was as overwhelming as the drive system. I think the drive system it overwhelms the entire game, and I'm just not there for it. But they obviously did something right because it's just doing crazy numbers right now. Nope, his phone disconnected. I'm sure it'll be back. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $2. When's the DC stream with Tom? Tom Brady's going to be here tomorrow. He will be here tomorrow. I don't know what time we're doing it, but he will be here tomorrow. I think your thing disconnected.
Oh, bad. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Mike Hollow's side profile. Thank you for the $2. And the backpack to Mike's Dora.
That's
very strange.
I was about to say, why did you read that? But they pay for it, so you kind of have to.
Yeah. I don't, but I'll be courteous. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Also, please do a VF panel stream. Well, Chad's going to sort that out. And then I guess we'll co-host it, or not co-host it, sorry, we'll co-stream it. He's going to sort out with some VF people. And I'll do another VF stream maybe on Friday. Friday we'll do a VF stream because I want to do another league. I think I've gotten pretty deep. I wouldn't say I've gotten decent at VF now, but I know what I'm doing. I recognize situations. I remember all my combos. I don't feel as like nervous when I'm playing the game right now. And I've gotten used to sidestepping rather than backdashing because that shit gets you killed very quickly. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $2. You guys got me back into Pokemon. Appreciate it. Yeah, we uploaded Pokemon channel today, so we're back uploading on there. I've got another video to put up tomorrow, and I'm sure C4 is recording stuff as well.
Bro, Finn, lock in, bro. I'm playing Virtual Fire. You gotta play Pokemon. All of us. Any warm-blooded mammal will like Annihilate. That will get you into the game, bro. That one is so sick.
Yeah, I'm just loving all like seeing the new Pokemon and the new items. Have you tried any of the new items yet?
Yep, Life Orb. You're gonna have fun with Life Orb, fam.
So Life Orb is the one that boosts your power but takes your health.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I got hit by a Pokemon using Life Orb today because I didn't realize, but I was like, that move doesn't drain your energy, and why did it kill me? And then I was like, okay, he must have had Life Orb.
Yeah, you're going to see a load of Life Orb Garchomps just spamming Earthquake and Rock Slide, and you're going to go, oh, this is not fun.
Yeah, I've been running into a lot of Garchomps, but luckily I've been able to get my Trick Room off, and then I'll just use Tyranitar and do Dragon Claw, and they just die in one hit.
Yeah, everyone, please do yourself a favor. Get Pokemon Champions. It's free. If you like reads, Pokemon is your game. It's reads without execution.
Yeah, this guy fucking read me so badly today. It'll be in the video tomorrow. He pissed me off so much. He was doing Incineroar, and then he would Parting Shot. I'd poison one of his mons. He'd bring in Sinestro to get the hospitality, so the poison was effectively ineffective. And then he would take Sinestro out, bring in Incineroar in, lower my attack again. Then Parting Shot, fucking Sinestro comes back in. I was like, I can't kill this motherfucker because my attack is too low now. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna switch out. No, sorry, I was like, I'm gonna poison Incineroar. I went to poison Incineroar, and I had already poisoned Raichu, and he switched into Raichu, so it didn't
Ooh.
work. And then Raichu used Volt Tackle, and I was like, do you know what? I'm just gonna call it there. I've had enough. I was so angry.
I've been there. I've been there.
Painful. Rin, thank you for the $20. Good to see everything hashed out, unlike the Rueful stuff. Like you said, this is going to get glossed over, and hopefully Clayton can get peace after everything's done. Personally, think Ernesto is going to get hate for it. Yeah, I warned Ernesto that because Ernesto didn't do anything maliciously. I genuinely think Ernesto's a good guy. I do believe that. I believe he's a good guy. I think they chose a bad video to open with. They chose the worst video to use as like, we're just going to have a chat. And I told him that. I said to him, there were 100 fighting game situations going on right now. You chose this one. This was the wrong one. And the way you handled it, in my opinion, was really bad. I saw some people in this comment section getting angry that I basically went on there to wag my finger at them. But I was like, what did you think I came on here to do? I came on here to argue back against what Rueful said and tell them that I think they did a bad job initially. I said to them, I don't think they're bad guys. They have my respect. They chose a video to cover that was gonna cause serious problems. They didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't do their research. And I know that Ernesto, I spoke to Ernesto off camera. He really wasn't happy with it. I don't think he wanted to interview me. Because when he was going to be gracious enough to give me the interview, but I don't think he wanted to do it because he knew. I told him, I sent him a voice note, and I said to him, I understand that because basically the way he put it across to me is that this is about Rufelmonger. It's not about me, and it's not about Dirty Low. And I said to him, like respectfully, I have to ask you questions for how this is all played out. If I can't, then I can't come on here. And he said, okay, cool. You can ask me questions. So I didn't want it to be a thing where the podcast is getting curated or whatever, because that's what Rufelmonger did. Rufelmonger basically said, there's a bunch of uncomfortable things I don't want to talk about. You can't ask me about them. You can't have Michael on when I'm here. You can't have Clayton on when I'm here. So he kind of curated the situation to make it look as favorable to him as possible. I didn't want to do that. I said, if we're going to have this conversation, then it's got to be gloves off. I'll be respectful, but you can't say to me, don't ask specific questions. And they were cool with it. They just, I don't know, they chose the wrong video to react to. It was unfortunate. But yeah, I'll probably do a little wrap up on that situation. And I've told Clayton it's time to call it a day for his own good. Kenjamin, thank you for the $2. MVC collection has no crossplay in 2026. Slop.
Yeah, it's got no crossplay. It's got rollback.
It's got no crossplay. Damn.
I think so.
Yeah, it's pretty sloppy. I still wouldn't call it slop. I think that's an L, but I wouldn't call it slop. It's a collection. It's a bunch of old games. I think crossplay is very expensive from what I've heard from developers, and it sucks when we don't get it, but it is what it is. Like fucking Bleach hasn't got crossplay. It hasn't got rollback or anything like that. Sometimes we accept slop. I think overall, like Bleach Rebirth of Souls, I think it's a great fighting game, but the package is not great. So I wouldn't call it slop. But it has sloppy shit in it, or lack of.
Yeah.
Sorry, C4, did you want to say something?
No. I'm all good.
Oh, Mike Hollow's side profile. Thank you for the $5. Mike, can I be a mongoose? Check my saved playlist for reference.
Do you know this person?
No, I have no idea who this is. No idea. I thought that it was my girlfriend's sister because she did make a fake account to troll me in here, but
nice.
There's a $sign there, so I'm assuming this is an American. I don't know if you could just change it as a Brit. You can send money in dollars. I don't know, but If it is her, we'll be having words. Busha Ryukat, thank you for the $5. Mike is the boss, like Aiza from Bleach. Slow, methodical, never gets his hands dirty, and a butterfly. C4, I dare you to commentate one random virtual fighter match. Well, those two things didn't add up. I appreciate the compliment, though. It was so
Yeah, I'll do
random.
it.
We do
I'll
it.
do it. Yeah, I commentated Tekken, remember? On your stream.
Will you commentate a match with Chad?
Yeah, because I don't have to ask his opinion. He just knows the game better than me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I'll do that. I mean, bro, when I finish here, I'm going to go on Brad's stream to learn Virtual Fire. I just won't ask him any questions. I'll just watch.
No, that's I respect that. That's fair. I think over time this will be remedied, and you two will be talking like normal. It will take all wounds take time to heal, in my opinion.
I can get over the line thing, as long as it's not a pattern, and as long as he can believe me, then I'll be like, oh, you're worth talking to, innit? That's it.
That's fair. OJ, thank you for the $5. Finn versus Jay, and now C4 versus Chad. The heat is getting to y'all in the UK, it seems. It's not even that hot, to be honest. It's kind of gone. It's really, I mean, is it hot where you are?
I have to walk around in the heat, so I feel it more than most. But it's definitely not as hot as it used to be, like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's not that hot. But yeah, no, I don't like my friends fighting. But do you know what? Compared to what happened with Finn and Jay, this was a much better outcome. Much better outcome. Because if you guys had heard the shit that was being said before, like in the lead up to the potential stream between Finn and King Jay, it was mad. It was I was messaging C4 going, this is gonna go fucking sideways so quickly, but it didn't end up happening, and that was for the best. And I'm happy. I didn't want to see that. I didn't want to see that play out. And initially, I even said to Finn, maybe it does need to play out in public because it happened in public, and one side feels embarrassed by it. But then, as the conversations progressed, we were like, no, this shouldn't play out in public. This is actually going to be a massive L, and so we didn't go forward with it. Some things are just better left off stream, in my opinion.
Yeah, let that fade away into a distant memory. That was not a good time. Not a good time.
Yeah, super random as well. We were fucking talking about Harada, and it just went sideways. But yeah, it happens, man. Like we do like open form discussion on this podcast, and there's loads of different personalities with loads of different talking points. You're bound to get into a fight with somebody. But as long as you can squash it and move on and just be like, okay, we fought, there was miscommunication, someone was disrespected, keep it moving. It will happen again. Someone else is going to fight. I don't know who. I hope not soon, but at some point there's going to be another fight. Just hopefully the people involved in it are like mature enough to be like, you know what, let's just squash it. Let's just keep it moving.
Yeah, hopefully they're more mature than me. I'm not mature. Not in the DMs. In the DMs, I'm far from mature.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, yeah, but the DMs are private. Like, no one's reading them other than the person you're sending it to.
Lucky for me.
Yeah, God forbid my WhatsApp ever leaks. They're gonna see like this terrorist version of C4.
Yeah, I'm mean. I'm not, bro. I'm not. Wait, for chat, just in case. I'm not throwing out slurs. I'm just very. If you think I'm mean to people in chat, if you listen to a voice note that I send, you don't know what mean is. You don't know what I look like when I'm triggered.
Yeah, I still don't think I've ever gotten angry though. Have I ever, other than when I'm losing on Pokemon, have I ever sent you like an angry voice note about something?
The Pokemon one was the worst. The Pokemon one was definitely the worst.
Yeah, that was 2 a.m. I was sleep deprived. Someone stole my victory. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm I didn't use any slurs before anyone says, "Oh, Mike."
Yeah, no slurs.
Off.
No slurs.
There was no slurs. There was barely any F words, barely any swearing. But I was very angry. I was very angry. I said to C4, if we didn't have a channel, I'd throw this game at the wall right now. I was so pissed off. But you know what? It was a skill issue. It was my fault. I just didn't know what I was talking about. I felt like I got robbed. And when you lose to a Whimsicott team, you're always gonna feel robbed because that Pokemon looks like a little idiot. But it is what it is.
I can tell if anyone wants to know what Mike sounds like when he's mad, there's inflections in his voice, like not like voice cracking, but he would go up a little bit, like what the fuck he did tailwinds, like that's when I know Mike is mad.
Yeah,
It's
I was at least agitated. I was agitated. I can't remember if I've actually gotten like angry. I don't think I've gotten angry at anyone. Actually, no. Do you know what? I got angry.
Perfection, you must have been close.
No, I did. I got angry when he started talking over everyone. I told him to shut the fuck up, and
Yeah.
he said something to Finn, and I'd said to him, "Watch your fucking mouth" or something like that. And even when I said that, I was like, probably shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna get the accusations again.
Good times.
Yeah, that stream. Do you know how many Dragon Ball YouTubers reached out to me after that, saying thanks for the stream? People are still watching it. I'm still getting comments about that stream.
Really?
Yeah, people
Still?
have made videos about it that have gone viral. There was a Discord discussion about it. I don't know if Perfection was a part of that one. He might have been. I think that was when he said, I can't repeat it, but he said some crazy shit in the Discord call. I think I sent it to you.
Yeah,
You
about
sent it to you?
about the LGBTQ stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I there's a bunch of videos that came from that stream. That was a pretty crazy stream. People like, when's there going to be a part 2? I was like, I don't think there needs to be a part 2. There's nothing left unless he does something else that is even worse. But now he's getting onto Virtua Fighter. I don't know if anyone saw his videos.
What?
But he's saying Virtua Fighter 6 is garbage.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. You go to his channel, he said VF6 looks like garbage. He said that RGG is ruining this game. They're destroying the essence of Virtua Fighter. I was listening to it and I was like, you actually just like to rage bait people. And I was listening to it and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna click off of this. This is so disingenuous.
See, people might not think there's a difference, but I see that as rage baiting and what I'm doing not as rage baiting. But I guess to anyone from the outside, they'll probably see me and him interact with Virtual Fighter and go, they're both rage baiters. I think he's actually rage baiting, but I can't prove it.
Yeah, he's definitely a rage baiter, 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you, OJ, for the $2. You yelled at Roy Akron when he couldn't hear you. Oh yeah, I thought he was talking over me, so I got angry, but he actually couldn't hear me. That guy's a donut though. Like I was in someone's comment section and he was just chatting shit about me. I was like, why is he still talking about me? He was saying all these things, and I was like, I read it and I was like, Roy, you're not that guy. You don't exhibit that energy when we speak. So why are you talking crazy? But I just left it. I didn't even comment. I was like, I'll just leave it. I don't think I could bring myself to retard whisper for that guy again. That was too much. I'd actually need to get C4 and Finn in here. So that C4 can retard whisper for me, and then Finn can retard whisper for C4, and then maybe we can get somewhere with that guy.
Yeah, that needs to be done one day.
There'll be a stream. I mean, there's always something random going on, right? I forgot to even tell you, but we'll probably not cover it because I know you got Evo coming up soon. When do you leave for Evo again?
Next week, Thursday. Yeah.
And Evo's in July this year, not August.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they moved it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, for that one, I'll probably wait until you're back. And there was even that Tifa Lockhart person.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that.
That was fucking. I read some of it. That was disgusting, actually disgusting. But I will wait. And there's a streamer called Aru. I don't really know what she streams, but she got I didn't know this. I had no idea. The Final Fantasy community makes the toxicity in our community look like child's play. And I didn't even know. I was reading what they were saying about her, and it was so bizarre. Basically, they were ripping into her because she made a joke about Tifa's breasts, and they were saying that you can't talk about Tifa like that. Like, you can't speak about Tifa like that. And I was like, oh my God, if they see what I've been saying about Tifa, I'm going to get fucking cooked. And then the shipping community, I can't remember the details. It's on my Twitter page, but it was something like the shipping community have shipped Tifa and Cloud. But someone said Cloud and who's the other girl? Aerith, that they should be together. And they got mad. Like I'm not talking about a little bit mad. They've been bullying this girl for about 4 years now. I spoke to her, I had a conversation with her, and I asked her, like, what is going on here? They brought up her father who had passed away, making jokes about her and him. They apparently, I think that there was like an attempt to dox. There was a massive harassment campaign. They were retweeting her saying nasty things. I was like, so when I was talking to her, I was like, where did this all start? And she was like, here's the beginning of it. And I was like, what? Because you made a comment about Tifa's breasts. Are you being for fucking real? And she was like, I was like, yeah, these people are actually insane. Like when the people in the fighting game community, you could say we're petty, you know, like grown men, look at what we're doing, we're being petty, whatever. I'll accept that.
Mm-hmm.
The Final Fantasy guys, the Tifa fans specifically, they are mad. Like I'm talking, they are unhinged to the point where you might actually have to take like precautions against them, like getting involved with them, because they will defend Tifa like she is the second coming of Jesus. If you make comments about her and you like say that, oh, you know, she's just sex appeal, she's just eye candy, and they catch wind of it and it's on one of their bad days, bro, you are going to get dragged for the rest of your existence online. You will never escape it. And I saw some of it because I was making fun of the people that didn't get Tifa in Tekken 8. I was saying, oh, you know, like we got Yujiro, who needs Tifa? And there was like this AI image going around on Twitter of you know that Batman meme where he slaps Robin and Robin's saying something and Batman slaps him.
Yeah.
There was an AI version of Yujiro slapping Tifa. Oh my days, bro. I read some of the comments. I was like, guys, she's not real. She's not real. I get it. She's your favorite character, but she is not an actual person. We're not pushing violence against women because there's a picture of Yujiro slapping Tifa, and we're not insulting your queen. And by the way, if she goes into a fighting game, which she now is, she's going to get slapped by men all the time. So what are you getting pissed off about? She's literally about to hold Shoryukens. She's literally. Have you seen Akuma's Rage or whatever they call their super attacks, the critical attacks?
Oh, yeah.
He punches you as hard as he can in the face, and the screen zooms in. You're about to watch your precious queen get absolutely mangled by Akuma. It's not that deep. She's not real. And to harass somebody for 4 years and to bring up their father who has passed away because they made a comment about Tifa's boobs. My brothers and sisters, you have failed. Pack it up. Pack it up. That is embarrassing. That's so embarrassing.
It reminds me of those.
Go on.
You know those people that argue with Sikandar? Those like stan accounts, those MK stan accounts.
Oh yeah, the Melina stans. Mate, don't argue with them. You won't win.
That looks insane.
Yeah, and they always post those unhinged gifs of like people with really long fingernails or like the fake fingernails and like really crazy hair, always saying something weird. Yeah, people on Twitter are crazy, man. But that's why I said those things about Rufumonger, because in the live stream, the recorded podcast that he did with Nesto, he said, when I have a hard day editing, I go to Twitter to unwind by ripping into people. And it was perplexing to me that there wasn't more of a reaction to that in like the comment section until like I brought it up, and now that people are talking about it in the other comment section. Do you understand how crazy that is? I had a hard time editing. I had a long day editing, so I went to Twitter to talk shit about people, to unwind.
It's a massive self-report. That is someone who has very low self-esteem.
Bro, Batman would not be able to beat that information out of me. I would not admit that to people. That is so embarrassing. I can imagine your future missus hearing that.
Ah,
She has also got to be the same level of terminally online as you to think that that is okay. That is the epitome of cornball behavior. When he said that, I was like, I can't believe he just admitted that. That's why this guy doesn't do live streams. He's actually stupid. To admit that you are actually stupid.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't pay them to edit that out. If you're going to edit out anything, I know there was one cut, and I'm thinking, oh my god, he said something worse than that got edited out.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Probably. Like, let's not forget. Let us not forget. And if I do this like wrap up video to wrap up the Clayton saga and like try to put a bow on it, I am gonna have to mention it. Clayton's one big thing was that Rufo told everybody that he doesn't have cancer, he doesn't have like radiation poisoning and all that stuff. And Rufomonger said that he had that mental health disease that makes you tell people that you're sick when you're not really.
Yeah.
And then Rufomonger, like very nonchalantly, went, "Yeah, I lied about that. He does have cancer. My bad." And then the conversation moved on. And I was like, "Wait, hold on a second. This was the crux of the issue. This was the big thing. This was the, hey, people in real life came and told me that he's got this disease. That is very credible." To suddenly, no, he's got cancer. My bad, I lied.
Bro,
What?
you know what's funny? After talking with Chad, maybe I should do that. Maybe I can say something really crazy and just go, yeah, my bad, sorry. And don't explain. And then maybe it'll just blow over and no one will ever talk about it again.
Yeah. Bro, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe when those words left his mouth. I was like, so Clayton was right this whole time. I mean, we knew he was because we saw the receipts, but you outright admitted it.
Mm.
And then he had the audacity to say, "See, I've said sorry, but he's not gonna accept that." I was like, this man don't go outside. He don't talk to people.
That was probably worse than that, you know. Look, I said sorry, but he won't accept it. It's like, yeah, who in their right mind would accept that kind of apology?
Bro, when he said that, I was like, I don't even know if I can be angry at this guy anymore. He's 42 years old, and that's what he said. You don't go outside. You are indoors every single day. There's no way you have friends. And if you do, those people have failed you. They have actually failed you. If I ever say something like that, please start uploading on your YouTube channel exclusively to tell people that I'm a dickhead. I will pay you. I will pay you to do it.
I was about to say, if I'm ever going to do real content, it will be about Mike.
The downfall, the satisfying downfall of Mike Holler. Those videos make me laugh whenever I see them on my timeline. But yeah, to say that again, Batman couldn't beat that shit out of me. He said so many things on that interview. Well, I know that there's people that are just watching. They're not commenting. They're not engaging. But I know there's people watching going, yeah, this guy is an absolute buffoon of the highest order. All this guy had to do was make guides, and he chose. And the worst thing is that even though I've told Clayton that, like, I think you need to move on, and I think it's time that, you know, we've got all the information out there, we should move on. He's still online talking shit. He just can't help himself. He's such a bizarre individual. I've never seen someone behave like that before. And the thing is, he's got such a good setup. You know, he calls other people's content like low value or grifter stuff. He takes a trailer, he talks about the super obvious in the trailer, and he uploads it. And he makes a nice bag from that. And I can't hate him from that, but please don't pretend like you're moving mountains by doing that. Even the guides. The guides are like, because I'm playing VF now, and I've seen his guides. They're layer 1, and that's good for people that are getting into it. That's good for casuals. Like I won't disparage his guides in helping casuals, but like when I say casual, I mean you just turned the game on. This is your first time on VF, because after the first day, the guides are worthless. So to sit there and be like, I had a hard day editing what? That you pressed PPK and you said, yeah, that's his best move, and then move on to the next character, bro. I don't think he understands the insane privilege that he has, and it was jarring to listen to him talking on that podcast.
Yeah. I think I need to finish watching the one that you had with Ernesto, and I know it was like super early in the morning. I kind of listened to it in the background, the Roofermonger one, and yeah, I think it always comes back to this guy has to be so clouted to admit he surrendered the war, but he's still winning, by the way, because Clayton's problem is always that he lied about his illness.
Yeah.
He said it. Roofermonger admitted, so he lost the war, but he's still winning because people were literally in the comments saying, "I don't know what you did, but fuck those haters." I'm like,
bro, it's
That is
actually
unstoppable.
crazy. It's actually crazy, and that's when I said to Clayton that we've put the information out there. We've told everybody what has happened. You need to accept that there are actually people on this planet that don't care that you have been wronged. They just want to watch something chaotic, and they want to choose their champion, and they're going to stick with them. They don't care about the truth. They are not interested at all. There's no way that you can watch a video that has tons of receipts in it, and you can also watch a man say the abhorrent things and behave in the way that he did, and go, "I don't get what he did. What's the problem? I understand the Rufo, but you're the GOAT. Just keep pushing forward." Respectfully, you are a bot, and maybe Chris G has a point about you. If that is your argumentation, either that or you got wax in your ears and you weren't listening. It's crazy.
I nearly DM'd Fnatic saying, "I apologize for wasting your time. You might have been right. Some people that don't like interact with the FPC and don't turn up, we should just disregard them. If that's their take, then maybe we should just like log them off, honestly."
But see, I'm willing to bet a lot of these people are in the FGC.
That would be ultra sad. Yeah.
Let's not forget, that if what happened to Clayton happened to like Yipes, everyone would be talking about it. Everyone would disavow. Everyone would go after the sponsors. Everybody would say, "Don't rub shoulders with that guy." But because it's, Clayton's not squeaky clean. Like we've said before, Clayton definitely says things that I've even said to him, "I don't like it when you do that. And I don't like it when you do this." But he's not. I wouldn't say he's a bad guy. I wouldn't say he's a bad person. I think he's suffered a lot, and I think that when you suffer that much, you tend to lash out and say really crazy things sometimes. But nothing is even comparable to what Rufo did to him. Nothing is even close. And whenever they say, "Oh, he did this, he did that," I'm like, show me. Show me. If you show me, then I'll be like, okay, cool. I understand that. Because when the Brian F thing and the Maximilian thing was brought to me, I told Clayton, I don't like that. You shouldn't have done that. I ain't going to control you. I can't control you. But I don't like that. I think that's shitty behavior. You shouldn't do that, whether Clayton agrees or not. But this whole thing with Rufo, that's another level. It's not even comparable to anything that he's done.
Yeah, I don't know like Ruf's like background or whatever, like his childhood or whatnot. But I think when you look at both of them, with Clayton, you can at least see the breadcrumbs of why he's like this. It makes sense. It's not like I'm not condoning it, but if I said, "Oh, if this and this happened to you, would you be a little bit, egotistical, have like tunnel vision on rectifying someone who's done a wrong to you?" I'll be like, "Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. I get it. Not good, what he said, but it makes sense." But with Rufo, I don't know. I think he let the numbers get to his head. That's what it looks like from my perspective.
Yeah, 100%. I think that it's an unfortunate series of events. In terms of Ernesto as well, I know you guys are saying, he did a lot of damage to his brand. I think it was unfortunate. I don't think Ernesto's a malicious guy. I think he made a mistake in covering this situation. This is because we had a conversation, and he said to me that my style of content, even though like I do cover like more drama related things, is like Street Fighter stuff and tournament players like blowing up at each other at tournament. Like I don't cover the stuff that you do, Mike. And I said to him, "Yeah, but you did, and now you got to hold it. I said to him, you need to see this shit through. You have to see it through." I think it would be good if he gave Clayton the interview, because it's one of those things where we want Clayton to move on from this. I really want him to move on from it. We've covered it as much as we can. There's at least 9 hours worth of content on my channel now covering Clayton's situation. I've really tried for him. But unfortunately, because Ernesto got involved, the conversation's also moved over there as well. Ernesto is now a part of the conversation. And I think the only way that this is truly going to end is if Ernesto grants him that interview. I don't want it to seem like I'm forcing him to do it, but the reality is that the person at the center of this is Clayton. And C4 was right when he said it's unlikely that even after this, Clayton won't move on from it. He's still going to have a level of anger, but it's more likely than not if we at least explore that particular avenue and at least let Clayton say what he wants to say, especially because Rufumaga got to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one other thing, maybe Ruth is a genius. Maybe he's a super mastermind, because I was questioning, like, why on earth would Ruth go to Ernesto, the button check or frame trap to do this interview? It's like subterfuge, bro. This is such a smoke bomb. You know the meme when the guy says peace out and he just disappears?
Yep.
I think Rufumaga was done that, because not all of the heat's going on Ernesto, but a lot of it's being directed his way when it all should be going to fucking Rufumaga. If Ruth did this on his channel, I don't think it would have been. I think it would have been worse for him, because there's no one to scapegoat and be like, oh well, now we're blaming Ernesto because he didn't do a good job. It's like, motherfucker, did we not hear what he said? Yes, there was enough pushback, but Ruth said those things. He still said them.
Yeah.
He admitted to fucking lying about someone's illness, bro, and said, "LOL, soz." What?
I told Ernesto, I told Dirty Low, he used you. He used you.
Yeah, he might have done that, you know.
He did. 100% he did.
Oh, sorry, he might have done it on purpose.
100% he did it on purpose. I have no doubt in my mind. He's a nasty person, but he knew what he was doing. He knew that if he took the interview with certain people, I'm not even just talking about myself, because obviously I also have a disagreement with him. He knows that he would have gotten difficult questions. Say for example, Technicals interviewed him, he would have been crucified for the things that he did, because not because Technicals himself was going to crucify for it, but he would have asked him questions where Rufumaga would have two options: answer the question and it's not going to look good, or back out and it's going to look even worse. He wouldn't talk to me because it would have been the same result. He wouldn't speak to Clayton directly because Clayton has all the receipts, and Button Check is probably I guess in terms of the FGC, when it's covering drama stuff, it's probably the biggest channel we've got. And
I would say it's probably the most disliked channel. I could be wrong and I could be biased, but I think Button Check has more people that hate them more than you and Technicals. I think Technicals is close, but I feel that's more a concentrated Smash group, and maybe Strive, Smash and Strive. I think everyone else is Technicals doing what he's doing. But with Button Check, I've heard people just randomly come up to me and saying, "Fucking Button Check, bro." Literally for no reason. He gets in extreme hate. So I think he looked at it maybe and went, you know what? No one likes me, but a lot more people don't like this guy. Let me talk to him.
Yeah. It's a shame, because I don't think Ernesto's a bad guy at all. I messaged him because when we were talking, he thought that I was really angry at him. But I said to him, I ain't hating on you, bro. I'm hating on how the situation's been handled. I think those two things are separate. And I said to him, if I came to America, I'd buy you a beer. I'd break bread with you. I'd also tell you what you did here was lame. This was super lame. I think you can separate the two situations. I don't think that calling that particular piece of content shit is saying that he's shit, because I've produced shit content as well. It doesn't mean that I am shit as a person.
Yeah, for sure.
That's how I saw it.
Yeah, I think out of all when we use the Homelander meme, at one point we have to go, yeah, but we kind of get why the person interviewed Homelander like that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If Ernesto is interviewing Ruth, it's well, he's got people blindly supporting him to go against Clayton, the victim. What the fuck could he do to me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's it's just an unfortunate series of events because I feel like Ernesto because he's caught a stray here, but he kind of stood in the way of the bullet. Like it didn't ricochet off the wall and hit him. He just walked into it.
Yeah, he didn't have to do this. I said this to you as well. I was like, no one fucking twisted your arm. Mike didn't send you the mob boss message saying you should do this. Like it was all of his free will, right?
Well, no, he did. He did it of his free will initially, right? When they did that video, that was I didn't know about frame trap. I was like, when I saw it, I was like, what is this? This ain't button check. But I watched it anyway. I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna be covering this because there were people in his comment section saying, can you cover what Ruth was done to Clayton in a button check video? And then this new channel popped up, and that made people angry because they were like, why is it being covered on this channel? This channel's got no people here. It needs to be shown to people. So that was the first thing. That's immediately before I was even aware of what was actually like in motion here. He was already in deep water with people because they were like, why would you talk about it away from a channel that has 80,000 subscribers to one that has 0? So that was the first red flag. That made people think that they were in cahoots. Now, I don't think they were in cahoots. I can see why people might think that, but I don't think they were. I believe him when he says that they didn't speak. Then the second thing was when they reacted to my video, they didn't react to the relevant part. So people were like, why did you do a reaction to a video and not watch the whole video? Because now the beef looks misconstrued. And then, obviously, because at that time, I was still on the offensive against Rufumonga, and he was losing subscribers. He'd lost 1,000 in one day. And he was deleting comments, and he was censoring people and whatever. And he put up his community post. I guess he was looking for a way out. So it kind of fell into his lap that Ernesto had done that. And Rufumonga knew. He's got no videos on this channel other than a video of me, Mike, and Clayton. I'll go over there because, it's probably going to drive traffic over there. He'll accept it for that reason. And he doesn't know what's going on. I can just go in there, I can say what I want, and I can peace out. There'll be no pushback on my end. And there's going to be a contingent of people where that's good enough for them. They don't need anything else. He said, sorry, Mike, what's the big deal? You're always going to get dummies like that. And Rufumonga was betting on that. And it worked. It worked. He got his interview. He said his dumb shit. And he pieced out. And by the time I got there, people are already like at a 10 with the situation. Everybody wants to sort of move on. But everyone's forgetting that this has been a 10-year situation for one person. He's been stuck in this 10-year loop. So granting him 10 days of being all over your feet is not a big deal. But everybody wants to move on at this point. So the situation has already been put in the mud. And yeah, it is what it is now. Like, I don't know if I could do one more video just wrapping everything up so everyone knows what the situation is and why I've told Clayton that it's time to move on. And then that's it. He's going to have to, because Rufumonga is not going to change as a person. He is the way he is. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with him. Something went wrong, but that ship has sailed. I don't know if anyone can help him. His head is too far up his own ass, and he's too successful on YouTube to listen to other people. Maybe when he sticks his head up his ass again and he fucks up big time and he loses sponsors and he loses subscribers of a more substantial level, and he loses views, maybe then he'll release a video going, I messed up and I'm going to change, as people usually do. So Clayton will just have to bank on that.
Hope one day someone does like a documentary on this, because I think it's happening now and it's not really like finished, but I think Ruth has so finessed the system. He's so finessed the system he publicly, privately apologized, bro. Like all the pieces fit into place like perfectly for him. He's like, oh, this really big YouTube guy for fighting games has started a new channel. If I apologize there, not everyone's going to see it. But I publicly apologize, right?
Yep.
Super finessed. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what he did? Do you know that comic where Doom and Iron Man go to hell and Doom leaves Iron Man there? That's what he did to Ernesto.
Oh,
and now
yeah.
Nesta's got
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
that.
his mum in it. Yeah, Dream's mum's in hell. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I remember
Yeah.
that.
It just closed in on IMA, left in there. That's what he did to Nesta. And
And
I
then
said to
left the
him, yeah,
door open. He left the door open for fucking Ruth to walk out.
it is what it is, man. I've told him that it's really unfortunate because I know you opened Frame Trapped to be like your getaway from drama related stuff, and this happened. But if he doesn't give Clayton the interview to put a nice little bow on this, then that channel is forever gonna. You know what people are like? They don't let things go. He's
Mhm.
forever gonna get the comment. We want Clayton. We want Clayton. And it's not good for Clayton either because he's gonna. We know what Clayton's like. We've spoken to him enough. We've seen him online enough. We know what he's like. He's gonna hyper focus on it as well. He's gonna get angry, and Ernesto's gonna be on the shit list.
Like, respectfully, Clayton isn't PR trained like fucking Ruth. He's just not PR trained, bro. If he goes on that, it's gonna be worse for him. I don't want to make it sound like you're his like keeper, but he needs to go in there with you. I think if they get him on his own, it's gonna make him look bad because he's gonna attack Button Check. He's gonna be attacking everyone, and he's gonna look insane, like he's just swinging everywhere, like at anyone at any moment. He's just not PR trained. Where Ruth is, it's just
Yeah,
not gonna look good.
yeah. I don't know if I want to go back on there again. To be honest, not because it's Ernesto and that. Just this situation. I think that I've given Clayton enough indication to. I know he's not PR trained. It's not social media trained or anything like that. But I think I've shown him enough that you can get a message out there and have people listen if you talk a certain way and if you behave a certain way. Because there's loads of things that have happened where either of us could just effing blind because of how dumb it is. But that doesn't really solve anything. And I'd like to think that after everything that's happened, Clayton will look at it and be like, okay, do you know what? We actually made some progress behaving like this. So I'm going to do that going forward, and maybe more people will be willing to listen because I can't follow him to every stream to be like, hey man, don't say this and don't say that.
Yeah.
It's never gonna. He needs to understand and realize that there's a way to go about things, and just cussing people out doesn't help. He has not helped his situation with the way he communicates, and I understand his anger, but he does need to tone it back and speak a bit more like directly and concisely, in my opinion.
Yeah. Look, Clayton, if you ever see this, from one narcissist to another, it doesn't matter how strong your argument is. It's all about the rhetoric. If you can't deliver it properly, it doesn't matter about your position, bro. I learned that today.
100%. Johan, thank you for the $5. If they don't nail Tifa's face model when she drops, people are going to use Street Fighter 6 Endgame credits for evil. Bro, if they don't nail Tifa's anything when she drops, you've seen what the Tifa community can do. They'll burn this whole thing to the ground. Street Fighter better lock in. I'm sure they will. The graphics on Street Fighter 6 are pretty good. OJ, thank
They're
you
not
for the
Virtual Fighter 6, but they're all right.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, yeah, Virtual Fighter 6 is the next level, but Street Fighter is I like Street Fighter. It looks sick. Rufo is Kira and Ernesto was sadly Cinderella. Yeah.
What about Dirty Low? He was there too. I think he's pretty sound. I mean, he does talk a lot, but I shouldn't throw stones, right? But yeah, I think he's cool.
Yeah, no, I like Dirty Low. I think he's cool. I think he did offer me pushback in the discussion, and I said to him, it's good, it's good to push back. The only problem is you kind of set yourself a trap. If you push back on me, and if you do the Clayton interview and you push back on him, everyone's going to go, why didn't you push back on Rufo? So you kind of just, it's a lose-lose situation because you do have to push back. I don't mind them pushing back on me. I think it's the right thing to do. But if you do, now you look like you're playing favorites. So
Yep.
Peak. Flames, thank you for the $2. We need to take Rufo Treasure. The hell is that? We need to take Rufo Treasure. Treasure Man? I don't know what that is. Flames.
They're back.
Yeah, let us know. Rin, thank you for the $2. It's not what you're saying; it's how you say it. Yeah, yeah. And do you know what? If well, the thing is, I have no doubt Clayton's probably had girlfriends, but I hesitate given the way that Rufa was talking. That I mean, you learn that when you deal with women, right? That's one of the first things you learn. It's not what you're saying; it's how you deliver it to her. Because I mean, I'm sure C4 knows this. You're married.
Yes, yes. Me being on here, people wouldn't understand, but yeah, I understand. Riz takes finesse.
Yeah. It's never with anyone here that's got a girl, anyone here that deals with girls. You don't. It doesn't matter what you say. It's how you. Sorry. Obviously, it does matter to some extent what you say, but how you deliver the message is a big deal. It's the difference between a wink and a slap. You could say the same thing. You could say the same thing to two different girls, and deliver it in different ways, and one will slap you and one will wink, or the same girl will slap you or wink depending on how you say it. Those are things that you learn when you're younger, like when you first get into like talking to girls or like interacting with women. I'm surprised that's why I'm always surprised when people say stuff and I'm like, can you hear yourself? Like no one's listening to you right now, even though you're right. No one's listening to a word that you're saying because of how you're saying it. Mike?
Yeah, I think
sorry, go on.
Some people have just had their teeth brushed for them the whole time, because I think, how have you survived this long, got to where you are with these people skills? You've clearly just been handheld the whole time.
Bro, it baffles me all the time. It baffles me, especially men in particular. It really baffles me. I think I'm a little bit jaded with women because of my sister Ellie. She is extremely fiery to the point that like I've never gotten angry on YouTube, but I lost my shit at her. She's the nicest person in the world. She's a great person. She'll give you the shirt off her back. She always helps people, but her people skills are they're not there, and she just never had to learn them. I guess she just never had to learn them. But us guys in the house, on the other hand, we absolutely had to. Otherwise, you were going to be eating shit for a long time.
Yep, 100%.
But I think my mic's popping. I don't know. I think it's because I was moving around. My bad. But yeah, I think that's where we'll wrap it up. I think the collusion between you and Chad was the best outcome I could have hoped for, because I honestly thought going into this it was going to get ugly, but I'm glad it didn't.
Yeah, understandable. I was very fuck this guy. Very much so. So yeah,
it's a shame because we do have a good thing going. I think we have very good discussions, and I think people like listening to them. And obviously like VF is coming out and Marvel Tokon is coming out, and it should be an exciting time for everyone. So I was a bit like, let's not do this, please. Let's not do this. But I'm glad it ended 80%. Not 100. For me, it would have been kumbaya, but that's fine. I get it.
Yeah.
You and Chad are stubborn.
The good thing is, I think I did plan on saying it, but I didn't. I did not like Chad before the talk. He's cool. Like the lying thing really normally is like the trigger. Like that's the breaking point for me. Once someone continuously lies, I'm like, oh, I'm donezo. But I believed him when he said like he did it by mistake or he misremembered. And I went into the talk thinking, I'm not going to believe what he's saying. He keeps lying about me. Why should I believe anything he says? But I think he was earnest. But it happens too much with him against me. And like I said, he's too eloquent. So the same way he's like, I'm too smart to say something so stupid, he's too eloquent to misspeak all this time. So yeah.
But then
I don't think he's bad.
But if you say the same way he says that about you, then like you're both kind of conceding your points, because he says that about you, you say that about him, but we know that you're not being I know you're not being a contrarian, and I know he's not lying. So you're
Yeah.
both kind of saying the same thing. It just sounds like because we arrived there, it was like it's the obsession thing, right? Where I'm like, "Okay, please watch the film that I like," and you're both like, "No, I could just read the
Fuck's sake.
synopsis and know what it is." It's just pure stubbornness from two men that have as much pride as Vegeta. Neither of you wants to back down on the situation because you're both saying the same thing. And I know deep down you both. I know you don't believe that he's a lion. I know that he doesn't believe that you are bad faith. I think that you're both being stubborn.
I would say, obviously, I'll speak for myself. I do think it's both pride, but for me, like I said, I came into the thing thinking, no, he's a liar. Now I'm coming away from him thinking he's not a liar. But he keeps lying about me. I never see him misconstrue what Finn's saying or what you're saying, or like I said, Coach Kasama. It seems to be always me, but it could be confirmation bias. It could be. So I just have to check myself. But it does happen to me more than anyone else that I've seen. So
yeah. Well, it ended the best way it could have ended, I guess. I think you and Chad are very similar. Maybe that's why the clash is happening. At least I think you two are quite similar, but it's fine.
Yeah,
it's
I
fine.
can see it.
Yeah, that when people are very similar and have strong personalities, these things tend to happen. But it's fine. Like it didn't end in fireworks like Finn and King J.
Yeah, no, you're right. It didn't end that bad. And I've said this many a times. If I could clone myself, I wouldn't be friends with me. So I get it. I tend to always butt heads with people that are similar to me, for sure.
Yeah. But if we can see eye to eye with Tope, we can see eye to eye with anyone, right? Right? No?
Let's play D&D and then we'll see. We'll see.
All right, man. Well, yeah, I guess I'll message you tomorrow about the Pokemon stuff.
Yeah. I'm going to make a team tonight while I watch Chad's BF stream. I'm nearly cooked it. Annihilate is coming, bro. It might be like 10 games or 10 uploads with Annihilate plus 5 other ones, but I'm here for it.
That's good for me. I don't mind. All right, man. Cool. I'll message you tomorrow then.
Right, cool. In a bit, chat.
Peace out, bro. Flames, thank you for the $2. Was a Persona 5 reference also read KSRD messages? What? I don't know what you're on about, bro. That's what? What does that mean? I'm sorry, I meant he means Discord DMs. Oh, Discord DMs. Mike, just to clarify, I never said those screenshot comments are deleted from Rufus' channels. They are comments from Ernesto's interview video. I screenshot them because I was convinced Rufus would ask Ernesto to delete negative comments. I do have evidence of Rufus deleting comments, but that's in video form. Oh, yeah. I said that there was a video. I saw a video on there. But yeah, maybe I said it wrong, my mistake. But yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. I guess I'll think about what I want to do because I do want Clayton to find peace, and if I keep on doing videos on it, he is not going to. He's not going to move on from it, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to do this, put his information out there, let everybody see it, show everyone the medical records with his permission, and then move on from it. I want him to move on as well because he's a genius when it comes to fighting games. I don't know because of his health if he can still produce the content that he used to, but he's a genius when it comes to fighting games, and that's what I want to see him doing. I want to see him upload, and when the upload is there, it's not about Rufus, it's not about Ernesto, it's not about someone he doesn't like. It's a brand new tech that he's discovered in a game that everybody's playing. Because if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Clayton. So that's why I wanted to get him all of this. I don't want to see his life go down the drain because of Rufus' shitty behavior. But yeah, I will. Am I high? No, I'm very tired. Don't forget, I got up on 2 hours sleep yesterday to do the interview with Button Check because I wasn't gonna be able to do it any other time, and now it's almost 3 a.m. again. So I'm gonna go and get some sleep before work in the morning. But thank you for all the super chats, guys. Do I work out every day? Like 4 to 5 times a week. I hike a lot now. I do a lot of hiking, which is really doing wonders for my health, I'll be honest. It helps you drop weight really quickly as well. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, guys. I appreciate you supporting the streams. I appreciate you supporting all the videos. Tomorrow, Tom Brady will be here. We're going to be doing a part 2 on the combat class. And then on Friday, I will do another VF stream. I'll see if I can. I want to convince Finn to fight me on VF because he's ducking me right now. And we all know why. You let Finn know I said that. Finn, if you're there, let me know when you want the smoke.
So I'll run from the storm, keep